How's it going, everybody? How we doing? Welcome back. We're gonna be watching a little bit of the day 2 of this week, day 17 in total. The fuck is that? You guys hear that? There's a dog barking right outside my window here. Anyways, what is up, Amelia and Alex? How are we doing, everybody? Welcome. How's the live stream looking? Everything sounding okay? Looking okay? We doing all right today, folks? The music on? Is it loud enough for you guys? Tell me what you think. Talk to me. Looks like it's working all right. Got it on my phone here. I like to check things sometimes. Because, YouTube was just telling me there was no data. No data going to the stream, but everything looks okay. So, all right, we're in this bitch. Let's do it. Welcome. Wrapped up school here in Australia for the week. Nice. Wasn't it only like, what, Wednesday over there? Was it a short week? Monday, Tuesday? What's the deal with that? What do you got going on? How you doing, Mark? Oh, welcome. Shalom. 8 people already. Holy shnikes. We're getting up there. We're moving up in the world, folks. Alright. You guys excited? You guys watched the trial at all? Short week because of the program you do? Well, look at you. Lucky you. Nice. Get a little short week. Get a little time to hang out. Alright. Let me move over overlays here. Hold on. Got a cat coming up. Alright. Cat wants to say hi quick. Yeah. Say hi. Alright, let me switch this over. All right, we got the oh Jesus, we got the trial up and ready to watch. I think there's gonna be some spicy moments today. You've been keeping up to date with the whole thing, nice. We finally are in Cross, guys. We're finally in Cross, so things are getting a little funner to watch. So yeah, I don't think we should waste too much time. Let's get to watching this. This is the beginning here of the day. Again, this is a rewatch, so it was live earlier today. I did not watch it live, so we're doing a little bit of a rewatch, which I kind of enjoy because then I get to skip through, some of the really boring shit or the recesses or any of their downtime. So that's kind of nice. But yeah, let's get right into it. Let's just listen to what she's got to say today. Good day, Bon. How you doing? I'm doing all right. There's like a weird mic stuff going on today. Like some feedback. There's some feedback in their microphone. So I hope that's not too annoying. I gotta listen to it too. All right. See if we can skip through some of this.
Be seated. All right. Next question.
Well, they just swear in and right away move on. Next question. Like it never ended. Good. Moving right along.
Good morning, Ms. Heard.
Good morning.
Guten Morgen. Well, I like it. She's
The
wearing white
relationship
today.
with Mr. Depp began in October of 2011.
I like it.
Right?
That's correct.
And you previously testified multiple times, under oath, that the first year of your relationship with Mr. Depp was the best of times. Right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
You testified that as far as you could tell, Mr. Depp was sober that first year.
That is correct. That's what I used to believe.
And that the first year was, quote, magic.
Yes, I always estimated it was about a year.
But now you've told this jury that Mr. Depp was being violent with you throughout 2012, haven't you, Ms. Heard?
No, he took a break in the middle of 2012 when he was sober.
You told them that he was hitting you in 2012, though. Is that right?
He was hitting me in 2012. He just took a break in the middle.
He was smashing things around you, right?
He did.
And you told them that Mr. Depp was in and out of sobriety in 2012.
That is correct.
You told this jury that, quote, in 2012, I was in the beginning stages of this, just learning these patterns. I was learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence, end quote. Is that right?
That is correct.
So it was during these cycles of violence in 2012
You guys hear it okay?
that you gave Mr. Depp a knife as a gift.
You want me to turn it up?
I gave him a knife, I think for a birthday present early in our relationship. I believe it was around 2012, but I'm not certain.
We've seen a picture of that knife, but I think we should bring out the real thing.
Bring out the knife.
Master Deputy Halusa, Master Deputy Sheriff Halusa, may I please have you
Master Deputy
show
Sheriff
the knife
Lusa. That's a
to Ms.
mouthful.
Heard?
Yeah, the sheriff do it. Don't want anybody getting stabbed. Ooh, that's a cool
Yes,
knife.
that's it.
That's the knife you gave to the man who was hitting
That's
you,
a
right, Ms.
knife.
Heard?
I wasn't worried he was
Knife,
going to
yeah.
stab me with it when I gave it to him, that's for certain.
But you gave it to him while he was abusing you, allegedly.
I gave it to him that year.
What did she say? She's
Master
like,
Deputy Sheriff
she got him a knife,
Lusa,
but she was
will you
worried
please
about him
show the
stabbing
knife to the
her
jury?
when she gave it to him. Well, then why the fuck would you give it to him? That's ridiculous.
Thank you.
She's already getting defensive.
This is the knife you gave to the man who would get drunk and violent with you, right?
This is the same knife that I
Hey,
gave him as a
Melinda, how
present
are we doing?
in 2012,
Welcome.
yes.
Now, Ms.
Cheers,
Heard, I'm
Mom.
going to need to talk to you about what happened in Australia in March of 2015.
Oh, Australia, guys, here we go. Get
You
spicy.
testified that at some point during the incident you described, you witnessed Mr. Depp bashing a phone against a wall, right?
That is correct.
You testified that the phone was breaking into pieces,
I was watching it disappear.
that Mr. Depp smashed it, I think your word was smithereens.
Yes, that is correct.
And according to your testimony, this was a wall-mounted phone in the bar area.
That is correct.
Amelia, I'm right with you there. I
Let's
agree.
take a
I don't
look
get
at
it.
Defendant's Exhibit 1820.
I bought him that knife, but I was afraid he was going to stab me with it when I gave it to him.
Miss,
Then
believe
don't give
this
it to
has
him.
already been admitted into evidence, if we could have it published.
I've been a few people that I thought would stab me if I gave them a knife. I don't give them knives. I mean, Jesus Christ. It's that simple. I love how she like looks at the jury though every time she answers the question.
Thank you.
God, it's annoying.
You saw this photo during your direct examination, right?
That is correct.
And you testified that the wall-mounted phone that you saw Mr. Depp smash is on the wall on the left.
That's correct. So if you were looking at this picture, the wall-mounted phone would have been behind you on the left-hand side of your shoulder.
But it's not depicted in this photo, correct?
Whoever took this photo was standing right in front of where that mounted phone was.
That's convenient. The pieces of the phone Mr. Depp smashed
That's
aren't in this picture either,
convenient.
right?
You don't see it because it's whoever took this photo standing in front of that.
Whoever took this photo, it's Mr. Ben King, correct?
That's what I believe.
Yeah. Mr. King testified under oath in this trial, right?
That is correct.
And he testified that there was no wall-mounted phone smashed to smithereens that he had to replace, correct?
I didn't hear him testify to that, no.
He did. Your counsel elicited it.
I disagree with that representation.
You also saw this picture.
Stop looking at the jury every time
Actually,
you say a
can we please
word.
bring up
Fuck.
Defendant's Exhibit
So
1821?
annoying. Talk to the person
which
that's
is also
talking to you.
admitted into evidence?
That's how normal conversations work. Like, imagine every time I responded, I'm talking like directly to you. Every time I'm like,
You also saw this
you're like- you
picture
say,
during your
"How's
direct
your day?" And I'm like,
examination,
My
correct?
day was great.
That
How
is
was yours?"
correct.
And so this is
Yeah,
the bar
it doesn't
area to
make
the
any
right of
sense.
the wall-mounted phone you just described.
If you were facing in that direction, if you're facing this direction, it would be behind you.
This phone on the counter isn't the phone that got smashed to
It's not me, guys. It's the video.
Wall mounted.
Yeah, so there are two phones in the bar area.
Can't look him in the eyes.
There was a wall-mounted phone. I don't know if it was decorative or what, but it was.
I think she honestly thinks that like they're answering to the jury every time. I don't know if her lawyers coached her on that or what, but I think she thinks it's like the thing to do.
Including ones you took, is the one that Mr. Depp damaged, correct?
She's waiting to
That
look.
is correct. I only took pictures of the
She
mirrors.
was like this. She was like looking
So
at the
there's
lawyers,
no
like, yeah,
picture of that damaged
I'm gonna
phone.
tell them.
I didn't take a picture of it, no.
Okay. So back to the phone smashing. You watched Mr. Depp smash the phone, right?
That's correct. I watched it.
And you testified that you were, quote, watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back, end quote.
That's correct.
And according to you, this is when Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger, right?
It is my best guess.
She just
I didn't
smuggled their
notice
dog
his
into your
finger
country.
Come off, obviously. I was watching him smash the phone and watching the pieces break while he was doing it.
Well, it's not
She
your
seems
best
like one of
guess.
them people who would like carry
sorry,
their
that
dog
is
with
my
her in
best
the
guess, yes.
grocery cart.
Let's go
at the
back to
grocery store.
my questions.
Good night.
You submitted a declaration under the penalty of perjury in this case. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
Okay, let's look at that declaration.
I'd laugh so hard if she got hit with perjury in this case. I don't think she will, but kind of funny.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
She smuggled her dog in. That's so funny. What kind of dog was it? Was it a little dog? I'm assuming it's a little dog.
If we could
Probably a little
direct your
Yorkie or
attention,
some
Ms. Heard, to the
2 dogs.
page 14 of the declaration.
She smuggle him up her ass or what? How'd she get him in? Bring her gerbil in too? I love how we get a whole day of
Is that your
cross, though.
signature?
Yes, it is.
And your signature appears right under the statement, quote, I declare, under penalty of perjury, under the laws of the state of Virginia, that the foregoing is true and correct.
That is correct.
And this is dated April 10th, 2019.
Correct.
Now let's look at paragraph 16, which is on page 5.
You have to be quarantined to avoid
Specifically
outbreak
line
of
10.
rabies. Oh, wait, not gonna lie, you guys have some really kind of ridiculously stupid rules on some
You
certain things,
write,
in my opinion.
testify under oath.
So I don't know if
While he
that's
was
like,
smashing the phone, Johnny
but it's your
severely
laws. Like
injured
you're
his
right.
finger,
Like she's
cutting off
breaking
the
your
top
laws. So
end quote.
that's stupid.
Did I
But
read that correctly?
sounds like
Yes,
kind
that's
of a weird
correct.
law.
So you
Like, is
testified in
rabies a
this
big thing
courtroom
nowadays?
that after Mr. Depp smashed the
don't
phone,
know.
he held you down on the countertop by the neck.
I'm an idiot.
remember
I don't know
that?
what I'm talking about.
I'm not quite sure of the exact sequence of things, but yes, both of those things happened.
Well, we'll get to the sequence. And this is when Mr. Depp supposedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
On the countertop, he assaulted me.
So Mr. Depp was able to get you on the counter, right?
He held me down by my neck.
And hold you down by your neck.
That is correct.
And he grabbed a bottle, according to you,
Oh, she's got to get ready for the tears.
while holding you down by the neck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you clarify what you're asking me?
While Mr. Depp is holding you by the neck against the
simple.
countertop, he grabs a bottle. That's your testimony.
No, those two things didn't happen at the exact same time, no.
While he's holding the bottle, is that your testimony? While
was holding
holding
my-
you down by the neck?
Sorry. What was your
I get what
question?
you're saying, Amelia. Got to be
Your
careful with
testimony
those
is, Ms.
damn
Heard,
rabies.
That either he has
just
the
giving you
bottle
shit. I'm just
before
messing with
or
you guys.
after he's holding you by the neck on the counter. Is that your testimony?
He held me by the neck on the counter.
Where's the bottle that he assaulted
At what
with?
point?
While
And he's holding you by
down
the neck.
your
Holy
neck.
fuck.
When he was assaulting me with the bottle, it was in his hand.
Was it in his hand before or after he holds you down by your neck?
I was being held down while he assaulted me with the bottle.
When he puts you on the counter, does he have the bottle in his hand, yes or no?
As I have always said, I don't remember exactly what happened first, or I don't remember the sequence. I just remember being aware that I was being assaulted by a bottle while I was on the countertop.
So he penetrates you with this bottle. But you don't know how he got the bottle, right?
That is correct.
And he did that right after he lost the tip of his right middle finger.
Again, I don't remember the exact sequence of those events.
We'll get to the sequence. And while he was on 8 to 10 MDMA pills, right?
Yes.
Wait, 8 to 10?
Let's talk about the sequence.
That's a fucking
This
lot,
is the sequence
dude.
of events you testified to in this courtroom.
That's a lot of
He
fucking
smashed the
MDMA.
phone to smithereens. and then assaulted you, lost the tip of his finger, and then assaulted you with a bottle. Yes, that's the sequence of events that you testified to in this courtroom.
To be clear, you're putting it in order when you say words like then. I have never claimed that I can remember the exact sequence of these things. This was a multi-day assault that took place over 3 horrible days.
Ms. Heard,
it's the worst thing ever happened to me.
We're not talking. Ms. Heard,
Answer the question.
That's not my question.
Put her in contempt.
My question isn't about the 3-day assault allegedly that occurred. I'm just talking about the sexual assault that you now allege
For
occurred.
3 days, she's being assaulted with a bottle?
Let's talk about the sequence.
Okay, I gotta pause it real quick because this is bugging me, and I'm sure it's bugging you guys. But, like, again, if she is actually a victim of this, if she's, like, and this is not to, like, take away from people who are victims of things, of sexual assault and shit. If she was, like, just be truthful. Quit being defensive. Answer honestly. And, you know, like, why pretend to play dumb with certain questions and to get defensive and non-truthful? Like, just be honest and the truth will come out. Like, this is bugging the living shit out of me. Like, I don't know how she doesn't look bad to the jury. I don't know how it looks in the courtroom right now. Like, the vibe in there, but it's very simple questions.
You testified.
And the lawyer's very simplifying the shit out of it just so she can follow her down this logic trail.
We gave it to you yesterday. Court transcript.
And she doesn't want to go down that logic trail because she can't keep up down that trail. There's from my understanding, there doesn't seem like there's a lot of truth in that logic trail for her to provide. So,
yes.
So it's good that the lawyers are doing that, but she's looking pretty shit right now by not even able to answer these simple questions.
Sir, do you have a copy of day 16 in front of you?
You testified to X, Y, and Z, correct? Yes. Okay. So you said X, Y, and Z. No, I never said that.
From this trial. Yes.
I didn't realize that. Yeah.
Okay. Let's look at the transcript. So you testified on page.
I think it's good that they have the female lawyer doing the cross. Because again, it looks like Johnny's team has a bunch of lawyers, right? They could have had the guy lawyer doing it, yada yada. If they would have had the guy lawyer doing it, I think Amber Heard would have looked a lot better, right? So it's good that Johnny's team is having this lady do it because Amber Heard, you know how women kind of get catty towards each other? Guys, you know this, like, I don't know what it is, right? Women are really nasty to each other, I feel like. Like, guys will, like, fight each other, throw hands a little bit, and then we'll have a beer. Like, women are really catty. So I feel like that's what's happening right now. Like, Heard is getting catty towards this lawyer, or she's getting really defensive because it's a woman thing. Like, she doesn't like her attitude or something, and so she's taking it, you know, and they're kind of going back and forth. And I can kind of see how Heard's lawyer is provoking it a little bit, which is good, right? You want her to kind of, like, not be able to get in this sympathetic story that she's making up to try to get the jury on her side. So it's good on Johnny's Depp's team if you think about it from, like, a psychological perspective or whatever you want to call it. I mean, you can tell Heard does not like this lawyer, but I think that's the whole point because they could have had the guy to Johnny's right or on our left here. They could have had him doing it, but I think it would have made Heard look a lot better with the same exact kind of cross. You almost need a female to talk about sexual assault on a female. Like, I don't know. It's just one of those things.
All right. Okay.
Thank you there.
The reason that we need to go through this, Ms. Heard, is because we understand that these are very serious allegations that you're making, right?
Exactly.
It was horrible. What happened to me, yes.
Okay. So let's go through them.
Right.
Page 4506, line 2 through 3. I sit here now. Apologize. You testified on page 4506. This all started when Mr. Depp took 8 or 10 pills of MDMA, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Then, directing your attention to page 4518.
I'm surprised Johnny's still alive. You know that fucker's done a lot of drugs.
You talk about Mr. Depp smashing a wall-mounted phone, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Then on page 4519.
It's good that the lawyer's walking her through.
You testified that while Mr. Depp is smashing the phone, he is screaming, quote, "I fucking hate you," end quote. Right?
You testified to that.
Yes, he was screaming that, among other things.
And further down on page 4519, same page, lines 12 through 19, You talk about how you watched Mr. Depp smash the phone to smithereens, right?
That is correct.
That's
Then,
good answer. Good job. Good
continuing
answer.
on same page, 4519, line 20, you say something really important. Quote, at some point, he's on top of me. No phone, but screaming the same thing, end quote. Right?
I just remember the sound, yes.
But you remembered, and you testified to this jury, that he didn't have the phone in his hand
It's very clear
anymore.
that she testified
When
to
he
that.
was assaulting me with the bottle,
Right.
he
Yes
had
or
the
no?
bottle in his hand. When he
Oh my
was
God, here we go.
punching the wall with the phone, he had the phone in his hand. When he was punching the wall next to my head, he had me by the throat. He did a lot of things that night.
So you're acknowledging, by this sequence, not my words, your words, Ms. Heard.
Her testimony.
You testified to this jury that Mr. Depp smashed the phone to smithereens before he assaulted you. That's the sequencing in which you testified, correct?
I have never testified to a sequence.
I hope they.
Talking
I
about
wonder if
that
they'll.
sequence. Then on page 4521,
I think the lawyer's talking about the sequence in which she testified to the series of events, which is documented.
starting at line 3, you testified to being bent over backwards on the bar, right?
Okay.
God, her fucking shit-eating smirk on her face is not the smirk of somebody who's been, like, assaulted. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it would be. I hate making assumptions like that, but I don't know. Her demeanor, and she really bugs me. You know, if she actually was assaulted and things like that, and everything she said is true, I wish there was proof, because you know what I mean. Like, you don't want that stuff to go unchecked. But also at the same time, if it's, you know, you can't just believe everybody with no evidence. Like that, there's so many people who are wrongly convicted just because people like want to get back at somebody else, and men particularly end up spending years in prison for crimes they never committed. So it's a really shitty thing, like all around. And it's like, I even get like, you know, I don't like to even talk about it, like comments on it, because it's like, you don't know. Like, you can only comment on the facts, right? And to me, from what I've seen, there's really no facts or evidence that she was physically harmed in any real way. And that's basically all we can go off of. I don't know. Let's see.
Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to page 4521, starting at line 3. You testified to being bent over backwards on the bar, right?
That is correct.
And then feeling pressure on your pubic bone like Mr. Depp was punching you. Yes?
That's what I thought.
And then further down on page 4521 and on to 4522, you testified that you were concerned Mr. Depp was using a broken bottle on you. Yes?
That was my
like-
fear.
What is she?
That's what I
What she's
remember feeling.
describing is like absolutely horrible, you know.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to show you
think we can all
Defendant's
agree on
Exhibit
that.
1816. Which has already been admitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You saw this picture during your direct examination, right?
I did.
And you testified that this is a picture of the bottles that were next to Mr. Depp on a desk when you found him drinking in the morning, right?
That's correct.
And this was the morning after Mr. Depp had allegedly sexually assaulted you, right?
It was the morning after he did assault me. Yes.
And if I understood your
wow.
testimony correctly, you testified that this is the Maker's Mark bottle that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted you with.
I was never sure it was, but it was definitely that shape. Felt like that shape.
But you testified in this courtroom that you had not seen this bottle until Ben King provided these photographs, correct?
And not in the course of the trial. I hadn't seen the photograph.
You claim you had serious injuries after this alleged incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Depends on what you would call serious. For me, you know, having a sore jaw and some bruises at the time of my relationship wasn't that serious.
Okay, let's testify.
relative.
Let's focus on the
Good
testimony
question.
that you gave about the injuries. Mr. Depp, as you testified yesterday, wears rings on every finger, right?
Sometimes. I mean, often. And certainly in the later part of our relationship, that was more normal than not. But if he's filming or something like that, of course,
She testified, and I remember this.
On.
She testified that she's never seen him without rings on his finger or something like that.
Quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings.
Exactly. We've heard that 100 times. She testified to that.
Thank you.
Objection, Your Honor. Improper impeachment. If she's going to ask her question, then she has to show where that was, and then.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Your testimony yesterday
Objection
was,
overruled.
quote,
Turn your goddamn mic on, lady.
Johnny not to wear rings. Right, Ms. Heard?
That's what I testified to, yes.
This is like the 100th time Heard's lawyer doesn't turn her fucking mic on when she tries to
Every single
object.
ring, every single day, but he often wears rings.
Not often, Ms. Heard. Your words are, I've never known
Right.
Johnny not to wear rings on every finger.
Now, I will say this, because this is kind of getting into like some semantics, but it's very important when you do testify to things in court that you're very particular and careful with your words. And this is for the exact reason. Because I'm sure there have been times where she's been around Johnny where he hasn't had rings on or whatever. You know what I mean?
And you
But
testified you had a bruise across
You
your jaw.
gotta be
That is
you
correct.
gotta be very careful with the words
And
that
there
come
is
out of
not
your
a
mouth when you're
single
testifying.
medical record reflecting treatment for any of those injuries, is there, Ms. Heard?
I didn't seek treatment.
And the day after you sustained all these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came to the house in Australia, right?
Well, he came the third day along with security.
The day after you sustained these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came along with nurse Debbie Lloyd, correct?
Well, that fight went into the morning, like early hour morning, so technically that last day.
Dr. David Kipper is Mr. Depp's, or was Mr. Depp's physician, right?
I believe he still is.
But he
Yes.
was at the time.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was also your physician.
This is the issue with
Also saw
lying.
me.
Is when you start to
Not
go.
saw you, he was your physician, correct, Ms. Heard?
Johnny
Her
was
lawyer
the
is being
client,
very
but he
specific
also
and very simple
treated
with the
me.
logic trail on her testimony.
Let's please
And,
pull up.
Starting to fall apart for Amber a little bit. All right, their video's glitching out again. How long is the trial? Welcome, DJ. The trial, it's been going on for 17 days now. Last week they were off for a whole week. How long is the trial going to be? It's really hard to say. I don't know. There's not really like a set amount of time for it, I believe. It's whenever the prosecution or defense goes through all of their witnesses. So, we'll see. I don't know what's going on with this video, though. There's no audio, it's frozen. It's not on me, it's on the live stream. Apparently, like, the footage of the trial's been kind of shit.
Debbie Lloyd also
surprising.
came to the house that day.
Yes, she came with Kipper.
Yeah. Miss Lloyd is a nurse.
Like on the Law and Crime Network, that live stream had 10 million views.
Connolly also came to the house that day.
Just today.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Connolly is one of the security guards, correct?
That is correct.
You had known Mr. Connolly for years at that point.
Yes, that's correct.
You flew back to Los Angeles the next day with Ben King. Is that right?
I can't be certain if it was the next day or the day after, but somewhere around there, yes.
And the day you arrived back in Los Angeles, you saw Travis McGivern,
Shit, am I
correct?
I don't recall seeing Travis, no.
You don't recall Mr. McGivern picking you up from the airport with Ben King?
I don't remember that, no.
And the same day, you also saw your own nurse, Erin Barem Filati, that day, correct? The day you arrived in Los Angeles?
I don't recall if I saw her that day.
You saw Miss Filati's testimony in this case by video deposition, correct?
That is correct.
And you heard her testify that she saw you the day you arrived back from Australia on March 9th, 2015.
I believe she testified that she came to dinner where I was with friends. Yeah, I believe that.
So she saw you that day.
I believe that evening I saw her at dinner.
Okay. And then you saw Erin Barem Filati again the next day for a private meeting, didn't you?
Thoughts on Pirates of the Caribbean 6? I can't, it's
I'm
already
not
on
sure
6.
if
Holy
that's-
shit,
if
yeah, I
that's what
forgot.
she
Oh,
testified to.
without
I'd have
Captain
to
Jack
see the
Sparrow?
records to know.
You heard her
I talked about
testify
this a little bit
according to her
yesterday.
notes. She met with you privately.
I think it's gonna be shit. I honestly, I'm not a, like, it sucks because it's like a double story. Like I like Disney. Like I grew up watching Disney stuff, right? And I grew up loving Disney. But like Disney has gone fucking woke and crazy, and I honestly hope that movie tanks. And it's not because like it sucks because I'm sure there's actors and stuff who have like waited one of their whole life to get into a movie like that, and they finally do. and you got like some shit like this. So I feel really bad for all the people who are gonna get like stuck with the negative impact that this movie's gonna have. But you know that people are not gonna be happy with it. You already know that. Like, it could be even a great movie, but how are you gonna have it without with Jack Sparrow? Unless you have a whole different movie that Jack Sparrow is like not like the whole character is not even a part of. It might work, but like I don't know. But God forbid they actually try to do another Jack Sparrow with a different actor. Like that would be really bad.
So you took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his fingers, correct?
This was while I was packing, when I was leaving.
That's a
when I
yes,
took the
right?
photo.
Ms. Heard?
What's the question? I'm sorry.
You took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
And you took this picture after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp, yes?
That's correct.
Yet you didn't capture yourself in the mirror, did you?
I don't see myself in the mirror, no.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 375. You took this picture as well, right, Ms. Heard?
Hey,
That's
Duke, how
correct.
you doing?
And this is
Welcome,
from
buddy.
one of the bathroom mirrors in Australia.
That's correct.
This is also a picture taken after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
And this is also a picture taken after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp.
That's correct.
Hold on, let's look at this for a second, guys. Let's look at this mirror. What's it say in here? Call Carly. Does that say call Carly? S. She said it something, babe. These fucking two are crazy. These two are absolutely batshit crazy, aren't they? I feel bad for whoever has to clean this up out of that hotel room.
You didn't capture yourself in the mirror in this picture either, did you?
I do not see myself in the mirror in that picture.
Is that because you didn't have any visible injuries on you?
It's because I was taking a picture of the writing.
Let's talk about the writing on this mirror. So the writing in black paint is from Mr. Depp, correct?
It's all from Mr. Depp.
And it's your testimony under oath that you did not write the red text that says, quote, call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe, end quote.
Call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe. Okay, that's what it says. That's what it says.
Write the red text that says, quote, call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe, end quote.
That's correct.
Oh.
Because if you did write that, it means that your husband was walking around the house bleeding from his amputated finger, and you're writing snarky messages to him on a mirror, right?
I don't know what your question to me is. I'm sorry.
Let's please take a look at defense.
That was just for the jury to hear. That literally was just for the jury to hear. You're right, snarky. This fucking live stream. Hold on, I'm gonna see if there's a better one here. Hold on. Like if this is the same for all of the live streams on it, or if it's just like this Fox footage or whatever it is. Let's see. Hold on. Timing is what I gotta figure.
Up smashing a wall-mounted phone, not to wear rings on every finger.
That is what I testified to.
Okay.
This is really fucking.
And you testified that you bled as a result of this sexual assault. I don't believe he claimed he had injuries, though. Is that right?
Right here.
You took this picture after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp, yes?
That's correct.
Yet you didn't capture yourself in the mirror, did you? Please pull up Defendant's Exhibit. You took this picture as well, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this is from one of the bathroom mirrors in Australia?
That's correct.
And this is also a picture taken after you had allegedly been either, did you?
I do not see myself in the mirror in that writing.
She is crazy. Fuck.
Correct?
They're both. I think they're
all
both a
from
little
Mr. Depp.
nutty.
And it's your testimony under oath that you did not write the red text that says, quote, call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe, end quote.
That's correct.
Is it too
Because
loud or
if
is
you
it
did
not
write
loud
that,
enough?
it means that your
Good?
husband was walking around the house bleeding from his amputated finger, and you're writing snarky messages to him on a mirror, right?
I don't know what your question to me is. I'm sorry.
Let's please take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1830.
Maybe it's just
I
that
believe
other
this,
live footage.
this picture is also admitted into evidence.
That's correct.
This is a picture of the same mirror, right?
That's correct.
But you didn't take this picture.
No, I did not.
This is the one that Ben King took.
And I don't see him in the mirror either.
I bet she wrote it.
I don't believe he claimed he had injuries, though. Is that right?
I did not hear Ben King talk about his injuries, no.
Okay. So you would agree, Ms. Heard, that the black text on the mirror says, quote, "She loves naked photos of herself. So modern, so hot."
Okay.
I had not read that yet. I mean, before, but yeah, that's what it says.
But you were taking pictures of the text, but you had not read that before?
I haven't seen this. It didn't make sense to me at the time when I read it in person.
Okay. Again, Mr. Depp wrote that.
I don't know who else would have.
So, Ms. Heard, just to be clear, it's your testimony that Mr. Depp also wrote the message in red about
She
Carly
testified
Simon
to it,
saying
just
it
yes
better,
or no.
right?
That's correct.
You know Carly Simon sang the song "You're So Vain," right?
I was told that.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was writing messages to himself in the mirror back and forth.
The best I can describe it is it looked like a crazy conversation. It was on the walls, it was
With
on
himself.
lampshades, it was on cushions.
It's your testimony the crazy conversation was with himself.
That's what it looked like from the bloody messages I found.
And you would agree with me that in this photograph, the red text has been smudged with black paint, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's please pull up, if we can, Defendant's Exhibit 375 again.
Are they gonna actually be able to prove that it was her somehow?
The black smudge isn't in this picture that you took, right?
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp must have not liked his own message to himself.
I'm not quite sure what was happening when Ben took that
The
his
audio
photograph
for this
now.
live stream is really bad.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, which is already in evidence, and play the portion from 157:21 through 158:54. It's a recording, Your Honor.
It's not to get you mad. It's not to get. It's just to get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went
To avoid talking to me, to avoid
escape
working it
the-
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do
That's
it
fair.
at
That's
minute
fair.
3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. There are rounds, man. And when it gets too fucking hairy, the ref
There are
splits them apart or
rounds.
whatever. But all I'm saying is,
I wanna go there.
You can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and mounting. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, bam, bam. Here you come. I come out. Fight, crazy, escalated. I go split again. I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock, knock, knock. Bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me.
Every
This is what really happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Heard?
I did knock on a bathroom door on the first night.
Not a bathroom door.
Is she
5
gonna
bathroom
downplay
doors
this?
And 2 bedrooms. Isn't
Johnny
that
is
right?
not an accurate historian of what happened during
Ms.
that
Heard, Ms.
period
Heard,
of time. I'll guarantee
Ms.
you
Heard, that's not my question.
Answer the question.
5 bathroom doors, 2 bedrooms. That's what you knocked on.
I
That's
was
what
there.
actually happened in Australia, isn't it?
Here's the thing. I'm sorry for pausing it, but all she has to do, if that's not the case, just say no. Just say no and be done with it. Quit being so combative on the stand.
Ms. Heard.
I was there.
So that's a
I
no?
remember it. I knocked on one bathroom door. I came on the first night after he decided to take the bag of MDMA.
Ms.
And I
Heard,
went to check
Ms.
on
Heard,
him and see
I'm going to
if we
move to
could-
strike everything after I knocked on one bathroom
She
door.
can't do that. She's answering the question.
Not quite, so I will sustain the objection. Just answer the question, okay, ma'am?
Fuck.
The recording we just listened to, that's exactly what happened in Australia. Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger after you threw a bottle at him. Isn't that
Yeah,
right?
Johnny's like,
That is incorrect.
she's being
You're the
ridiculous.
one who assaulted someone with a bottle in Australia. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
I didn't assault Johnny in Australia. I didn't assault Johnny ever. I couldn't.
And then after he was injured,
You couldn't.
you had
That's
to hide from
bullshit.
you, right?
That is incorrect.
5 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms.
That is incorrect.
And you would pursue him.
I'll be right
That
back,
is
guys.
incorrect.
Because he was avoiding talking to you, right?
He did that first night when
he was
I tried to
avoiding-
talk to him about the drugs.
And he was avoiding working it out.
No, he was avoiding agreeing to not fight about the drugs.
You weren't scared of him at all, were you?
I have a mixed relationship with Johnny, and one in which I'm scared, one in which I love him very much.
I'm not talking about your mixed relationship. That night in Australia, after you cut off his finger with a bottle, you weren't scared of him at all, were you?
This is a man who tried to kill me. Of course it's scary. He's also my husband.
Ms. Hurd, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371. I do not believe these have been admitted into evidence.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't have them.
If we can scroll down, please. Is this one already in evidence, Ron? No.
Ms. Bretterhoff, if you don't have your microphone on, I cannot hear you. You still don't have it on.
Redacted, oh. I need to take a look at the unredacted for a minute, Your Honor. Just bear with me.
All right.
I'm not admitting it into evidence yet. I would like to just
Okay, you
talk
can
to the
ask
witness
the
about it,
question.
if I
Go ahead.
could. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, miss anything good?
Ms. Hurd, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371. Do you recognize these text messages between you and Dr. Cowan?
That's some
I don't
pineapple.
recognize these, no.
Who's Dr. Cowan?
He was my therapist that was recommended to me from Dr. Kipper. He and Dr. Kipper worked together.
He was your therapist at the time, correct?
That's correct.
And you had been seeing him for almost a year in March of 2015?
My guess would be about 6 months at that point.
I feel like here's the thing. I feel like this lawyer could say something that's like they both agree on, but she's just going to be like, was it a year? She'd be like, I think it was like 11 months, so not a year. He just has to like combat everything. What the hell? You're at a fork.
Your text messages are in gray, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that she show her the unredacted so that she can see the text exchange back and
right,
forth
if you
if
can-
she wants to talk
Absolutely.
about
All right, we'll
moving
pull
the
that up.
unredacted
Sure.
later.
Let's go ahead and
Thank you.
pull it up.
Seeing these unredacted messages, does this refresh your recollection that these are indeed communications between you and Dr. Cowan?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Doctor, your text messages are in gray, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Dr. Cowan's are in blue?
You think that's
That
what
is
happened,
correct.
Bon?
You see the text message at the bottom of the
Probably.
page from March 8th, 2015 at 8:29 p.m.
They're both nutty.
Yes, that's correct.
March 8th is the day that you were allegedly sexually assaulted by Mr. Depp in Australia, correct?
That is correct.
So on March 8th, 2015, you were in Australia,
That is correct.
and Mr. Depp's finger had just been cut off, right?
That is correct.
And you write to Dr. Cowan, quote, I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
You weren't able to change, were you, Ms. Hurd?
I very much wanted to leave the relationship I was in, but I didn't have the power. I didn't feel I had the power to leave. I knew I was in a very toxic relationship with Johnny, and I knew I needed to change that. I knew it was, at this point, horrible for me. And I
I'm gonna
talked to
move
my
to
therapist
admit-
often about that.
Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted with just Ms. Hurd's messages.
All right.
Your Honor, I object because she has left out the next two lines from Ms. Hurd that clarify even further, and I also think
Ms.
that Dr.
Bretterhoff,
Cowan's
Could you
Your
show me
Honor, may
just-
we
Yeah,
please
let's go.
approach?
Let's-
This is
Depp's lawyer, she is not taking the shit. He's not having any of it. Oh, man. This is getting good. I like the cross a lot better, huh? The other stuff is boring. Yeah, like what I said before, too, yesterday, like, I'm sure there's some truth into, like, some of the stories that she said about Johnny, right? And I don't know, like, which ones per se, right? But I'm sure there's got to be some inkling of truth to, like, how mad he gets and all this stuff. And a lot of that, again, I see from somebody who's been cheated on. Like, if I had to guess, right, and I don't know what's been proven or not, really. Okay, I don't really care that much about this case. I think it's interesting, but I'm not, like, trying to get crazy in depth to it. But I have a feeling he's been cheated on. They're still together. He doesn't trust her. He's always thinking she's cheating on him. She's very antagonistic, and and then abusive, clearly, because that's proven. And they're just always at each other's throats. I don't know. It just seems like a very bad relationship overall. So, but like her trying to sell this idea that like she is this fucking saint and has done no wrong, is clearly not. Nobody's buying it. You know, at least nobody
So, Your
watching
Honor, I'm going to
it
move
from
to
the outside.
Defendant's
is buying
Exhibit
it.
371 as redacted.
All right, 371 in evidence as redacted over objection.
You're a woman who understands
Yes, ma'am.
women. She's a fucking psycho. All right,
can
you know what?
publish
I'm
that
gonna
to the jury.
take what
Thank
you
you.
got to say more than what I'm thinking, because yeah, I'm just
So
a
you write,
cis
Mr.
white male,
Dr.
and
Collin,
can't
I
have
feel
a
so
fucking
lost.
opinion.
I can't
So.
talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change. Right?
But no, she's
And I said
fucking
I
crazy.
clearly can't figure this out
crazy.
in the relationship.
You didn't say that. You
I
said
did.
not the relationship. Your text messages. Clearly, I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
What I was saying to him
No,
is
Ms.
clearly I
Hurd,
can't
Ms.
figure
Hurd,
this
Ms.
out
Hurd,
as a
that's not my
Yes,
question. The text. Just the text.
That's exactly what I was saying.
What you texted. Clearly,
Thanks.
I can't
Thanks,
figure
Melinda.
this out. I feel so lost right now.
That's
That's
what
right.
I was saying.
Okay. Thank you.
God damn, she just needs to answer the
Ms. Hurd,
question.
you contend.
Your Honor, just for clarification, so those two next lines did come in?
They are in the redacted
Okay,
copy.
good. All right, thank you.
Ms. Hurd, you contend that there's another incident of abuse in March of 2015 after you and Mr. Depp returned from Australia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this incident took place on March 23rd, 2015?
That's correct.
And this supposedly occurred in the penthouse at the Eastern Columbia building?
That's correct.
You had found text messages between Mr. Depp and another woman, right?
That is correct.
So you confronted him about cheating on you.
That's correct.
And this was about 2 weeks after you had returned from Australia.
That's correct.
So this is shortly after Mr. Depp supposedly sexually assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was 2 weeks after he assaulted me, yes.
And you decided to confront him about cheating on you?
I didn't decide to. I wanted to.
Mr. Depp's finger was freshly injured at this point, right?
He had a cast on it.
The top of his right finger had been cut off 2 weeks prior.
That is correct.
And he had a pin in his finger, true?
I don't recall when the pen was placed.
A skin graft?
I'm not quite sure. He had several different procedures and they were kind of spread out over a period of time, so I don't remember what happened and when
One of those
exactly.
procedures was to treat the MRSA that got on his finger too, right?
At some point, I knew he had an infection.
And his right hand was in a bandage, right?
It was casted.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was able to attack both you and your sister with his hand in that state, right?
That is correct. He had a hard plaster cast on it.
Debbie Lloyd was present in the penthouses when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you claim that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can at Miss Lloyd that evening.
Yes, that's correct.
And you put in a sworn statement to that effect in the UK case, right?
That is correct.
But that's not true, is it?
That's what happened.
You know what a deposition is, right, Ms. Hurd?
Yeah,
I've had several, yes.
staff?
Yeah, so you know what it's when someone provides testimony under oath.
That is correct.
You're aware that Miss Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case, correct?
That is true.
You got a
And Miss
staph
Lloyd's
infection in that
deposition
finger? That
testimony was
fucking
played earlier in
sucks.
this trial, right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
I feel bad for the judge. Bum, bum, bum. What do we want to attack here? Need to let him get these.
So in a deposition, Ms. Heard, you know it's when someone provides testimony under oath, right?
That's correct.
And you're aware that Ms. Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case.
That's correct.
And Ms. Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial.
Yes.
So you heard Ms. Lloyd testify under oath that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her.
I can't remember if she didn't recall that or if she said it didn't happen. I don't remember. I vaguely sense she didn't recall anything.
What is happening right now?
So it's your testimony that Ms. Lloyd would forget that Mr. Depp, a very famous patient of hers, threw a can of Red Bull that nearly missed her, according to your version of events?
To be fair, I just don't remember if she said when she testified that she didn't recall that incident or if it didn't happen. I don't remember what she testified to. But I have a vague sense that she didn't recall much at all.
What?
She recalled and she testified in this
She
courtroom
testified, yeah.
that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her. That was her testimony, wasn't it?
I don't recall what her testimony was with
You can
regards
show her.
to that
Show
one
her.
incident.
Show her the fucking
You
testimony.
actually filed a complaint against Ms. Lloyd's nursing license right before she was supposedly deposed in this case, didn't you?
No, I don't believe I did.
Are you aware that someone filed a complaint against Ms. Lloyd's nursing license in connection with her care of Mr. Depp for failing to report abuse?
No, I had no idea. You're the first person to let me know about that.
It's your testimony under oath, that wasn't you?
That is my testimony. I didn't even know about that until now.
Travis McGivern was also present when Mr. Depp supposedly
man.
attacked you, correct?
Pressing the issue.
He walked in at some point.
And you heard his testimony that it was actually you who punched Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
It's always been my own testimony that I hit Johnny.
And you who was throwing things at Mr. Depp.
Oh,
I
she says
hit him
not
in
punched.
defense of my sister. I didn't have anything to throw at him. I never threw anything at him. I hit him when he attacked me and my sister. Specifically when he moved for her. That's when I hit him.
So it's your testimony under oath. You threw nothing at Mr. Depp. Mr. McGivern's lying.
I have thrown things at Johnny,
No,
to be clear, but not
thrown
that
things
occasion.
that evening.
Not on that occasion.
So it's your testimony, Mr. McGivern imagined that you were throwing things at Mr. Depp from the mezzanine level down towards where Mr. Depp and Mr. McGivern were standing.
There
Well,
we
he
go,
certainly
man.
wasn't
She's
gonna
getting
say
caught
it
in
about
a
his
web
client.
here.
Ms. Heard, you and Mr. Depp kept a journal together, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
You wrote each other messages in that journal, right?
That is true.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 91. I'm only going to be showing you certain portions of this, so if we could please call this Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A. This is the journal that you and Mr. Depp kept with each other in electronic form, correct?
That is correct.
And if we could scroll through, these are all entries that you made in the journal, correct?
Yeah. Well, it's like it's easy too for Depp's lawyer because it's basically just testimony. She's literally just reviewing the testimonies throughout the case and how they don't match up, how they're conflicting. Somebody's lying, right? Like,
Is it done?
so
Yes.
I don't know.
I'm going to move for the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A, and I've gone ahead and redacted Mr. Depp's writings as on hearsay grounds.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approve?
Okay.
Oh, I forgot. There's music in the background. Is that annoying? Should I turn the music off, guys? I forgot I have music playing for you guys. You want no music? Is that better? I was gonna turn that off, but I forgot. But if you guys want it, I'll put it back on.
Let's start with the first page. It's a picture.
Your Honor,
It's a picture.
they haven't given me the pages yet. Your Honor.
Writing them down.
Okay, let's write them down first. Sorry, Judy. Let's write them down first.
The judge is kind of like, this is ridiculous.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, all right.
If we could please publish this to the jury.
91A in evidence.
Thank you.
Over objection.
This is a picture that's on the inside cover of the Love notebook, correct?
That's correct.
And this is a picture of you and Mr. Depp.
That's correct.
And you're in Australia in this picture, aren't you?
Yes, but that's much later once we returned.
You can see that Mr. Depp's right hand is bandaged, right?
Yes, that's correct. That was after it had recovered significantly. That's not what it looked like during the incident we were just talking about.
Like
So this is a
zoomed up
picture
around his
after
crotch.
the events in Australia in March of 2015, correct?
Yes, that photograph was taken months later.
We have the jury look at that photograph. again,
Hey,
please.
morning, Vanessa. How you doing?
Let's now turn to page 3. This is a note you wrote in the journal to Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
This is actually the first note you wrote to him in this journal.
I don't remember what the first note was.
The date on this note is May 22nd, 2015, correct?
That is correct. That was during our honeymoon period.
This is just a little bit over 2 months after the events in Australia in March of
Watching
2015.
some music streams? Nice, nice.
That's correct. We were back in a honeymoon phase. That was the period of
I should
sobriety I
put
spoke
chat
about
on
yesterday.
When after Mr. Depp had allegedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was after the stairs and it was after the Australia incident, yes. And he got clean and sober and we went back to Australia.
It's also 2 months after you punched Mr. Depp because you allegedly thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs, right?
I hit him when he swung at my sister. And this is written months later, yes.
You thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs like he had thrown Kate Moss down the stairs, right?
He swung at Whitney, and I had heard a vague rumor about that. And so it's what I thought of.
Wow, okay.
In its first
Vague
message
rumor.
to Mr. Depp in your journal, you write, quote, "True love isn't about just the madness of passion or instead picking the safety of peace. No, it's about having both, falling madly in love with your friend. That is what has surprised me perhaps the most, that I have seen in you the true bones of friendship and respect. But of course, I still, perhaps more than ever, want to rip you apart, devour you, and savor the taste. Fret not.
Fuck, these guys are nuts, dude.
Yes, it's a love note.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And you're Slim, right?
That's correct.
She knows it sounds psychotic,
Sir,
and that's
I'm
why
now
she's
going
like,
to ask
it's a
you to
love
take
note.
a look at the very last entry you wrote in this journal, which seems to be from April 8th.
This is a dying art, kids.
That would be
you see
April
this
8th,
cursive? This is a
2016,
dying
correct?
art.
I'm not quite sure. I don't
I
see
don't even think
the
they teach
year
that
written
anymore.
on there, and I don't recognize it yet.
It would be a couple weeks. April 8th would be a couple weeks before your birthday, though, right?
That's correct.
Just to confirm, this is a note you wrote to Mr. Depp, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And on the second page of this note, you wrote the following. Quote, "I'm sorry I can get crazy. I'm sorry I hurt you. Like you, I can get wicked when I am hurt, when I feel provoked, shattered. And last night I was. I felt abandoned about the Lily Rose thing, felt absolutely bewildered about your not coming home on my last night here, and was heartbroken and angry after many attempts in vain on my part to rectify the situation and make amends on the last night of what was otherwise a gorgeous trip with you. I am so sorry for my part. None of this is meant to be an excuse for hurting you, because the truth is, nothing is. There is never a reason good enough to hurt you. You are the last thing in the whole world who deserves it. Last person I ever meant to hurt. I love you, Steve. I am forever yours, Slim. Did I read that correctly?
Why is he Steve? Okay, hold on. I've heard this several times now. Why is Johnny Depp? Why do they call him Steve?
Mr. Reed, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 423, which is already in evidence.
I'm gonna Google this shit. Fucking.
This is a picture of you with what appears to be straight red marks on your arms, correct?
Those are scars from the broken glass.
And they're straight and red, right?
I disagree with how you characterize that, but they are red, yes.
And they're on your left arm?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Hurd, you have a history of cutting yourself, don't you?
I do not.
You cut your arm once as a teenager, isn't that right?
No, I said I wanted to. When I was put on birth control pills when I was a teenager, I felt crazy, and I said I felt suicidal.
Oh, I can't read.
So it's your testimony under oath that you didn't report to Dr. Hughes, your retained psychologist, that you had cut yourself as a teenager once?
I said I had told my mom that I wanted to when I was a teenager.
Ms. Hurd, we heard some testimony from you yesterday about a trip you and Mr. Depp took on a train in Southeast Asia. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
That was when you and Mr. Depp went on your honeymoon trip, correct?
That's correct.
And that was in July of 2015?
Yes, that sounds right.
Let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence. You were here in this courtroom, right, Ms. Hurd, when Malcolm Connolly testified to taking this picture?
That's correct.
This is the picture. This picture shows an injury to Mr. Depp's face, doesn't it?
I disagree. I've seen this picture.
Okay, Ms. Hurd,
I've seen
I
this
got the
picture
answer. Thank
before,
you.
and
You
he's
disagree?
not injured in it.
He's not injured in this picture. That's your testimony. Fine.
This one is Photoshop.
Ms. Hurd,
Shut the hell up, lady. You
have your answer.
answered the
Thank you.
question. So real quick, I found out why they call him Steve. All right. So apparently, it goes back to this movie called To Have and to Have Not. It's a film from 1944, based on a novel from 1937. She calls him Steve. He calls her Slim, and that was like, I guess, like the main characters in this movie. It's kind of like dating back to an old film. All right, whatever. I guess whatever you're into, you know.
this is the only photograph from your honeymoon that shows someone with an injury, correct?
That's not true.
We haven't seen any photos of injuries to your face from that train trip, have we?
I don't believe my face was injured on that trip.
Yeah, pet names.
Let's take a
Well,
look
like
at
with some like
Exhibit
actual
91A.
context that like dates back to some shit. Like I don't know.
At
It's
page
weird.
46.
Most people
going
just be
back
like
to the
honey
Love
boo
Journal.
boo, honey bear, honey blah 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 blah.
This is a note from you to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
This is a note you wrote on July 22nd, 2015.
That is correct.
And it starts off with the words, "My husband, happy honeymoon," right?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, please take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A at page 67. This is another note from you to Mr. Depp in your journal, right?
That is correct.
And this one is dated August 1st, 2015.
That's correct.
And you write, "That's enough. You've held this book hostage long enough. Although I can't wait to read my note, I also couldn't wait to tell you how much I adore you. What a beautiful, extraordinary, magical, memorable, wonderful, stunning, surprisingly evolving, and impulsive adventure. I couldn't have imagined a more gorgeous honeymoon. I love you more and more every passing day. XX Slim. Did I read that right?
That is correct.
Let's take a look at the journal.
Maybe they
entry
are.
starting
Maybe they
on
are
page
perfect for each
68.
other. They're both fucking weird, man. How else is she or him gonna find somebody that's weird and into that shit? I don't know. Maybe I'm the weird one. This normal?
This is another entry from you writing to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And this one's dated August 2nd.
That is correct, yes.
And this one is a longer one, so let's go to where it ends on page 70 of the journal.
All right, we got the daily puzzle here. Help me out, guys.
And you write, quote, I hope that things said in anger and pain were just that.
Oh, I already solved it. Never mind.
And that you miss and love me too. And that is what matters most to you. You may say you stand by everything you said and did, and that there is nothing you can learn from this, but I don't feel that way. And it's important for me that you know that. I love you and I'm sorry. I miss my warm, loving husband. XX Slim.
That is correct.
And sad, the word sad is crossed out.
That is true.
Next, we have a journal entry from you on page 89.
All right, it's Black's move.
This is another note from you to Mr. Depp.
That is correct. The whole book is love notes.
So this is dated August 15th, correct?
That is correct.
And here you write, quote, my love, why do we fight? Ever? Why? I love you more than anything else. Are we that uncomfortable with being vulnerable? Were we scared? Or is it something else? I don't know. But I am sure of one thing, and if it's that I can't imagine my life without you. I love you. I will do better. I am sorry. X Slim. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Your testimony, this was a love journal?
That is correct. It was primarily love notes and
apology notes from you to Mr. Depp?
The book was more of a love note book, and part of that communication, obviously, since we fought so much, it was important for me to, try to nurture as much peace as we possibly could. And when things were good, they were really good.
And it was also an opportunity for you to apologize to Mr. Depp for your behavior, isn't it?
I think it's important in every relationship to apologize when you're trying to move past fights.
Let's look at an entry from August 17, 2015, starting on page 90. Here you write, quote, I'm sorry I shook the wheels so hard. I'm sorry we've tested the shocks and brakes to this point. God damn, I love you, Johnny. I love you. I am tied to you forever, you know that? So I'm tasked with making this work for that reason and many others, of which there are many. Let me try to fix this. Let me try to patch this. Let me try to make your heart better. You deserve it. Hell, maybe even I do. I need you. We need each other. You're my cornerstone, my heart, my all. You are my life. I hate it when we fight. I hate having you hurt. I hate that you're hurting. I love you more than anything. Let me prove it. I need you. I love you. Slim.
This is somebody who, God, they're
Did I
so
read that
emotionally
correctly?
abusive.
Yeah, another example
Fucking
of me trying to
emotionally
fix
abusive.
it.
No,
He's
that's
always
you
trying to
being
fix it.
emotionally abusive. Fucking
Fix
A.
it by apologizing for your bad behavior.
I tried everything. I tried apologizing. I tried reading. I tried
And people are like, I need you, I need you, I can't live without you after being abusive, and then they keep saying like, yeah, I can't live without you, and then like, oh, that's just fucking, that's abuse. I've been there.
Let's talk
done
about
that.
December
That shit
15th,
sucks.
2015 again.
It's not helping. I don't know.
Erin Filati, your personal nurse, saw you 2 days after the incident on December 15th, 2015. Isn't that right?
She did not see me as in a medical visit. She just dropped off meds. in the late at night.
She saw you personally, though, right?
She physically saw me, but did not see me in a medical sense, the way a doctor might see a patient. She did not see me in that way.
She was your personal nurse, right?
She was a nurse assigned to me. I didn't hire her. Johnny did.
She was assigned to you, and so when she would see you, it would be physically in person in your home and traveling, correct?
She would sometimes see me as like a medical professional would, and then other times she would just drop off meds and physically see me, like as in with her eyes.
Oh no, I wanted to go
You
back to the
testified that
puzzle.
during the incident on December 15th, 2015, Mr. Depp broke the bed, correct?
That is correct.
And more specifically, you described that he broke the bed frame with his boot while trying to get purchase. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 509, which is already in evidence. If we could please have that published to the jury. Thank you. Ms. Hurd, this is a picture that you indicated depicts the broken bed, right?
That's exactly it.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp caused this damage to the bed with his boot, right?
He did.
Is that a pocket knife on the bed there?
I cannot tell what's on the bed.
Did you use that to damage the bed?
I did not damage the bed. Johnny's
I didn't mean
boot
to
did when
exit
he was
out of the other
punching
one.
me. I could feel him slipping.
Ms. Hurd, you also testified that there was blood all over the pillows on the bed, correct?
On the pillow top, yes, that's correct.
But you didn't take a picture of that, though, did you?
I did not take a picture of this.
About a week after the December 15th, 2015 incident, you went with Mr. Depp and his children to the island of the Bahamas. Is that correct? To celebrate Christmas?
You guys talking about music in my chat? What the hell are you guys on about?
The incident was on the 15th, and we went on the 23rd, I believe.
While you were there, you did a photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
A few days later, I think the photo shoot was about 2 weeks after this assault.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 99. This is a photograph of you on Mr. Depp's island shortly after December 15th, 2015, correct?
No, this was taken weeks later.
On the island, on that trip,
It was taken on the island.
on that trip,
Yes,
weeks later.
CDC.
Weeks
for life.
later.
All right.
December 15th, you traveled to the island December 23rd? That's your
it's
testimony?
my recollection that this picture was taken on New Year's Eve.
Okay,
or
boomers.
the first day of the year. I think New Year's Eve.
And this is the photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection?
All right, 99, we can publish.
Can we please have a zoom in to Ms. Hurd's face?
Like a sacrifice.
Thank you, Tom. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 100. I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection.
All right, 100 in evidence, you can publish.
Ms. Hurd, this is another picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Yes, this is the same photo shoot that you asked me about earlier, and this is several weeks later.
Right. If we could zoom in on Ms. Hurd's face. Thank you, Tom. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 101.
Knight to D6.
And I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
Can we just have the
Oh, knight
foundation
takes
first,
D6.
This is a picture from the photo shoot, Ms. Hurd, that was taken on the island.
This is the same photo shoot, yes.
please? Then no objection, Your Honor.
All right, 101 in evidence, you can publish.
If we could please zoom in, excuse me, Tom, on Ms. Hurd's face. It's your testimony, Ms. Hurd, that you were wearing makeup for this photo shoot?
That is correct. It's a photo shoot.
she's
We
such
can
a
please
fuck.
pull up
Oh my
exhibit
god, that bothered me so
102.
bad. I would have re-asked that. I would have been like, yeah, are you wearing makeup? Because she said yes, it's a photo shoot. I'd be like, no, yes or no, are you wearing makeup? Gosh, she's so freaking. To answer the question.
Ms. Heard, is this another picture from the photo shoot?
I can't exactly tell from the background. It looks like the same thing, but I can't really tell without it being zoomed out.
This is a picture of you, though, right?
It is a picture of me, yes.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
All right, any objection?
I'm not going to object because she identified herself. I just, if she could identify when it was taken, that would help. But I'm not going to object. I'm not
No,
gonna object.
no objection.
No objection.
Okay, there we go. 102 in evidence. You can publish.
Jesus.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 103.
03.
Ms. Heard, this is yet another picture of you from that Greg Williams photo shoot, correct?
That is correct. This is from the same shoot.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection.
All right, 103 in evidence. Publish.
And again, if we could zoom in on Ms. Heard's face. And finally, if we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 104. And Ms. Heard, this is a picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Again, this is the same photo shoot weeks later.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 104 in evidence. Thank you.
Again, if we
Just
could
getting
zoom
the
in on
photo
Ms. Heard's
shoot. You
face.
get to see the photo shoot.
Thank you, Tom.
Queen D4.
You testified that you and Mr. Depp got into a fight while on the island in December of 2015, correct?
That's correct.
And this all started because you perceived Mr. Depp as nodding off during the trip, right?
I thought he was passing out again in a similar fashion to what he had done the previous year.
And when he nodded off, he spilled wine on you, correct?
Yeah, 2-3 times in a row.
You testified that Mr. Depp's son, Jack, was there when this happened, right?
At the beginning, he was there.
He was there when Mr. Depp allegedly spilled wine on you 2 or 3 times, right?
He was there for that because he offered me help.
Right. You also testified that Mr. Depp then sexually assaulted you in the bathroom, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that after this, you needed to get away from him, right?
That is correct.
So you ran out of the house.
That's correct.
And you admit you threw something at him, right?
I did throw something at him to get away.
You sat in this courtroom when Tara Roberts testified, right, Ms. Heard?
I did.
She's Mr. Depp's manager on the island.
Yes, that's correct.
You heard her testify that she witnessed an argument between you and Mr. Depp on the island in December of 2015, right?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And you heard her testify that Mr. Depp was trying to escape you, right?
I don't know if she characterized it like that, but that was the gist of it. She kind of misrepresented it to seem like that, yes.
She misrepresented it. How convenient.
That's correct.
Okay, and then you kept apologizing to
How
Mr. Depp, right?
convenient.
That's what
No, that's
Ms.
not
Roberts
correct.
said? Begging him to come back to the house with you.
That's not correct.
Clawing at him. She used those words.
That's not correct. When she interrupted us, Johnny
She's
had
full
me
of
by the hair.
caca.
Yelling at
Fucking
him.
A. Yeah.
We were screaming, both of us, but I don't know what she would have heard.
And that she observed an injury on Mr. Depp's nose from something that you threw at him, right?
I don't know what she observed.
You also heard Ms. Roberts testify that she included all this information in a sworn statement in the UK in May of 2020. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
You put in a witness statement in response to Ms. Roberts' statement in June of 2020. Isn't that correct? In the UK?
I did several, I think 7 witness statements, and each one contained different information as per recent filings. That's what counsel has you do in that.
And in response to
case.
previous filings, correct? Including testimony from people that contradict your story?
Sort of. So what you have to do is your counsel asks you to respond to things, and you put it in a declaration of sorts, and that happens back and forth over the course of preparing to go to trial in that country. And that's what I did.
Oh, my internet just fell apart.
That was your 5th witness statement submitted in the UK.
I don't recall which one I was asked to comment on Tara Roberts' testimony.
I'll remind you. If we could have Ms. Heard's fifth witness statement from the UK.
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Okey-dokey then. Yeah, my computer's starting to get old. Maybe I think it's just falling apart. My computer's like.
Directing your
4 years old.
attention, Ms. Heard, to page 6 of your fifth witness statement. It's here that you describe the December 2015 incident, correct, on the island?
I haven't read through the statement. I just don't know if I had commented on it before. In a previous witness statement, as I said, there were several.
But starting on page 6, Ms. Heard, you describe the incident that took place on the island, correct?
That's correct, but what I'm trying to say is I'm not sure if I'd describe it in full in this statement.
Okay. I'm going to show you your confidential schedule to the fifth witness statement.
When's the last time the
that
browser
accompanied
was
the
updated?
fifth witness statement in the UK.
Fuck if I know.
May I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't even know how to update the browser, to be honest.
Thank you.
Am I supposed to just do it by itself? Yeah.
In the confidential schedule to your fifth witness statement, paragraph 1 on page 21,
We don't go back, do you?
you describe Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in the Bahamas of December 2015, right?
That is correct.
And that's the first time you ever claimed that Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you in the Bahamas.
That is incorrect.
You only submitted the confidential schedule in the UK claiming Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you after Ms. Roberts had said that she saw you on the island chasing, clawing at Mr. Depp. Isn't that correct?
That is incorrect.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 394. So,
You know how big
Your
that
Honor,
binder
this
is?
is another
Yeah, big old
recording. I
binder.
can represent to the court. This only contains Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's voices. I'm going to move to admit the entire recording. I'm only going to play from 1:17:44 through 1:20:02.
All right, any objection?
Which plaintiff exhibit, Your Honor?
394.
394.
I think I have no objection.
All right, I'll go with that.
I think
All right.
I have no objection.
394 in evidence.
Guys,
Thank you,
lawyers
Your Honor.
need to step it up. Because you can't decide later. I don't think. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
I say when I say I'm gonna try and change X, Y, and Z thing or network or blah, 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 I can only do those things. And since I have been doing those things,
What things have you been doing?
working on these things and not doing certain things, trying to change them. As last several times, especially.
Hence, screaming when I spilled wine accidentally on you for falling asleep, and screaming in front of my kids and freaking Jack out. And that's trying.
I would appreciate. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Johnny.
That fucked him up, you know.
I'm sorry I fucked your son up.
No, it weirded him out. He'd never.
I'm so sorry I fucked your kids up.
He didn't fuck my kids up, but
I'm
it
so
was pretty
sorry.
fucking. It was pretty fucking weird for him, you know.
Because I jumped up and screamed at everyone. Well, that's amazing.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm surprised he's.
I don't need your
No,
Yeah, there's
clever
here, I'll talk about it after.
combats. No. You think you're controlling yourself? You think you're controlling yourself?
Your characters become so clear, especially when you use them. It's embarrassing for you. I'm gonna walk away now because you're actually making me see you even worse. And believing me, I'm not gonna be calling you at 3 o'clock in the morning after I've had an Ambien and think, I'm gonna just fucking forgive and move on. Trust me. It is gross how you're using your kids. I've done nothing but be there for them in a good way. And if you take that for granted, fine. Fine. You're right. Meet a woman who would not jump up and scream if she'd been spilled on 3 times in a row. And I hope you're happy with whoever that is. Because that would be a special kind of fucking person. No doubt.
Yeah, she's so fucking emotionally abusive. Like, oh,
It's you and Mr. Depp in that recording, right?
That's correct.
And you're discussing what happened in the Bahamas in December of 2015, right?
No, that's not correct. We were discussing a part of it.
You're discussing when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children, correct?
No, we were talking about a part of that argument.
Including when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children.
That's not a fair characterization of what happened.
Mr. Depp says you screamed at him when he accidentally spilled wine on you, correct?
I realize that's what Johnny said.
Yeah, and Mr. Depp tells you that this freaked out his son, Jack.
Johnny often used other people to back him up in our arguments.
You don't seem too concerned about that, do you?
I had a lot of concerns.
he's laughing because she won't answer the fucking question.
Mention Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in this recording, do you?
That was not the point of that conversation. If I had gotten into the details of what happened to me with him, it would have been another fight.
You just accused Mr. Depp of, quote, using his kids, right? In that recording.
He would often use other people, yes.
Yeah, I did hear about the shooting. There's been a couple of mass shootings. There's been a few, like a few recently. It's really stupid, unfortunate.
That is correct.
Not a woman who would put up with sexual abuse, right?
I was pointing out the ridiculous nature of him expecting me not to react to something that basic.
Your Honor, would this be a good time for a break?
All right, we can do that. That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research. We'll see you in 15, okay?
Yeah, she won't answer. All right, we'll skip ahead.
As I mentioned, those...
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to get better with black here. Playing the King's Indian. Yeah, see, I feel like you have to go knight first. No? Wants me to go 6 first. Then bring the knight? No, now it wants the bishop. Okay. It's like this particular move order for this opening. B5. I gotta take center space.
All right, thank you. You be seated. All right. Your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, you've testified repeatedly that you were concerned about Mr. Depp's substance use during your relationship, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But you weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs and alcohol yourself, were you?
I did not use drugs when I was with Johnny, like in his presence, aside from the times I testified about with you.
That wasn't the question.
So you weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs and alcohol the times you testified to in front of this jury, right?
As I testified to earlier, I took drugs in Johnny's presence on those 2 occasions, early in our relationship in 2013.
So you never changed your own behavior to support Mr. Depp and his sobriety, did you?
I did a lot of changing to support his sobriety. I tried Everything that I could possibly think of.
But you drank wine around Mr. Depp on a regular basis, correct?
I did drink wine.
And you took Mr. Depp to Hicksville to do, quote, laughy drugs like mushrooms, end quote, right?
That's correct.
And you testified that despite what supposedly happened in Hicksville, you decided to take MDMA with Mr. Depp on a plane to Russia in June of 2013, correct?
As I mentioned, those are the two occasions.
You testified that this was the last time you would make that mistake, right?
That is correct.
And when asked if you would ask Mr. Depp to get you MDMA in Australia, you said that was, quote, ridiculous, right?
That is correct.
Because you had learned your lesson the hard way on the plane to Russia.
Russia, yes, that's correct.
Yours and Mr. Depp's wedding in the Bahamas was in February of 2015, right?
That is correct.
So that would have been after the Russia flight.
Yes, when I did, when we had mushrooms on the island for my hen party, my wet bridal party before. We were not with Johnny. I was not with Johnny at the time.
It was your wedding with Mr. Depp on the island, right?
To be clear, we were both on the same island. We just weren't around each other that evening. We had kind of separate parties, a bridal party and a groom's party.
And your wedding was a month before Australia, correct?
That is correct.
And you arranged to have drugs at your wedding, correct?
Like I said, we had mushrooms for my bridal party beforehand.
On the island for your wedding?
Before the wedding.
On the island?
On the island, yes.
Okay. Can we please
Getting
pull up Plaintiff's
mushrooms
Exhibit
on the island.
1262?
Doing a little hallucinogens on the island before your wedding. Nice. It's a party.
This is an email you sent on February 1st, 2015, correct?
That is correct. Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1262.
Any objection? Yeah, sure.
What's up, Cricket Britt? How we doing? You think I'm going to enjoy this? I have been enjoying this, honestly. She's kind of getting ripped apart. She's getting caught in her own little web of bullshit, which is kind of fun to see. Their lawyer, I mean, it's still a lot more today. Looks like there's a lot more of this. I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming this for. We'll see. But yeah, it's been interesting. I like Depp's lawyer kind of tearing her apart in a very simple way, just kind of going through, testimony and how it contradicts itself. Yeah, and she's trying to bro, she's sitting here staring at the jury. Like, she's literally like, you're the lawyer, okay? You're the lawyer. She's going like this, look, and that's just jury. She's like, yeah. Like, honestly, I need to know. I'm gonna go watch some, because there's I follow Retic Law and some other law channels. I need to know if that's a legitimate strategy that works, because we don't know, right? Because we're not in the courtroom, how it's vibing out in there, right? So, is that good? Is that a good thing to do? Bro, that's what I'm saying, Cricket Brit. I mean, but I'm straight, so she's dude, her lawyer, man. I'm telling you. That might be Depp's new lady, I'm saying.
Your Honor, if we could please have Ms. Heard's email published to the jury.
All right, 1262 in evidence.
This is a schedule for your wedding weekend, right, Ms. Heard?
Bond?
No,
That
it's
sounds
not.
crazy.
It's
I
a
don't know what you're
proposed
talking
draft
about right now.
of a schedule. It ended up being quite different.
Do you see where it says 7 p.m. rehearsal dinner?
We'll have to
Yes,
talk
I
more
see
about that.
And the next item on the list says, quote, after dance party and drugs and music, end quote, right?
That is correct.
So you plan to have drugs at your wedding to someone you characterize as a drug addict?
To be fair, we were going to have parties, as I mentioned. So a bridal party before this, the schedule ended up changing quite a bit. And this is a draft, clearly, that was sent before there were a lot of changes made. The bridal
So
party.
your original
and the
idea,
groom's
Ms.
party were
Heard,
separate.
Ms. Heard,
She's
your original idea was to have a
bullshit
rehearsal dinner with
coming out
your
of her mouth.
husband, the drug addict, the monster, and then do drugs with your girl.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta read this. All right, schedule for the weekend. All right, 2-3. Jerry, Stefan, Gina, Io, and Morgan arrive. Crew 1 arrives. Breakfast, lunch for everyone upon arrival. Dinner for 17 guests. Crew arrives. Crew 2 arrives. Guests and staff. Breakfast for 17. Lunch for approximately 20. Dinner for all guests approximately 34. Rehearsal day. Breakfast for 34. Lunch for 34. 4 p.m. rehearsal run through. And then what? There's just like drugs on
Girlfriends on the
this
island.
is covering it
after
up. I
rehearsal
can't read
dinner.
it.
I realize that's what the email suggests, but that wasn't
No,
a
it's
plan.
not what it suggests, Ms. Heard. It's what you said in that email.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is that the
She's
schedule ended
validating
up
her
changing. We ended
lies
up
to the
doing
jury,
the
Jack.
little.
Yeah.
So your
as I
original
called
idea
it,
was
cuddle
to do
puddle
drugs.
before.
Yeah, your original idea was to do drugs on an island after your rehearsal dinner to the drug-fueled monster that you were about to marry, right?
The as the email suggests, there was going to be weed on the island. This does not reference the cuddle puddle that I just referenced to you.
Cuddle puddle. What the fuck is a cuddle
like to
puddle?
do drugs
Cuddle
on
puddle?
special
I guess I
occasions,
know what a
right,
cuddle
Ms. Heard?
puddle is. But
I have before.
And you did drugs again for your 30th birthday.
This is a wedding.
right?
That is correct. That was a huge mistake.
Your 30th birthday dinner was on April 21st, 2016.
Yes, it was the day before my birthday. Correct.
And you testified that Mr. Depp was running late to the celebration, correct?
That is correct.
And you asked Mr. Depp to bring you alcohol when he arrived. Is that right?
So the utility closet where we kept the wine was right by the elevators, and I also told him he could bring in a joint. I wouldn't bite his head off if he did.
So that's a yes.
That's correct. I told him I wouldn't be
Is that a
angry.
yes?
Let's look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1263.
I don't like how she's just telling stories.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to show, first of all, this one hasn't been produced. This has not, it's
Yeah,
a
I
brand
think
new
you're
travel
right, Cricket,
exhibit, so
you're
I
right.
don't have it. I'd like an unredacted copy, and then I'd like an unredacted copy to be shown to the witness.
All right, do you have an unredacted copy?
We can make one, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your Honor, may we approach about
All
this?
Let's put the queen in. Yeah, so yeah, she's against drugs, and now she's inviting people to do drugs. Like, basically what's happening is, in her attempt, like, because she's literally had, what, was it like 7-8 days of her just telling the story, making herself look like a saint, how she did all these things. Like, she was puffing herself up, you know, for 8 days straight. And now what's happening is all this other stuff, the testimony and stuff is just basically getting repeated, and it contradicts a lot of, like, her character, I guess. They're basically attacking a lot of her character, with statements and evidence like, hey, you know, are you saying this guy's lying because you're saying something else? Like, you know, why are you bringing drugs to this when you say he's a drug addict and you're trying to help him stopping? You know, like, I don't know. She's doing a very good job of kind of like wrecking her character, I guess, and challenging like the story and how she portrayed it. So. And trying to imply impeachment without straight up saying it. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. Yeah, because like that's the other thing too. Because again, if they can prove that she's lying about like some of the shit she's saying, I guess that you can impeach her for that, right? I don't know. And if she gets impeached, she's the main character in all this. Isn't that like an automatic win for Johnny? I don't know. Is it? I don't know how. I mean, it's still up to the jury, right? But like, you think it would be? She's tucked her hair back since the break, and her mimicry of Johnny's outfits. No, I haven't. I have not been paying that much attention. I guess I should. I be? Is that like legit? My hair's a mess. Different kind of impeachment wouldn't really do much. But like, what if they actually can prove perjury, right? At that point, can't you like impeach the witness completely? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know, but too many mushrooms. You're in a car accident. Now you have time to binge this every day. Well, I'm sorry you're in a car accident. I hope you're okay. Well, you're obviously okay. You're here, but I hope you're doing all right. Like a hung jury. I don't know, because the jury doesn't have any fear, because, like, most of the time, okay, like, let's say the public opinion was all for Amber, then the jury, nowadays, with how shit's been going on, like, with targeting juries and stuff, I don't think it would happen in this case, necessarily, because it's a civil court, but, like, they would be like, I don't know if we want to give it to him, because everybody would be really pissed.
Counsel for Ms. Heard
It should
on
be
the
a
laptop,
factor, but they're,
I don't have a hard copy.
Okay.
But yeah, he might not. He very well could lose this case, right?
Let's just
Who knows? Anything can happen.
What's that?
Totally different impeachment. This trial is basically up to what the jury thinks. Yeah, I understand that. I guess it's up to the jury. But I was just thinking logically, like, okay, if they can prove that she's lying, like perjury, then they have to strike her whole entire testimony because she's been proven to be lying. And at that point, if you strike her whole testimony, what's the jury left to deliberate on? Basically, only Johnny's side and evidence, which at that point you think they would favor for him. But I could be completely wrong, and you probably know more than I do.
Okay.
Because I normally would
Ms. Heard,
watch
I'm only
this
going
with
to-
like a
Yeah, I'm
lawyer,
gonna
like you
just
said.
ask some questions
but,
while I'm looking at this.
All right, if you could give her a moment, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
I haven't been for this trial. Kind of watching it. Like for the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, I watched every bit of that, and I watched like lawyers talk about it and everything. This, I'm kind of just like interested in watching the funny bits and enjoying it. Yeah, I'm just giving my my 2 cents here for whatever I see and kind of just having fun with it.
Okay, thank you.
All
This is a
right,
long
thank
ass day though. A lot of trial today. But I'm enjoying the cross. I'm joining the cross.
So, any objection to 1263 as redacted?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1263 in evidence.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, directing your attention to the Plaintiff's Exhibit 1263. This is a text message that you sent to Mr. Depp, correct?
That is correct.
And you sent this message to Mr. Depp the day you had your 30th birthday dinner, right?
That is correct.
And you write, quote, "Hey baby, bring up something to drink and or a joint. I'm in if you are. See you in a minute. Question mark. XX." Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And then the next day you went to Coachella and consumed MDMA and mushrooms, right, Ms. Heard?
I did. Johnny was not there for that.
All right, well that's good to know, Cricket.
Let's talk a little bit more about your 30th birthday. You testified about this incident multiple times, haven't you?
That is correct.
But yesterday you told this jury that you were not called upon to provide a detailed accounting of all physical and sexual abuse by Mr. Depp until February 2020. Is that correct?
I testified that I had not been able to do so until February 2020 in outside of the context of a cold deposition.
Actually, I misspoke. February 2022, this year.
Right. Sorry, I did the same thing you did.
Okay. And you did that in something called an interrogatory. Is that correct?
The interrogatory response was the first time that I could do that outside of the context of being asked certain questions in the deposition.
And you testified about your 30th birthday in this interrogatory, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Nonetheless, you testified to a new detail about your 30th birthday for the first time in this courtroom, didn't you?
No, that's incorrect.
A sexual assault, no less.
I had just not placed when that happened. I was never sure if that was the same time that he did that on the night of my birthday. And I maintained that as well in my deposition.
You told this jury that the evening of your 30th birthday dinner, Mr. Depp, quote, grabbed you by the pubic area, end quote, pushed you down, right?
That is correct.
This detail isn't in your interrogatory response, is it, Ms. Heard?
That detail is in my interrogatory response, yes.
Let's pull up your interrogatory response. If we could please bring up.
You think that's a power move, or being in the white suit?
Thank you.
She was in a dark suit though yesterday, right?
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, she got like a snarky look on her face when she handed that over. You see that? Oh, I like it. There's a little catty action going on right now. Getting under Amber's skin a little bit.
If we can go to your interrogatory responses at page 57. Testified again to this jury that this was the first time you were given an opportunity to write down everything and include all your evidence, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's go to page 57.
You saw that too? Yeah. If the jury is good at reading body language as us, you know, they got to be picking up on that shit, right? No?
At the top of page 57, Johnny and I were not in a good place. I begged him to make my birthday dinner. Do you see that?
That is correct.
Okay, so starting on page 57, you start describing your birthday dinner, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Look at her, look at the jury. Oh my gosh.
On page 59 of your interrogatory response, you write, fourth paragraph down, Johnny grabbed me while holding me down, and I remember him asking me if I thought I was so tough. He asked me 3-4 times up close to my face, "You're so tough. Are you such a tough guy, huh? You think you're so tough. What are you going to do now?" I stood up at some point after getting off the ground. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And then you write after, I remember crying. I remember feeling exhausted and frustrated. And it hit me, meaning the realization of how sad it was that I was going to wake
Yeah,
up tomorrow
I agree
on my
with you.
birthday
Like,
without him.
we're also a long way past this whole like the Me Too movement thing.
Where
Like,
in this
because it was like for
interrogatory
a while,
response
like when she was really getting into
you
like
describe Mr. Depp,
the whole
quote,
defamation
grabbing
thing
you by
or
the pubic
writing these
area and
articles is
pushing
when it
you
was
down.
like believe all women
On
was like a big
64.
trendy thing, which yeah, we need to look into everything, but we can't just believe anybody. Okay, you gotta like have
Page
evidence for stuff,
64,
otherwise
one,
never
two,
really
three
slippery
paragraphs
slope.
down. Johnny grabbed me once, did this taunting
And I
thing
don't
on
know
the
if the
side of
jury's
bed
going to
in
be on
penthouse
that
3,
same
grabbed my vagina and
believe all
held me
women
there,
kind of thing.
asked me if
but
I was
they
so
might have
tough.
been, 6 years ago, 7 years
You're
ago.
not
whatever it was.
describing what happened after your 30th birthday?
I am. I just had not prescribed it to that date with the limited evidence I had at the time. Only in the course of looking at the evidence, preparing for this case, have I put those two pieces together. But I've always said what happened.
You were upset that Mr. Depp was late to your 30th birthday, weren't you?
I was.
Now,
You
if she
knew
was
Mr. Depp had a
trans,
scheduled business meeting
that's what she
or a
should have
money
done.
meeting
Then
that
everybody would have
evening, right?
swapped and been on
No,
her
I
side.
knew he said he did. I didn't know if he had one. Addicts lie all the time.
God damn.
So you didn't trust him?
She missed that boat.
I took it with a big grain of addict salt.
And Mr. Depp texted you that evening to let you know he'd be late, correct?
Yes, he
Sure,
did
hers
text me
are
at some
men
point.
as well. She's able to trick
It was
them.
a big deal to you that Mr. Depp was late to your birthday dinner, wasn't it?
Yeah, it did matter to me.
And you were upset he was late.
I was hurt.
And when he finally did arrive, you felt, quote, invisible to him, right?
I did.
The day after your birthday dinner, you and your friends went to Coachella to celebrate your birthday. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You made a video driving to Coachella with your friends, didn't you?
That is correct.
I'd like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1264. And for the record, Your Honor, this only has
Subpar joke, but you
music
get
without
it.
any words
Bro, you
on
know
it.
that if she was,
And again, it's
people
a
would
new
be a
one.
lot more on her side publicly,
It's going to be played.
or it'd be a lot more polarizing, I guess.
There is no sound other than a
Although
song.
there would be a lot more around that too, because then you got Johnny Dayton, like yeah. I get what you're saying.
What I was thinking though too is like the fact that she's still looking at the jury all the time though, because she's looking at them, right? And if they were giving her like weird looks back, like, you know, we don't really believe you, lady, you think she'd keep looking at him? You know, now I'm thinking about that. Like maybe the fact that she's still always looking at him, she's getting some feedback from them that they have some sympathy for her. I don't know. Now I'm thinking this like a double agent kind of situation, but you know. All right, what are we waiting on?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right,
If we could
1264.
please publish this to the jury.
All right, I don't want to get copyright striked.
To Coachella with your friends for your 30th birthday, right?
That's correct. I'm not quite sure which one of us made the video, but that's correct.
They're
You're
not
featured
really
in that
looking
video
at her.
driving.
That's
You, think,
correct.
you don't think so?
And it's
I've never
set to
been
the
in the
song
court.
Miss You by the Rolling Stones. Is that right?
I don't know.
That's correct.
That was a message for Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
No, that's ridiculous.
You consumed
I saw your
drugs at
62-year-old
Coachella,
dad.
didn't you?
Whatever.
Yes, I did.
You took MDMA and mushrooms at the
Dad's
same
probably
time.
right.
I did, yes.
And it made you feel sick, right?
I felt horrible, yes.
So you left Coachella.
Yes, that's correct.
You
I do think
testified
it is weird that
yesterday-
she doesn't answer the
yesterday that
question,
When you
the
left
person who asked
Coachella,
it.
you left with, quote, your entire group.
That is correct.
And you were, quote, never alone with Starling, right?
That is correct.
You weren't anywhere near him.
Not alone, no.
You sat here when Starling Jenkins testified that he collected you from Coachella when you were sick, right?
He picked up my entire group.
And Mr. Jenkins testified, quote, I collected her, got her in the vehicle. She didn't want anyone else to know that she was
She's
sick.
probably got.
Take her back to the Parker. Should I?
Bro,
assume
Amber's
it's a
lawyer's
reference
got
to
her
hotel?
mic turned off right now. She probably can't even
Alone.
figure out how to turn it on.
Took her to
She's probably been
7-Eleven
trying to
where I
object.
retrieved
And she just
hydrating
can't.
fluids, Advil, and let her have those. Got her back up to the Parker, got her in the suite, and then went back to pick up everyone else. You were there when Mr. Jenkins testified, right?
Yes, he was wrong.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Jenkins is lying.
He's just wrong. I don't know what his intentions are. He was just wrong about that. We were a big group of us. I wasn't alone with him.
Isn't it possible that you don't remember correctly because you were sick from taking MDMA and mushrooms at the
No.
same time?
I remember everything about that night.
Okay. I'd like to play for you Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229, which is already in evidence, at 1720 through 2128.
If you don't surround temporary restraint,
You're right. You wanted to work.
nobody's telling me.
Okay, no, you told me.
We're on the road.
You told me what you wanted. You wanted to work. So that's what I came to figure
You're
out.
not going to call your lawyers and say, stop the process. I don't want to do this. You're not going to do that.
No, not if, especially if you
Okay, I don't want a divorce.
You don't? How, which one? So I know which one.
I don't want a divorce. I never wanted a fucking divorce. I never wanted a divorce. I didn't want you to fucking go to Coachella without fucking talking to me. Because I left you because you were fucking You fucking haymakered me, man. You came around the bed to fucking start punching on me. Why?
Oh.
I love you.
No, I did not notice her desk.
That's what really happened the evening of your 30th birthday, isn't it, Miss Heard?
No, that's incorrect.
Mr. Depp was in bed, and then you came around the bed and started punching him.
That's incorrect.
You don't deny that in the recording, do you, Miss Heard?
I'm not having that conversation with Johnny. I'm not denying anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not having that conversation with Johnny. I was trying to get out of that hotel room. That was a mediation attempt. That was the recording you just heard. It was us meeting in a hotel.
But you're talking about your 30th birthday.
No, we're not.
You're not talking about going to Coachella and...
Johnny's talking about that. I am not arguing with him about any of that.
Right.
Wait, you see Depp's lawyers, right? His face here? He's like, she's fucking straight up lying on the stand.
You don't deny anything, do you?
I'm not talking to him about that.
Going to
Look at that.
publish exhibit, or ask that the witness be shown exhibit 1265.
That's a new one too, right?
That's funny.
This is you and your friends at Coachella, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit plaintiff's 1265 and publish it.
No objection. All right, 1265 in evidence. You can publish it.
There's no injuries to you, are there, Miss Heard, visible in this picture?
You cannot see any visible injury, no.
Thank you, Tom. Ms. Heard, you remember during Mr. Depp's examination, a number of recordings were
mocha?
played, correct?
Fucking nice.
That's correct.
And in one of those recordings, you told Mr. Depp, quote, I hope to
Hey.
God Jack's stepfather teaches him
Stop,
more
Jesse.
about being a man than,
Hey, honestly, I've never had this beer, by the way. Just saying.
end quote. Do you remember
It was
that?
sent to me.
I
It's
do
had-
not remember what exactly I could hear of that recording. I remember I heard myself make a mention of Jack's new stepfather or potential stepfather. I can't recall.
Jack is Mr. Depp's son, right?
That is correct. And I believe I was referencing a marriage that his ex-partner was going to have or getting into, I suppose.
You were referencing that Jack's new stepfather would teach him how to be a man because Mr. Depp couldn't.
I
right?
don't recall exactly what I said, but it was something to that effect.
Let's listen to some of what happened before you said that to Mr. Depp. If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 397, which is already in evidence. And for the record, it's at 3504 through 3547. And then the next clip is 3635 through 4308.
Fucking suck your own dick.
Everything's fine until it doesn't go your way. And when it doesn't go your way, I'm in trouble.
What the
You know
fuck? Suck your own
I
dick,
don't
so she
need
said.
you. I don't want your kind of woman. I don't want your kind of woman.
Suck my dick.
I don't want your kind of
Suck
woman.
my dick.
I've
Hey, guess
on
what?
my path.
So
Suck
what
my
the
dick
fuck?
and
Big mistake. I wish I had fucking hadn't.
Oh, yeah.
I wish I fucking hadn't. I wish I fucking hadn't bought into any of your fucking lies, your bullshit, your sober fucking presence, your fucking goodness, your sweetness, all the lies. I wish I hadn't bought into the months of you being you. I wish I hadn't bought into the promises. I wish I hadn't fucking thought I could have kids with you. You're a fucking kid yourself. I wish I hadn't bought into any of the lies you sold. Talk about fake bill of goods. You're
have
the
some
biggest
fat baby with a fucking
fucking,
producer
you're
who
the
do shit.
biggest fucking seller of fake fucking bill of goods. Talk about presenting yourself as
I
something
did
you're
myself
not.
the fake
Suck my
seller
dick.
of goods.
Suck my
I
dick.
fucking
Suck my
you
dick,
left
suck my
nothing, and
dick,
I've
she
left
says.
everything. So suck your dick.
Yeah.
Suck your dick.
Sucking your next move. This is what
Suck
you
it.
fucking need. No, I don't want to suck your dick. I don't want nothing to do with your
Oh,
fucking
because I really
midsection.
need something.
Well, go get it, man.
Because I need something. Go on.
Huh?
Fucking fuck yourself.
I
No shit, I don't. Suck with it.
don't want to.
You're trying. It's gonna be all made up.
No, it's not really true, Amber.
Actually, it kind of is.
It kind of is. What are you talking about? You been doing some
No,
research? Oh, is it? What is it?
no, I'm sure Rochelle's available. Call her up. I'm sure she's available.
Maybe she is.
I'm sure she is.
We'll see.
I'm sure she is.
I'll let you know.
She sounds
Oh,
fucking
I'm
crazy.
sure she is. For her yoga vlog.
She sounds like Kamala Harris.
That's
For
fake glass.
crying out loud.
No, I'm sure she's.
That fake glass is so disgusting,
I'm
man.
sure she's great. I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you've been giving me some of
No.
the best performances in
No,
the world.
no,
Fucking
you're
trash.
right. I don't. It's all about performance.
Well, how am I? I don't regret. I don't regret.
What else? What else that you do? Oh, come on.
don't
Be
regret
more.
it.
Come
I don't
on.
regret.
Lay it on me. What else? What else other things do you want to add
Can't talk
to
to
your
me,
fucking
sound
life?
like
He
Bobby
said, you
Bear.
what? Oh,
Like
no,
a
I
kid
want
show.
to know.
Yeah,
I want to know.
Get out your Ubers out.
I'm kind of waiting. You go get it.
Yeah, I'll be in the
Wait, is there no other place for you to run in your 15 other houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man. Go
She's
deal
talking to
with
him like
the
a
shit
baby.
the way
That's
that
what it's
man
like.
does.
She's
Go
trying
run
to be
to
a
the next
dick.
house.
I wish I'd known.
Every man does.
Yeah.
Go.
Go.
Run away. I know it's
With
hard to
your
look at yourself.
fucking ridiculous
I know.
plan.
It's
Your
hard.
panic fucking plan.
It's hard. It's hard.
Screwing everybody else
Poor
over to
thing.
get
You're
your
right.
fucking.
I tried.
get
That's
you
what I
got.
do.
You're the most spoiled fucking brat. And you got everybody out here almost full.
Like the
Don't
fake
last
ass
long.
laugh. That's
I've been
just.
here a lot longer
You're
than
right.
Vindictive.
You got it figured out.
You don't have. Figure out what you have to offer as opposed to going out and get your tits out.
You're right. That's what I do.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Lemon field is excellent.
You're right. You're right.
Excellent choice.
Back to that. Well, I wonder what we else. I wonder what else we can reach for in the last 60 minutes. Oh no, it was 4 years ago. You're right. I'm sure there's other things you can.
Go loud.
No, I'm not laughing.
Or, no, matter of fact,
I'm
laugh
not
here.
laughing. I'm not. It's
Oh.
serious. I'm sure you can find other things.
I know. And stripping. Well, there's always that. You can
You're
always
right.
go back
You can
to
write
that
a book.
for
You can
another-
write a
for
book.
another
I
10
know you
minutes.
can write a book. Oh, is this gonna be good for your book? Oh, should I have you sign an NDA for your book?
You don't even.
Your book.
No,
Is this
no.
gonna be good for your book?
You won't even
Is
make
this
it
gonna be
a
good for your book?
It also sounds like she's talking to a dog.
Oh.
Fucking A.
I have a good idea. How about you sell more of your journals? You don't want to sell out or anything. Let's sell you journals. Oh.
I'm gonna pause it. I'm just gonna pause it for a second. I love how they're making her listen to this whole thing nonstop. Like they're not giving her a chance to talk about it.
Wait.
Hey.
Hey, you're
you
not
don't
what?
wanna sell out.
No.
She sounds
you're
like
not
a-
selling
You don't wanna
out.
sell out, Magic Mike.
No.
You don't wanna
Yeah,
sell
'cause
out.
no one does
No,
21
man.
Drunk Street when they're in their 20s. No, you're right. That's not selling out. No. When you're in your 20s, you should really know what you want. Like
By the
selling
way-
your journals.
By the way, if you didn't know who the fuck I was.
You're right. Go sell your journals like a real non-sellout. 55-year-old. Or, I'm sorry,
6.
52, 51. I don't know. It doesn't matter at this point.
No,
I don't think
it
so.
really doesn't.
I don't really think so. But you're right. I mean, hey, at least I didn't do like a TV show where I was heartbroken in my 20s. God, that would be like embarrassing.
Wow.
If only I was with someone in their 50s that could point that out to me. Imagine mine. You're right. When you play a
I don't think she makes women look like snakes. Like she just people. There's certain people out there who are just fucked. You know.
You don't even know what movies I've done.
If only
You haven't even taken an interest.
If only
Like have to
You
be
know, but I had
abusive
to
to be
watch-
controlling.
I could be like,
I had to watch your fucking direct. and
Like
you
she just
kinda
wants to
like-
control him, so she's in power and she's abusive. And like if he tries to leave, then she cries and she says, "I need you. I can't live without you." Blah blah blah. Oh my gosh.
I can't really hear you. I'm sorry. The reruns
I've been with
of all
this
my
kind of
bullshit
crazy
are playing
before.
too loud for me to hear
Not
you.
to
Oh,
that
this is
level, but
going.
like pretty close.
Pedal my way back. Sorry. I can't hear you.
Thank God I was famous and I got out of the relationship and I had to. It didn't cost me a job, so.
I was 20.
No one cares.
Washed up piece of shit. Washed up piece of shit.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Your
Oh,
jealousy's so tragic.
I'm sorry.
Your jealousy's so tragic. Fucking like
I can't hear
thinking
you.
that I'm going on a road with a
Turn on
band.
my aid. I can't hear you.
You told Mr. Depp to suck
You were
your
with
dick
the loon
multiple
like her
times,
too?
didn't you?
Dude, yeah.
Yes,
that
I
can happen.
did.
You tell him to go run to his 15 other houses, right?
That's correct.
Because that's what he would do when you behave like this, isn't it?
Eventually, he would go and stay in one of the other houses.
You call him a sellout, don't you?
I was expressing frustration
Here
about
we go.
his criticism of my career and how many problems that caused within the dynamic of our relationship. Yes,
So you call him a sellout and a joke?
I called him horrible, ugly things, as you can hear. And
Sellout.
We spoke to each other in a really horrible way.
Pretty sure we just heard you speak to him in a really horrible way. You called him a sellout,
I just
right, Miss
disagree.
Heard? You called him a sellout, right, Miss Heard?
I called him a lot of ugly things.
And a joke.
I
The
called
lawyer
him a
needs to
lot of
just
ugly
stay on there.
things.
You called him a
Simple
joke on that
questions.
recording. You called him
Yes
a
or no,
washed
you
up
fucking
piece of
A.
shit.
I think we both called each other that on that occasion. Yes,
Mr. Depp mentions Aquaman, doesn't he?
yes, he does.
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
Excuse me?
Mr.
Oh!
Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
Yeah.
No, Miss Vasquez, I got myself that role by auditioning.
Fucking A.
That's how
Mr.
that
Depp
works.
says, quote, "Your jealousy is so tragic."
I
heard
love
him
that,
say that,
dude.
yes.
That was.
You were the
That
jealous
was-
one in this relationship, weren't
Oh.
you, Miss Heard?
I think he was indicating I was jealous of his career.
She's
And
trying
now
to
you
get under her
twisted it to
skin.
say it was Mr. Depp. That's the jealous one.
Johnny's always been very jealous when I worked, when I did anything, friends. Yes, he's always been very jealous.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 120E. This is a series of text messages between you and Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish these text messages. Mr. Depp's messages have been redacted.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 120E in evidence, you can publish.
Starts with a text message from you to Mr. Depp on September 26, 2015, right?
That is correct.
And you write, "Monster is back. This is him." Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And then in the next message, you write, quote, "Ran away, first sign of trouble. This is not the man you promised you would be." Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Then in the next one down, you write, "Promised, swore to me you would be."
That is
Right.
correct. The non-monster.
Ms. Heard, you're talking about
sorry,
Mr. Depp
guys.
running away from you at the first sign of trouble, aren't you?
No, I'm recognizing.
I literally read in chat. Cricket's like, this trial's made me like self-reflect and you know make sure I'm not acting in shitty ways towards my boyfriend. Sorry, I'm paraphrasing. And then right after that, I hear Bonds say, "I was literally stabbed in the back by a freak, and I backed my shit up and left as fast as I could." I don't know why. I just thought it was funny to see this
attached
back.
to that. It was a sign, a signal
So,
to me, as a clue.
Good on you
As
guys.
somebody trying to put together clues that we were entering into that phase.
But in these messages, Ms. Heard,
Exactly.
Monster isn't Mr. Depp doing drugs, is it?
It was always the man who did drugs and beat me up. Yes, that's always been the monster.
That's not what you're saying in these messages.
That is exactly what I'm saying in the messages.
You don't
Wow.
describe Mr. Depp being violent, do you?
I do not describe that in this text message, no.
So it's a cowardly monster this time.
No.
Okay. And going down the page, you write a long series of text messages to Mr. Depp that don't get a response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You write, come grown, face the shit, and we can do anything. You go on a little later to say, please come home. Let's apologize to each together. And continuing on page 77, you write,
Oh, what am I doing?
not go to bed mad. And then you say, sound okay? Sound like the priority in the long run?
Why is that a blunder?
Come home. Don't be the monster. Be the man. Please. Please call me. Please. Continuing on page 78. You write, I don't want the monster. I need my man. I need to talk to you. Please, Johnny. Don't force me to be something else to you. This is taking me for granted and I can never stop before this turns into something far darker. Describing yourself in that text message, right?
The exact opposite. I'm trying to interrupt him starting a new cycle where he starts using again.
He's not responding to you, Ms. Heard.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to desperately stop him.
Please answer the phone, you say.
She is so
Doesn't
okay
this
now.
mean anything to you?
For a while, I question like how much is true, how much is not. She's a lying fuck. Okay, this is clearly her talking about herself. She even says, "This is taking me for granted, and I can never stop. I can never stop." She's saying "I" means Johnny. I don't know, man. She's
And it goes on.
fucking.
And I won't read all these messages, but you're saying, please answer over and over again.
6.
Right?
It was very important to me. I was running out of time and I was trying desperately to stop him.
He wasn't
Stop.
with you, Ms. Heard.
Exactly,
Jesus.
which is how I knew it was about
Makes
to
it
get
sound
a
like
lot worse. He would leave, use, and come back way worse, with way less reality, with more delusions. He'd be more drunk. He'd be
I'm going to
more
move
under
to
the
strike everything
influence.
after
I was trying to stop
the
that.
answer to her question.
You're right, she was responding.
I'll overrule the objection. That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is a situation where you were trying to get Mr. Depp to pay attention to you. Isn't that right?
No, I was trying to stop him from using.
And because he ran away from you at the first sign of trouble, you call him a monster.
I was
right?
trying to stop him
up,
from
Alex? How we
turning
doing?
into the monster. The drugs are the key that opened the door.
Who was the real monster in this relationship, Ms. Heard?
Lives in Johnny, half of Johnny. It's not all of Johnny. The other half of him is wonderful and beautiful and the man I love.
I'd like you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 120F.
It's a maiden one? Where? G1.
There's another set of text messages between you and Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Shit.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 120F in evidence. You can publish.
I missed that.
This is a set of text messages, and it's from October 2015. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Here's
In
Johnny.
fact, you sent all these messages to Mr. Depp on October 22nd, 2015. Isn't that right? And again, I'm not going to read them all, but you start off again by trying to get Mr. Depp's attention, right? You write, please come home.
I was trying to stop another
Baby,
bender.
come back.
You write, please come home, right?
That is correct.
Please answer. Don't break us up. Please answer. Please. And continuing on page 97, you write, give me some piece of your heart. Please, no fight, I promise. Please, no fights. Please, just pick up. Please give me 2 minutes. I'm dying. Please. And
Yeah,
continuing on page
fuck,
98, you
dude.
write,
This is the type of shit I'm talking
please
about.
come home. Please come home, Baba. I am so sorry. Actually, you didn't say Baba, you said baby. Apologies.
Baba.
And it goes on. Did I read those correctly?
That is correct. That was another time I'm trying to stop another twist off.
She's so full of her.
This is what would
fucking
happen when
bullshit.
Mr. Depp would try to take some space from you, right?
No, this is what would happen when Johnny had moved into the next phase of the cycle, decided to use,
No,
and our
Ms.
lives
Heard.
were getting a lot worse at that
Ms.
point.
Heard, I'm talking about your actions. This is what you would do to Mr. Depp when he would leave you. You would harangue him.
I would try
Isn't that
to-
correct? You
I
would
would try-
harangue him.
Your Honor, at least let her answer the question. She interrupted you.
That's fine. Go ahead and answer the question.
I do not think I would characterize my behavior that way. I was trying to stop him from using.
You were texting him incessantly. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
It was imperative for my life.
Ms.
It
Heard,
was very
my
important
question is
to me.
much more simple. You were texting him incessantly.
I would
So
Yes
try
or no?
everything to
Ms.
get a hold
Heard?
of him and
So
to
that's a
stop the
yes.
cycle.
That's a yes, right?
I would try everything to stop the cycle. It was that important to me.
And he's the
This is
monster for
getting
not
out of
responding
hand.
to you.
Answer
That's
the
not what
question.
made him the monster.
For
No.
needing space from you.
The monster was not the guy who needed space. The
Not
monster
for
was
doing
who he
drugs.
was when he came back.
Not for doing drugs, Ms. Heard. Not for being violent. Just for needing space. That's when you called Mr. Depp the monster.
Incorrect.
Let's listen to Defendant's Exhibit 598C, which is already in evidence.
And let's not do this anymore, because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
Stop. I'm sorry.
Okay? So let me go, and you go, and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop? May I go?
Please, it causes me so much stress when you leave, when you walk away from me with that. It's like you don't understand how much worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay, I'm sorry for you.
Please, I'm only trying to tell you so that you know you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that. There's no
Yeah,
reason to be mad.
she's
Then
putting it.
say
Oh my god.
goodbye.
Yeah,
I
dude,
haven't
she's
walked away.
giving
You're
him
not saying
nowhere to
goodbye. You won't
go.
let me fucking leave.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts, man.
Let me
Oh my
leave.
God. Stop rushing me! Stop pushing me in the corner and then poking me with a stick and then saying, why aren't you saying the words you want me to say? Stop poking me! Stop rushing me! Stop throwing me against the wall and going, what? You don't like that wall? You don't like the fucking wall? Stop pushing me!
Remember, I'm not pushing you. I'm not rushing you. I said, I need space. I don't want this conversation anymore right now. I need space. And I will take my space. Whether you like it or not, I will take it.
It's fair, I
And
guess.
you'll take
I
your
mean,
space. But if you keep halting
I'm not doing anything
this
to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the rhetoric,
continuing it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't.
Fuck.
Okay, stop. I'm stopped. Stopped. Now I have to go. Okay? So we will speak to each other in a couple.
Bro, I've been in a situation like with that's crazy because that reminds me a lot of like a past relationship. That's nuts. Like they just won't let you leave.
When I get home, we'll just talk, or we won't talk, or we. You know,
I have people say like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill
finish
myself
this,
if you leave
or
me."
we
Like,
won't
that shit's
finish
just
it.
like that kind of attitude. It's like controlling and just like psychotic, like you're saying, man.
But
It's
this is
just-
not
it's
love.
nuts.
This is not happiness. This is not. This is.
Please stop.
Yeah, they cry and then they put it all on you.
So much fucking stress. I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking die. You're causing me so much stress. Please stop. Please. I feel
Bro,
like
this
I have
is
a heart attack
nuts.
almost every day. Please stop.
Then
Please
what do you-
stop.
bad for
doing
your
it.
body, man.
Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why
You're
are
a
you
fucking
with me?
bully. Stop. Please stop. I've been begging you not to fight. I just said, can we please have a normal
Really?
argument?
I've been in a
Even
relationship
normal
with somebody that's
conversation,
like this.
fucking normal argument.
Fucking
And for
nuts,
the last
man.
hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to.
It wasn't
let it
like
go
that
with you
bad.
because
It wasn't like
would
this
be
crazy,
fine.
but it was like one of those things where like if you ever tried to walk away, I'd be like, no, I don't want, I can't do this anymore. They'd be like, oh, I'm gonna hurt myself, I'm gonna kill myself, kind of thing.
Fucking
And you just you're stuck. There's nowhere to go. Like it's fucking nuts, man.
Sean, could you, please? I want you to just go. I want you to take your medicine.
That was a long time ago. That
or
was like
whatever.
a
I'm sorry
long,
that
long
I've
time.
upset
It was
you.
over
Yeah,
10
I
years
think-
ago. So
Thank you, Sean. I'm ready to go.
we're a
Thank you
long
so
way
much.
past that.
I'm really
I'm
sorry.
really
Which is good.
ready. Thank
It's you and Mr. Depp in the recording, correct, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You just won't let him go, will you?
That's not true. We were outside of his studio and he wanted to go and use. It was a pretext. The claim that he was upset with me was a pretext so that he would go on a bender. I knew that pattern by the time this recording happened.
Oh, it's his fault. She was trying to save him.
Is your testimony now that you were outside Mr. Depp's studio.
Here's the thing, it doesn't matter.
I
Like,
believe that
we're
Depp
adults.
was gonna
They're
use-
adults. It's not her job
he
to save
was
him,
gonna go
no matter
use
what.
drugs.
Like,
That's your testimony now?
I don't know. It's fucking,
We were outside his
I,
studio.
mean, I guess if they're married, it's a little bit different.
Cave house, if you will, in the car, I believe, during that recording.
And he was going to go inside and use.
That was the pattern, and as you can hear from my voice, I'm very, very, very scared of entering into the next cycle under what I had been conditioned to understand we were at that point in our relationship.
That's not true, is it, Miss Heard? Mr. Depp was trying to go inside his house to see his daughter, Lily Rose.
She might have been over that day, but
So
that's
it's
not
your
what he was
testimony
getting out of
now?
the car to do, and that's not what I was stopping him from doing.
Let's play the beginning part of that recording where Mr. Depp tells you that he wants to go inside to see his daughter.
She is very emotionally abusive, but she's also
Let's
been
not do
physically
this anymore,
abusive.
because
Like,
I'm really getting
brutally
frustrated.
physically abusive.
And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
I'm sorry.
Okay? So let
Johnny's
me go,
almost got, like,
and you
Stockholm
go,
syndrome.
And I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop? May
you're being
I
so-
go?
It is, yeah, it's pretty horrible.
We'll circle back to this, but it's your testimony that you were outside Mr. Depp's studio.
We were in the car.
You were in the car outside of Mr. Depp's studio,
That's correct.
and he wasn't telling you, please let me go inside my house to see my daughter. He was indicating to you that he wanted to go inside to do drugs. That's your testimony.
I know my testimony is that I knew what he was going inside to go do. I knew what stage of the cycle we were in. I knew the patterns by then, and I was
I hate this
desperately-
fucking cycle. What's the cycle? Make her define the cycle and just. Actually, don't. I don't want to hear her talk.
Let's go to May of 2016. Yesterday, Ms. Heard, Ms. Bredehoff, your attorney, showed you certain pictures from May 21, 2016. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 710, which has already been admitted into evidence. Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that this is a photograph taken of you on May 21st, 2016.
Oh, to be fair, I don't think she didn't intentionally cut his finger off. She threw a bottle at him, it broke, and cut his finger almost off. It would cut the tip of his finger like pretty good.
Which has already been admitted with
Or tip of it off or whatever. Didn't like she didn't like hold his finger down and sever it. I don't know.
This is a photograph that was also taken on May 21st,
I mean, this doesn't make her not
2016,
batshit
correct?
crazy still, but
Yes, although the one to the right might have been taken the next day. I can't be sure. The reason I say that is because there's light in the background. So
yeah, she's got pictures of him like falling asleep with like ice cream in his lap. And it's like I've done that, not with ice cream, but with other stuff.
Different
I've fallen
lighting,
asleep with
pictures in
like
different
pepperoni
lighting,
pizza,
21.
that is
and
correct,
I
yes.
like on a plate, like on my
And you're
on
wearing
myself.
two
I was
thin
laying down eating it, and I
necklaces
fell
in this
asleep,
picture
and I
on the
woke up
right.
and I had
Is that
fucking
correct?
pepperoni and
That is
sauce all
correct.
over me.
You testified that
Fucking-
these pictures
I wasn't
were
even
taken
drunk.
the same night.
The one on the right looks like it was taken in the daytime because I can see the daylight behind me.
But you testified that they were taken the same day.
People
I
taking
don't know if
pictures of me and sending them
I
to
think I
people, being
testified
like,
that they came from the
"He's
same
abusive, look
instant
at
of the
this."
same day,
Like, what the
not
fuck?
necessarily taken on the same day.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 712, which has already been admitted. You testified yesterday. This is another photograph of you on the night of May 21.
That's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up, can we please do a split screen and also pull up Defendant 713, which has already been admitted? Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday. This is also a photograph of you from the same night, correct?
That is correct.
You testified yesterday that the only difference between these two photographs is that the light was turned on.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
The light is on both of these pictures, though. Isn't that right?
It looks to me like the one on the left has the vanity light, the makeup lights, you know, the more yellow hued ones that go around the mirror on, and then the one on the right looks like it doesn't have those.
Isn't it true you just edited these photographs?
No, I've never edited a photograph.
Didn't you just enhance the saturation for one of these photos to make your face look more red?
No, that's incorrect. I didn't touch it.
yeah, we could do that. I can show you that. That's easy to do.
You were sitting here in this courtroom when
That's
Mr.
really
Isaac
easy to do.
Baruch testified to seeing you the week after
I can
May
show you how to do
21,
that right now.
2016, correct?
I was here.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you on May 22nd while you were changing the locks of your penthouse. Do you recall that testimony?
I do. I just don't know if he was right about the date, but I do remember him saying that.
Testify it was his birthday, the day after his birthday.
I believe it was.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you repeatedly in the days following also, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Baruch testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face, correct?
That is what he's testified to.
You were also here in this court when Mr. Sean Bett testified to seeing you on the evening of May 21, 2016. Is that right? You were here.
Like, I'm not gonna doubt that Johnny got violent. Like, I don't know if he got violent with her particularly. You know, like, I don't know if there's evidence for that. But you do see video of him, like, breaking shit and slamming stuff and breaking glass. Like, that's clearly happened, right? I think they're both just fucking not. Yeah, obviously we know this. They're not good for each other. But
see any injuries on you that night, correct?
I think he just had a lot of pent up anger from her. Like, joking. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think the way like she twisted this relationship up into like he can never leave. He has nowhere to go. Anytime he tries to leave, she threatens. Like it's like hurting her. Like she makes it like you're harming her by trying to leave, and you have nowhere to go. Right? It's like literally you're stuck. And that creates a lot of like pent up anger, and you take it out on the things around you, right? Like breaking all the shit. So I don't know if he actually hurt her, but she clearly hurt him physically and emotionally and mentally, and just fucked with him. I don't know. Dude needs to get like a fucking. Needs to get like a punching bag, you know. Do some jujitsu or something. We all gonna light up one? Fucking, we're all smoking a fatty here? Bro, nice. Nice. Light one up and watch the trial. If I lived in a state that wasn't so against it, I would partake with y'all. But, you know. Like, I remember we talk about like I used to have a lot of like, oh fuck, my camera's off. Hold on, I'm gonna switch this battery out.
Tom, can we put these down, please? I think they might be confusing the witness. My question is more nuanced. You sat in this courtroom while Officer Sines testified that she saw you the night of May 21, 2016, face to face, and didn't see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct, Ms. Hurd?
I believe she was testifying about these photographs, and she said that I was not injured in them.
Is it your testimony under oath now that Officer Sines testified that she saw injuries on you when she saw you in person on May 21?
Sorry, let me clarify. I was testifying that I know that that's what Officer Sines said, that she didn't consider my red, puffy face injured. That's what she said.
The red, puffy face, that was your counsel's question, correct?
That was her testimony in the UK.
That's incorrect, and you know that, Ms. Hurd.
I disagree.
It's just inconvenient for you that Officer Sines didn't see injuries on you on May 21, 2016.
It doesn't matter what's convenient for me.
Right. Officer Tyler Haddon also testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21, 2016, and he also testified no injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that correct?
They both said that they did not consider me injured.
They did not see injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that what their testimony was?
What their testimony was is that they did not consider what my face looked like to be injury. They didn't consider what they walked on in the house damage, but it was.
You were sitting here when Officer William Gatlin testified by deposition about being called on May 21 to the Eastern Columbia building, and he also did not observe any injuries on you, did he? And that's what he testified to.
He didn't even know which one I was.
No, I think we all saw on video camera you identify yourself. Isn't that correct?
All right, hello.
I had to because
I had
of
to
how
go
far
pee,
away
sorry.
he was. He didn't even know who he was
But
there
after
to
you
see.
identified yourself, he looked at you. Isn't that correct?
From a distance, yes.
And he didn't see any visible injuries either, did he?
I don't know what he saw.
He testified that he didn't see any visible injuries, did
I
he?
would believe that he didn't, yes.
You were also in this courtroom when Alejandro Romero, who worked at the front desk at the Eastern Columbia building, testified about seeing you on May 25th, 2016. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. I think he said the 25th.
Yeah. And Mr. Romero testified that he didn't see any swelling or bruises on your face when you were talking to him at the front desk.
He wouldn't have.
No, he wouldn't have, even though he had a habit, because his parents taught him correctly, to look into someone's eyes when speaking to them. Isn't that correct?
I know that's what he testified to, yes.
You testified yesterday that you sought a temporary restraining order on May 27th, 2016 because you wanted to change your locks. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Those locks were to the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You changed
I don't
the
think she'll
locks to the
snap.
penthouses
I
on
don't
May
think she'll snap.
22nd, 2016.
I attempted to.
That's why you felt comfortable having James Franco over the evening of
Bro,
May
she did, though.
22nd, 2016, Ms. Heard?
I do not know when James came over.
Okay, let's remind you. Can we please pull
Hell,
up
let's
Plaintiff's
remind you.
Exhibit
I love it,
304,
dude. Let's
which is
fucking
already in
remind you.
evidence, and play from 254 through 439.
Oh, here's a video. Fuck. She in a fucking blanket? Like a bathrobe. Ladies. Ladies. We got a few ladies in here today. They tell me. Is that like a blanket? Oh, is that Frankie boy? Is that Frankie boy? The bathrobe. Look at them trying to hide from the camera. They ain't fucking stupid, though. That's what they're trying to hide. Fucking sneaky bitch. Fuck. Wow. Frankie boy. Bro, I want to see Johnny's face. Is he smirking?
That's you and Mr. Franco on May 22nd, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you're taking him up to the penthouses, aren't you?
That's where I lived, yes.
And it's past 11 p.m. at night. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure of the time it looked like that.
Why don't we pull that video back up?
There's a timestamp on the video, lady. Come on, Heard. We're gonna make her watch it again.
22:51. Almost midnight, right?
That's
Or, excuse me, almost 11 o'clock at night.
exactly.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town the week of May 21, 2016, didn't you?
I don't know what I knew of his schedule at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town on May 27th when you went to get the domestic violence restraining order. Isn't that right?
I don't know if I knew that at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp was heading out on a European tour that week. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure what I understood of his schedule at that time.
You knew he wouldn't be back for weeks, right?
No, that's incorrect.
Let's go back to that recording. It's Defendant's Exhibit 598. So you testified that you and Mr. Depp were in the car outside of his studio. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were trying to prevent him from going into his studio to do drugs, right?
Yeah, to effectively start another cycle.
Right.
Another cycle.
Not that Mr. Depp was just trying to go into his house to see his daughter, right?
His daughter might be one of the people that was in the house at that time, but that's neither here nor there. That wouldn't
testimony is now,
prevented him
Mr.
from entering a cycle.
Your testimony is now that Mr. Depp does drugs in front of his children?
Well,
You know what I
first
just
of all, I
thought
know
of?
he does. Second of all, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't
You know what
have
she's
stopped
trying to do?
his friend.
She's trying to sound like an expert witness or something. You know, like with those experts that like they come in and testify on like how fucking forensics works or how like bones look and shit. You know, like she's like my findings are this. Like that's how she's talking. That's what I just realized. She's so full of herself.
I'm not. I'm
She's
itching.
just an
I don't
expert
want
in her
to
own bullshit.
Be doing this. I want it just to. Why don't you just say, okay, baby, I understand. I'll go home and you do your thing, hang out with your daughter, and then I'll see you in a couple hours and we'll talk about it. Is it that difficult to say that? Or you just fucking hate me and you want to be shitty about it? Please. Just fucking. It's not that difficult. Okay?
What do you think
Don't
she's looked
stand
at?
here in a driveway and argue
Last
with
week.
you. Okay, well, I'll see you in a little bit, okay? Please? Please. Just let me know if you're gonna go somewhere. Just let me know, please, so I know.
Sounds reasonable.
And almost an hour later, you're still arguing with Mr. Depp outside, right?
I don't know how long that argument lasted, no.
Ms. Heard, you testified about seeking a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes, I have.
And how you wanted to do it discreetly?
That's correct.
That you wanted as much privacy as you could have?
Yes, that's
Sure,
correct.
And how you walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras and photographers, right?
That is correct.
And how this overwhelmed you?
It was overwhelming, yes.
Because you didn't want this attention on you?
That is correct.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 800, which has already been admitted into evidence.
I don't have a TikTok either. I've never used TikTok. I don't want the Chinese watching me.
This is a photograph of you taken inside the courthouse when you obtained the DVRO, correct?
That's correct.
And your friend Raquel Pennington took this photograph?
Yes, that's correct.
Because you needed to document your time at the courthouse getting a DVRO?
Bon, are you just Googling
She just took a picture
shootings
of
around
me.
the world right now? What are you doing?
I'm assuming it was in relation to my divorce, yeah.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 801, which has already been admitted into evidence. Ms. Heard, this is another photograph of you taken inside the courthouse, isn't that right?
That is correct.
Were you having a photo shoot inside the courthouse while you were getting a DVRO?
I would not characterize it that way, Ms. Vasquez.
You have a mark on your face, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You didn't use your bruise kit this time to cover it up?
No, it was the only day I actually walked out of my house without makeup on. I had to be
was on the
stopped.
news
My
this
best
morning,
friend
I
saw
saw
me
that.
in the bathroom,
Yeah, that sucks
starting
that
to
there
put
was a
makeup on
shooting.
and told
Sorry,
me
guys.
not to.
All right. Can we please pull up
See,
Exhibit 1?
guns are really hard to get in Australia, right? And you guys still have
Plaintiffs
shootings.
at one.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Apologies.
That's fine.
It's already been admitted into
Yes, ma'am.
evidence.
Shootings here too were also in like places where guns are like really hard to get.
You wrote this op-ed, right, Ms. Heard?
With the help of the ACLU, yes.
And that's
Don't
what you
even get me
testified to
started
in
on
this
guns
courtroom,
today.
right?
That is correct.
And this was published on December 18th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
Aquaman was released on December 21st, 2018, right?
Yes, that sounds correct.
And that was your first big blockbuster, big budget role, right?
I disagree, but it was the first time I had like a leading role in a movie of that size, yes. Well, second time, yes.
Oh, is she gonna say that
What was your first
Johnny
time?
got her the role
The second
again?
one.
But you were the love interest in Aquaman, correct?
That is correct.
Now, he wrote here, quote, and you're referring to what you claim happened after you got an ex-party domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May of 2016, right?
Are you asking me if that's what I was writing about?
That's what you're referring to, correct?
Can you just give me the question again? I'm sorry.
You're referring to what you claim happened after you got an
Their
ex
video and
parte
audio is
restraining
in sync.
order
That's
against
weird.
Mr. Depp in May of 2016.
That's correct.
You also wrote, quote, questions
That's not
arose
on me,
as to
that's
whether
on
I would be able to keep my role of Mira in the films Justice League and Aquaman. This is also referring to your accusations
Those are
of
big
domestic
paying
violence
movies
against
right
Mr.
there.
Depp, right?
Or shows, whatever.
This is referring to what happened to me after I got my TRO, my restraining order.
Against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
These questions arose only after you accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence in May of 2016, allegedly, right?
Yeah, from the time I got the TRO, being associated with domestic violence, that's what it's in reference to, yes.
What do you mean
You
chat
also
lag?
wrote, quote, imagine a powerful man as a ship like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or care about the ship, but because their own fates depend on the enterprise. In this op-ed, you're saying Mr. Depp is a ship, right?
I'm making an analogy to a powerful man as a ship.
The powerful man you're referring to in this analogy is Mr. Depp, right?
I was talking about a bigger issue, actually, than just Johnny. I was talking about what we as a country
She's just
were
gonna skirt the
talking about
question.
at the time of writing this, which is when powerful men in general do something horrible or something they shouldn't.
Oh, now she's attacking all
how
men.
There is a
Oh, here we
system
go.
in place to protect
Systematic
them, clean up after
patriarchy?
them, maintain them
go fuck
afloat.
herself.
You know, this is a reference to not just Johnny.
Good
but
luck
about
making this your
what was
argument in
happening
court,
as a
lady.
culture when we were addressing a lot of Me Too issues for the first time.
The iceberg is you in this
Oh, me
analogy,
too.
right,
She's
Mr.
bringing up me too. As I told you.
did
I
not
fucking
say
told
that.
you.
That was not what I intended to know.
Good luck,
So-
lady.
This is another reference to your accusations against Mr. Depp.
No, this is about what happened to me once I left that relationship and got a TRO and became associated with domestic violence.
But it's your testimony that this op-ed isn't about Mr. Depp, right?
It's about what happened to me after. That's
It's
correct.
about your experience after obtaining a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct, among other things.
But it's not about Mr. Depp.
It is not about him,
Mr. Depp is making it about Mr. Depp, right?
ironically.
It's kind of like that Carly Simon song, right, Miss Heard?
I don't know what you mean.
Let's talk about the
got her.
defamatory statements in the op-ed that you also claim are not about Mr. Depp. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. This is about Mr. Depp, isn't it?
No,
You wrote this in 2018, right?
exactly.
And 2 years prior was 2016, right?
That's true.
Okay.
That's correct. It's
So
not about
May of
Johnny. It's
Ms.
about what
Heard-
happened to me
Ms.
after.
Heard, my question was May of 2016 is 2 years prior
Sorry.
to December of 2018, correct?
That's correct.
All right. May 2016 is when you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence, right?
I got my restraining order at that time.
And you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence.
Yes, that was attached to my restraining order, so yes.
May of 2016 is when you sought a restraining order against Mr. Depp.
That's
correct.
Bindi the Bengal.
Provide testimony for that.
Right. And May 2016 is when you walked into court with a mark on your face to obtain that restraining order. Yes or no?
That was the day I walked into court with a bruise on my face, yes.
And you were photographed with that mark on your face, weren't you?
I walked out to a bunch of photographers, yes.
May 2016
She's
is
the noisy
when you
one.
told the world that Mr. Depp had physically abused you during your
The
relationship.
cat.
Isn't that right?
And Amber, I guess, too.
That I had to provide testimony as part of my restraining order application, yes.
And that's how you became a public figure representing domestic abuse. Right, Ms. Heard?
From that point on, yes.
That's when you claimed you faced our culture's wrath,
That's
right?
when it started, yes.
But it's your testimony under oath that this statement is not about Mr. Depp.
It is not. It is about what happened to me afterwards. That's the more interesting thing.
I gotta pause this for a second because this is literally the nuts of it right here. This is like I feel like the heart of like the defamation portion. Like now as we're getting into the stuff that she wrote about him, the actual defamation bit, right? I feel like the whole other shit that we've been listening to mostly has just been about character.
at least for a while now. But this is like the actual defamation, I feel like, right? This is where we're getting into the article she wrote, the more of the Me Too stuff. Now she's starting to talk about like how, you know, men are prone to do this, whatever, patriarchy bullshit, whatever. She can go fuck herself.
For me to write about.
The next statement reads, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. This is also about Mr. Depp, isn't that right?
Not just about him, but he is included in that, yes.
He's the man you accused of abuse 2 years prior to this op-ed, isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, but I wrote this op-ed in the context of many men at the time that were public figures or in this public eye being accused as well. So it was a reference in general to a larger phenomenon, not just Johnny.
And my cats are like 12 right now.
Not just Johnny.
Not just Johnny.
Okay. And then you write, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. This one's also about Mr. Depp.
I did not write that.
Well, you've accused Mr. Depp of sexual violence in this very courtroom, haven't you?
Yes, but I was intending to keep that private when this was published. I had not publicly ever accused him of that.
I'm going to move to strike everything after the word yes.
No, overruled objection. Go ahead.
Overruled?
You may not have written this title, but you published it, didn't you?
I did not publish a title. I retweeted the article that included the title in it because that was the article.
Let's pull up, please, Plaintiff's Exhibit 3, which is already in evidence. This is a tweet from your Twitter account on December 19th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
I published this op-ed in the Washington Post about the women who are challenging their rage about violence and inequality to political strength, despite the price of channeling rage about violence and inequality into political strength, despite the price of coming forward from college campuses to Congress. Yeah, this is this whole Me Too bullshit. Like, believe all women, no matter what, no matter the evidence or anything. Because again, she didn't have any evidence for anything. She didn't come forward. She didn't file police reports. She didn't do anything. She just came out years later and started writing about it. And yeah, it's just ridiculous.
Oh, it's already in evidence?
It is in evidence.
And again, I'm all for, like, if somebody is,
So on December
saying they were
19th, 2018,
abused, to look
you tweeted,
into it and to
quote,
do
"Today
everything
I
you can to try and find the
this
evidence if there is
op-ed
any,
in the
you know,
Washington
and
Post. Did I read that
you
right?
can't just believe
That is correct.
people.
And the tweet includes a link to the op-ed we were just looking at, correct?
That's correct.
And you can see that the title of the op-ed in your tweet is, quote, Opinion, Amber Heard. I spoke up against sexual violence, right?
Yes, you don't get to change the title of an article you're retweeting.
And that's the title that you put on your Twitter, correct?
I did not put it on my Twitter, no.
You linked it to your tweet.
I retweeted the article.
Melinda, I mean,
I
men and women have the
retweeted
same
a
rights.
link
We've had the same
to
rights for a
an
long
article
fucking
that
time.
I wrote.
And you published it on your Twitter.
You know, at least in America,
I
there's no
retweeted.
rights that a woman
Testified
don't have that
yesterday
men
You
do.
didn't have any control over the title, and just now, of the op-ed when you retweeted it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
This wasn't
Well,
a
I think the whole
retweet, though,
women's
right?
rights thing is a bunch of BS because it's like,
a
what
tweet?
rights do you want? Like,
Perhaps
we all
not
have the same
retweet,
rights right now.
I'm not quite
It's
sure.
a beautiful
It was a
time.
It was a tweet. I misspoke.
beautiful
Excuse
time.
me. Tweet, not retweet.
You included.
I mean,
a
and then
link
we're
to
not
the
talking about
electronic
rights. Then we're
copy of
talking
the op-ed
about
in your
like when it
tweet,
comes
right?
to children. I guess we're talking
That's
about
what I
more
was
to
trying
like
to say earlier.
privilege
and I might have misspoke. It's like
or like how,
I'm trying
you know,
to attach it.
Right. So you
bias in the courts, I
included a
guess,
link, right?
Yes,
to the
that's
op-ed.
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
which I would agree with.
So you must have seen the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you tweeted it, right?
I may have. I just didn't notice it.
Not very careful about what you publish, are you, Ms. Heard?
I just didn't notice the title.
Wait.
You
She
didn't
said
need
she
to include the link
retweeted
to the
something but
electronic
didn't
version of
notice the
op-ed in
title.
your tweet, did you?
Isn't that the whole point of
How
retweeting
else would
it?
I have linked it?
I don't have a Twitter, so I don't know.
You didn't need to include the link to tell the world that today you had published this op-ed in the Washington Post about women who are challenging their rage and about violence and equality into political strength despite the price of coming forward, right?
I couldn't attach it with a paper clip.
No, but you didn't need to attach it at all to tell the world
Oh, I
that
see
you
what you're
had
saying.
published an op-ed.
No, the goal was to tweet about it and to provide a link so that people could read it.
The op-ed
She does
is in
kind
your
of sound
name,
like a
right?
piece of shit, but
That's correct.
So if you had noticed the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you included it in your tweet, You could have asked the Washington Post to change it. Isn't that right?
No, that's not.
But you didn't do that, right? You never asked the Washington Post to change the title.
I didn't notice it, and I didn't ask them, nor do I think I needed to.
At the bottom, do you see that there's another tweet from December 19th, 2018?
Yes, I do.
And in this one, it reads, I am honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights. Did I read that right?
That's correct.
So you announced your ACLU ambassadorship the same day you posted the op-ed on your Twitter.
I think that was always the plan, is to attach the article with the announcement that I was an ambassador.
I'm an
Your
ambassador.
Honor, if I may,
Ambassador.
would this be a good time to stop for lunch?
No, it's too
No.
early.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay.
We got to keep going at least till 12:30.
Okay, that's
thank
fine,
you.
Your Honor. Thank you. You testified yesterday about your counterclaim against Mr. Depp in this case. Do you remember
I'm
that
getting
testimony?
hungry.
Yes, I do.
Your counterclaim is based on 3 statements made by Mr. Depp's attorneys, Adam Waldman. Is that right?
That's correct.
We looked at those 3 statements yesterday, right?
That's correct.
And the first statement was from an April 8th, 2020 article, right?
That's correct.
And that's Defendant's Exhibit 1245 that's been previously admitted.
It's almost 9 p.m. here right now.
Please pull that up. Thank you. If we could please publish that. Thank you. We can scroll down to the 8th page. Mr. Waldman's statement is buried on the 8th page of a 12-page article. Is that right, Ms. Hurd?
I don't know how many pages are here.
Well, this is the 8th page. Let's
Up
go to
here,
the
yeah.
12th.
When's this shit gonna end? I don't know. It's probably gonna be several more days of it. Midwestern fuck. Hey, I used to be Midwestern, but I'm a Texan now. I'm a Southern
Let's pull up, please,
motherfucker, okay?
Defendant's Exhibit
Don't you forget it.
1246.
I used to be a Midwest boy, now I'm a Southerner, okay? We in Texas, motherfucker. Let's go. Yeehaw. Yeehaw. Hey, kitty.
And if we could please go to Mr. Waldman's statement on page 10. And go on to page 11 of a... That's Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
That is correct. I think it's Mr. Waldman speaking on behalf of Johnny, yes.
You don't have any evidence of that, do you, Ms. Hurd? This is Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
I think it's included in the article as well.
That this is Mr. Waldman's statement, correct?
That a representative.
I'll be down
or
to play
attorney,
some
I don't
Rocket
know
League
which
later.
word it says in the article, that it says very clearly that they're speaking on behalf of Johnny or representing Johnny.
Like
Can you please
90%.
pull up
We'll see how long
Plaintiff's
it takes
Exhibit
to watch.
8818, 881A, excuse me.
Hey, I love my goddamn guns. Don't you forget it, okay?
If we could please go to
Texas loves their guns
page
too. I'm in a good place. Yeehaw.
8 of this article.
Bro, I went to just this little local store down the road. The guy working there, he's like a gunsmith on as a hobby, okay? It's like everybody likes it. I wish I could show you my cat right now. She's just like laying on her back. Being weird. You're in the Midwest? Midwest of America? Oh, my
Sorry,
gun
Your Honor,
cat
can I
emotes.
just
All right.
approach?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
the Twitch only thing. Jesse, you can. I believe in Australia. I have friends from Australia who have guns. You know, they say it just takes a little more work, but it's not as hard as people sometimes make it out to be. I like metalworking too. I made my own knife. It's actually in the other room, but I like handmade a knife. It took me like 20 hours to do it from a piece of steel.
My uncle makes knives. Showed me how to do it. It's really cool. I like metalworking too. I'm into all of that kind of stuff. But I
We'll come
love me
back to
guns.
this.
I love.
Sorry, misheard.
I love everything.
Sorry, Your Honor.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Guns are cool. You gotta
Let's
give
go
them a
ahead and
chance.
take this down, please.
Not as bad as people
You
make them out to
testified
be.
yesterday about how your
just a
reputation
tool,
was before
right?
these
As long
three
as you're-
statements were made, correct?
As long as you follow the gun
yes, you
safety
did.
rules, the 5 rules of
Testified
gun
that your
safety,
career was going very well.
you'll never hurt yourself. You'll be good.
I think I said the trajectory is positive. Yes.
I'm actually more afraid of knives than I am guns. I'm not even joking.
That is correct.
I've hurt myself way more than knives than I've ever hurt myself with guns, and that's
That
not
is
even
correct.
close to.
Testified you were scheduled to do a press tour for the TV show The Stand.
Press obligations, yes.
And then you testified that after the articles, you were no longer actively involved in the L'Oreal campaign. Isn't that right?
They suspended using
L'Oreal
my
for kids.
material.
And that you were
Hurt
no
your
longer
eyes.
involved in the publicity surrounding
No
The Stand
cry.
after the articles, right?
That's some
That's
bullshit.
correct.
And you didn't hear anything about the schedule for Aquaman 2.
Correct.
Ms. Heard, you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's three
can't have
statements are
Glocks,
the
I
reason
don't
you
think.
are allegedly no longer active
pretty
in
sure
the
you can have
L'Oreal
Glocks.
campaign, do you?
It's just a brand. Glock is just a
Well,
brand
I
name.
mean, other than my awareness that they
They're a
can't
pretty
use
solid
me because
brand,
of
too.
all of the online
I have a Glock.
attention that generated.
So
And you have no
9mm.
evidence that Mr. Waldman's three statements are the reason that the Stand media opportunities
Shoddy.
allegedly stopped, do you?
Yeah, I know they couldn't
Shotguns are
attach
good. They work
my
well.
name to their promotional
As long as you put
materials
the
because
right
of the online
shot
stuff.
in it.
In
You don't
fact,
want like
there
a
was
slug.
lot of
It'll go
reasons
through like
why
4
you were no
walls
longer
and the
active in these
person.
endeavors, isn't that right?
I disagree with that.
Reasons that had absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. Isn't that right?
I disagree with that.
There was a lot of publicity about your relationship with Mr. Depp around the time Mr. Waldman made the three statements at issue, right?
I do not recall.
A lot of really negative publicity for you, Ms. Heard. Isn't that right?
There's been an ongoing smear campaign, yes.
An ongoing negative publicity campaign.
It's an orchestrated smear campaign.
You have no evidence of that, do you, Ms. Heard?
Just look me up, you'll see.
It's not orchestrated.
look at
Everybody
some of that.
hates your ass because of how you act.
All right.
Sorry, my cat's rolling around next to me, and I can't help but like try to pet her. She's gonna wrap it up soon. You fired a sawed-off shotgun before there was gun control. See, the sawed-off, all the different, the shorter the barrel on a shotgun, if you have like a shot, like a, like bird shot or buckshot, anything like that, it's just gonna spread out quicker, right? So rather than like the spread being that much at like 20 meters, or I don't know, I'm just making up numbers, it might be like that much, just way bigger of a spread at a certain distance. I don't know. Shotguns are alright, but they could be big and lengthy, so no. I always say I mean there's some exceptions to this statement, but like if you're for like home defense or for self-defense, whatever, use what you're most comfortable and confident with. That's probably going to be your best bet. Aside from a couple different things, like if you're most confident with like a slug shotgun, that's probably not the best thing because of over-penetration, but that's not going to be the case for most. Oh, she's about to ramp it up, not wrap it up. I'm sorry. She saves the best for last, and after the break, it's much better. Amber leaves the courtroom in a huff before the lunch break. Really? Okay, I'm excited for that. And we'll skip to the lunch break. Actually, during the lunch break, I'm going to take a little break too. Not long, like maybe like 5-10 minutes. I'm just going to I'm going to make some food quick. Cricket, I suggest you go watch one of my videos. I have some shooting videos on my channel. My cousin, like, I have a shotgun that can fit 3.5-inch shells, which are like one of the longest, like they're long, 3.5-inch long. So they have more powder in them than most like 3-inch shells. and put a 3.5-inch turkey load. So these turkey loads have a little bit even more powder. They're made to like take down turkeys just longer range. And so I put a 3.5-inch turkey load. This thing kicks like a son of a bitch. It's a 12-gauge shotgun, 3.5-inch turkey load. Give it to my cousin. He ends up punching himself in the face with the gun. Like it kicks so bad, like his hand and punches himself. It's really funny. Yeah, that gun hurts to shoot. It's not fun. I don't enjoy shooting that. And I've been shooting guns since I was like a little kid. So I've been like 9 years old shooting shotguns and, you know, falling on my ass or whatever. So I started shooting little pellet guns and shit when I was a little kid. But yeah, so I've definitely gotten to kick before and have bruised shoulders. Or the shoulders that hurt. Because like I'm sighting in my gun. Did I mute this? No, they're just at the bar. Okay. I was like sighting in my turkey shotgun. You know, making sure like the distances, like the pattern, like what's the pattern look like at like 50 yards versus 20 yards? Is it going to kill the same at that? You know, or where's the distance, the optimal distance, and based off of like the choke, which is like a thing you put at the end of the barrel just to keep the pattern tighter or looser. Anyways, yeah, I had to shoot like 4 or 5 rounds to like test it, and God, it was miserable. So I don't even like shooting those types of rounds. They're too much. I've not fun. Yeah, cousin got punched real good. It was pretty funny. He's like a tall, lanky, like 6'1", 6'2" or something. I have a bed behind me, Cat. You won't lay in it. You're gonna lay on the floor next to me. You're supposed to be cute over there for everybody. No. You have a 22 semi-automatic when you're in your teens, but the gun loss came. See, that's not even like that's like a super small caliber, like a 22. If you're talking about 22 long rifle, like a 22 pistol, those like I have a 22 Henry rifle in my other room, but like, yeah, those are like tiny little bullets and tiny little rounds, and you can make, you know, they make them in handguns. It's crazy that they outlaw that. Like those aren't like, I mean, they can be lethal if you get, you know, shot right, but they're not going to be nearly as lethal as something else. Bindy's laying next to me, which is normally she doesn't do this, kind of being goofy and cuddly. Oh yeah, my other cat's name is Sage. I don't know where she's at. She's probably sleeping under my bed. Are they at lunch now, or what's going on? What's happening here? They're still at the... I could talk about guns all day. I like guns. Yeah, make Amber sit up there and just... Did you guys know that Texas has constitutional carry? Pretty badass. Look at that. Just zoom in on Johnny. Okay. All right, we're back.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. So, Ms. Hurd, my last question to you was that there was a lot of negative publicity for you around the time that Mr. Waldman made these statements. Isn't that correct?
Gotcha, Cricket. Gotcha.
I believe that they were made, I believe that the statements kind of kept being attached to new defamatory, or, articles that were like
defamatory?
Defamatory? Sort of attack articles is what it.
Okay. Let's go through some of the articles that were out in the press. So, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1267.
Oh, you have
Just
the rifle?
publish that just for the witness. That would be
rifle.
great.
Yes,
Thank
yeah.
you.
I have one of those too.
This is an article published on February 2nd, 2020, and the title is Hashtag justice for Johnny Depp.
It shoots the
trends
same
after
round
Amber
as the
Heard
handgun.
admits
It's
to
just
hitting
the
actor
barrel
in
makes
audio
it
clip.
velocity go a
You
little
see that?
higher.
I see
The
that.
longer barrel. Rifle.
And if we can go
Same round,
to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1268. This one was published on February 3rd, 2020. It reads the title, Amber Heard admits to hitting Johnny Depp in recording.
Yeah,
Do you see
that's
that?
when his lawyer leaked an edited tape.
Ms. Heard, do you see the title? Amber Heard admits to hitting Johnny Depp in recording. Do you see that?
I see the title.
Okay. If we could please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1269.
Gotcha, Cricket. Okay. Yeah, she's trying to countersue. I forgot about that.
This one was published on March 17th, 2020. Amber Heard slammed door into Johnny Depp's head, reveals new audio. Do you see that?
Yeah, these are more of the PR plants.
PR plants.
Let's go to 1270.
That's a big old conspiracy.
This one was published on March 31st, 2020. Amber Heard to be sacked from Jason Momoa's Aquaman after Johnny Depp's controversy, reports. Do you see that?
I do.
Can I carry? Yeah, I can carry. In Texas, anybody can carry as long as you're not like a felon.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1271.
Yeah, it's constitutional carry here. I mean, there are still certain like rules on certain businesses, and like you have to read certain like postings for signs that certain businesses.
See the title that says Johnny Depp says
Yes,
ex-wife
I can.
Amber Heard sliced his finger off, and it quote erupted like the Vesuvius.
I just don't know when that was. I've never seen that article.
But like Minnesota, you need a permit. Same with
1272.
Florida. I had a permit in Minnesota. I never got one in Florida. I was only there like a year, but I
This
would
one
have
was
if I
published
stayed
on
there
May
longer.
29th, 2020, and it says, when Amber Heard confessed to smashing a door into Johnny Depp's head, clocking him in the jaw. Do you see that?
I see that.
Going to 1275. This one was published on July 15th, 2020. Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story. Ex-aide tells libel trial. Do you see that?
This was Adam Waldman as well.
It doesn't say Mr. Waldman. It actually says Kate James also says she often received abusive text messages from
Yeah,
Johnny
that's
Depp's
that.
ex-wife.
I remember that yesterday.
There's no conceit
Okay, so
down
Johnny
article.
sued for 50 million. Amber sued for 100 million.
Mr. Waldman threw the news-
Amber's like, I want nothing to do.
Heard. That's
I want
not
nothing
the
from
question.
Johnny. It was never about the money. Wants to donate.
The title
Oh
of
yeah.
the article
So she
says,
was supposed to
Amber Heard
donate
stole
that
my
money
sexual
before, and she
assault
never
story.
fucking did it, even though she had
Ex-aide
13
tells
months
libel
to do it
trial. Kate
before.
James also says
Before he sued her to
she opened
donate the
door
money, he never did.
by saying it was Adam Waldman.
I'll
So full
sustain
of
the
it.
objection. Next question.
And you know what? Here's the thing.
go to
Even if you
Plaintiff's
didn't
Exhibit
donate those 13 months, just be
1276.
like, just own up to it. Be like, no, I haven't. I didn't do it. I'm sorry. I will.
Amber
But
Heard
I should have. I
admits to hitting
did.
fucking
But-
bait.
There's more respect for people who
that,
can
Miss Heard?
admit when they do something
correct.
wrong or when they make a mistake. She
Go to
refuses to admit
1277.
anything and just is super combative and defensive about everything. I don't know.
Published July 28th, 2020. Amber Heard's sister thought she was going to kill Johnny Depp, claims witness. Do you see that, Ms. Heard?
I see that.
In 1278. Published on July 28th, 2020. Johnny Depp was the victim of abuser Amber Heard, London's High Court told. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and take our lunch recess then. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our hour lunch recess.
Yeah, she's really good at conflating the two words donate and pledge. She thinks those things mean the same thing when they clearly don't. And she's just using them I can't fucking talk today. Synonymously. You know what I'm fucking saying? They're similes. They're not, okay? Whatever. They're not the same word. She's like, I pledged it. So she says she donated it. No.
All right, we'll come
I
back
watched that
at
yesterday.
1:35
Some
then.
bullshit.
I'm pretty.
This coming back. I know what the word is, Vanessa. I just can't say it. Okay. So just you type in and out. I know what. God damn it. All right, whatever. Never mind. All right. Thank you though. Appreciate it.
But it's actually the.
Look at that fake ass.
Master Deputy Sheriff Halusa, may I please have you show the knife?
Camille Vasquez might have brought them up, like when we were kind of getting out here for lunch. I think maybe.
I do very much want to move on with my life.
Wait, are we back?
The events of May 21, 2016.
Current case. So there's a language difference. And it was.
That looks like we're back. Okay, hold on. Before we get back into this, we're gonna just take a quick break here. I'm gonna get some food. I'll put on some tunes for you guys, and you know what? I'll just go back. What is that? 501. Remember that 501. I'll let you guys watch a bit of this other shit. Get into it.
I don't know who, it's Kimberly Fine from Facebook, actually. It's at the bottom. How would a potential perjury proceeding against Amber play out? Would Johnny's team play a role in that, or would the court be acting alone? Could Amber's team possibly face consequences as well?
Well, really interesting question. Obviously, you're thinking ahead, Kimberly, to see whether or not there will be a ruling in favor of Johnny Depp. Now, the cross-examination by Camille Vasquez is trying to point out that she's a liar, that she's not an ambassador of domestic violence, that she's an ambassador of lying. So if the judge thinks that she has committed perjury, she can make a referral to the prosecutor's office, the DA's office in that jurisdiction to investigate her. I don't know how it would go in terms of referring her in England. That's a different story. But it's actually the court that will make the referral. Sure, could the defense team, Johnny Depp's team, plaintiff's team, go to the prosecutor and say, we think that you should start perjury proceedings? Unlikely, but they would be interviewed on what they had.
Dina Dahl, I'm going to throw this next question to you because we're going to have to get into the weeds of the legal stuff here, the precedents, everything that governs defamation eventually. We're a little ways away from that, but this comes from Hannah Jane 2 from Twitch. Thanks, Hannah Jane, for tuning in. Do you think Johnny's team will be able to prove the elements of actual malice? And that is key here, actual malice. That means you did it on purpose and you knew you lied because Johnny Depp is a public figure, and that's the standard. So that seems to be the element they will have the hardest time with, to me. That's according to Hannah Jane too. So Dina, what do you say?
It's interesting. I know usually malice is a hard one because the person is a public figure. But in this case, I actually think it might be the easiest element because he basically has to show that she knew what she was saying was untrue or was reckless with the truth. I don't see how she could say that she as a wife didn't know whether or not her husband beat her. So to me, that's actually maybe the easiest element. I think malice is definitely going to be shown in this case. To me, what actually is harder in terms of the defamation elements is showing that those three statements were not about her, how it affected her, the TRO, but were still about whether or not he hit her.
Mm-hmm. All right, Marie Pereira, this one's for you, and we just have about 2 minutes left, so we got to make this quick. This comes from Vicky Nuno Ramsor. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly on YouTube. She asks, can you please explain when Ms. Camille Vasquez says strike for the record? And I think you know what we're talking about here. There's been a lot of that because it seems like Amber Heard tries to go beyond the question and explain a lot. So, Marie, what is your answer to that question?
It addresses the issue that I said where the judge takes too long to rule on an objection, and it allows the witness on the stand to throw in a bunch of things that really the jurors shouldn't have been hearing in the first place. So strike for the record is like, I know you heard it, but strike it and don't consider it and don't put it in the record when you're in the jury room deliberating on the verdict.
All right. So there's what strike from the record means. And we have only like about 30 seconds left,
Sure.
Gene. Let's do one more. Well, actually, I probably shouldn't. We're going to hold off on that question because, or actually, no, I will throw it to you. We got enough time. Quickly. Jordan McIntyre on YouTube. By claiming she produced everything, in quotes, and yet this supposed evidence is not in the case, what are the consequences of Heard implying her own lawyers have withheld evidence? We literally have 20 seconds.
If their attorneys withheld evidence and there was a discovery request, they will lose their bar license. Number two, in closing argument, the plaintiff's attorneys can say they said there was this evidence, they didn't present it, it was made up.
All right. Well, Jean is going to stay with us. Linda and I and Marie, we will all stay with you. Dina Dahl, thanks so much for being with us today and for your time and expertise as always. Dina is leaving us now, but you stay with us as we take this break for the network. You are watching For the Record on Law and Crime live from the Fairfax County Courthouse.
All right, hello everybody. We're back. Cricket Brett, thanks for being here. You have go have fun. Sorry if you're already gone. I didn't see that. You have a good one. Bond, if you're still here, thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your tacos. All right, let's skip ahead to
that he had been the one assaulted by Amber Heard, and current case. Camille Vasquez might have brought them up.
Got some Texas mac and cheese, barbecue mac and cheese. Yeah, thank you, Vanessa. If you like the stream, hit the like button.
Be seated. All right, your next question.
But more importantly, consider subscribing. You know, letting your friends know. All that fun stuff.
Tom, may I please have you put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A? Ms. Heard, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A. This is one of the articles containing the counterclaim statements by Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
I haven't seen the article yet.
Okay. Why don't we go to page 8 of this article?
That's where it starts
Adam
to get
Waldman,
good.
Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that one of the statements that you allege are defamatory? It's defamatory?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B? And if we could go to page 10 and 11. In
Did Johnny write that?
Exhibit 881B, Depp's lawyer Adam Waldman
was that a
said
quote?
the various discrepancies prove that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told thedailymail.com. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. But even this didn't have, oh, apologize. You're fine. Okay.
And they're at the fucking deliberating on what we're doing here for a while now. What do you call it when they're out there at the bar or something? There we go.
Okay. And if we can please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881C. And go to page 11. This is another article, Ms. Heard, where you argue that Mr. Waldman's statements are defamatory, correct?
I don't know if this is taken from that article because I can't see the article in full.
It's page 11 of the article. And the statement reads, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Mr. Depp. Is that correct? Is that one of the what you claim is one of the defamatory statements said by Mr. Waldman?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Heard, you're not aware of any career opportunities that you lost as a result of Mr. Waldman's statements, are you?
Well, it's kind of
Mr.
hard to point to the
whatever his name is.
jobs you're not offered,
Right.
to the gigs you don't get.
You were not replaced in Aquaman 2, were you?
They released me from my contract, and I fought to stay in it, and they kept me in it. I just don't know how much I'm in, actually, of the final cut.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal actually extended your contract in April of 2020. Is that correct?
In part, they extended it and held me.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal extended your contract again in November of 2021, correct?
Not exactly. They extended it because they couldn't use me or any of the materials for me.
And that extension was for 20 months, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday how Mr. Waldman's statements, quote, torture you every day. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
And then, and that you look at them every day.
I look at the online attacks, the media, you can't avoid it, to be honest, that those statements are often attached to. I don't look at his statements every day.
And you testified that you just want to move on with your life, right?
I do very much want to move on with my life.
But you've gone out of your way to engage with Mr.
Just
Waldman on
stop
social
lying.
media, haven't you?
I have made a comment, I believe, once. I would not characterize that as engaging with him.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1266. It's right there.
Your microphone. Yeah.
Oh, your microphone, dummy.
I don't have this yet, so I'm asking for it to
right
be
there.
given to me
Okay.
before.
It's a photograph.
I think it's just a.
What are you doing, Kat?
This is your tweet, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish this tweet.
I don't object on relevance.
The objection, I'm sorry, what was the objection?
I'm sorry, relevance?
All right, I'll overrule the objection. 881C in evidence.
Yeah, overruled.
Is that right?
Can we please have it published to the jury?
I'm sorry, 1266. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is from March 26, 2021, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And this is after he made the statements you claim are defamatory, right, Ms. Heard?
21, yes.
Ms. Heard, you tweeted at Adam Waldman, quote, "Yes, Mr. Waldman, I may be wearing makeup on this occasion, but on every occasion you will still be short." Did I read that right?
Oh, burn.
Yes.
Good one.
We can put this down. Thank you. Ms. Heard, since your relationship with Mr. Depp ended, you have completed your level 3 sommelier training, haven't you?
I haven't completed it yet.
She's a certified drunk. That's all that means.
You're
I just
on level
stopped.
2.
No, I'm on level 3.
You also have had a baby, right?
I have.
And you enjoy being a mother?
I'm
More
just
than
kidding to
anything.
anybody who's a sommelier.
Still love to cook?
I do.
And you love to hike?
I've taken a break on hiking for a minute.
You have friends, right?
I do have friends.
And you spend time with those friends?
Occasionally, when I can.
And you exercise regularly?
Every day.
You just filmed a movie in March of 2022, isn't that right?
Yes, the one I just shot in Guatemala that I spoke of earlier.
And you have you had a major role in a major film that's scheduled to be released soon. Is that correct? Aquaman 2?
As I said, I don't know if I will even be in the final cut or how much I will be. It was difficult to stay in the movie.
But you did stay in it, dum-dum.
You struck Mr. Depp multiple times during your relationship, didn't you, Ms. Heard?
There were many times I had to use my body to defend myself, and that included swinging wherever I could. If it meant I could get away, absolutely. If it meant a difference between a sore face and a broken nose, you bet I would.
That's
bet.
your testimony under oath that you never struck Mr. Depp as the initial aggressor?
Well, he was holding me against the wall by my neck. You know, I might be the first person to have been the first one to slap, which happened in Australia, you know, and he was choking me. But I wouldn't say I was the initial aggressor in that situation.
I don't know why they
You
let
got
her
physical with Mr. Depp often during your relationship, didn't you?
Like,
I had to defend myself as best I could. Didn't seem to make much of a difference.
You just couldn't control yourself, could you, Ms. Heard?
I tried
She
to
testified to
defend
that.
myself when I could, but it was after years of not defending myself.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 356? And, Your Honor, portions of the exhibit were entered into evidence yesterday, but we moved to admit the entire recording.
All right.
And I can confirm that there's no other voices besides Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's. And I intend to play from 129:27 to 1:30:07.
So I have 356A in evidence. Is any objection to the entire 356 coming into evidence?
If you may, if I may,
Okay,
hold on just for
sure.
a moment, Your Honor. I have to check on something. Which one? Which one is the one that has? excerpt for now, and we'll double check our notes on that, because there was one that had something in that couldn't go, and I just can't find my notes on that.
We'll just call it 356B for now.
That's fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
Could you just give me the times again?
Yes, of course. 12927 to 13007.
All right, and I'm just told that we already have a B, so we have to do 356C.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you. I'm not gonna throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I leave. Unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to, and me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it, you know? And I think, honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Just repeating, yeah, she
Ms.
says
Hurd,
she
that's you and
loses
Mr.
it.
Depp on that recording, correct?
That's correct.
And you told Mr. Depp, quote, I can't promise you that I won't get physical, end quote. Correct?
That's correct. He was accusing me of instigating something in a situation I explained yesterday.
And you also told Mr. Depp that sometimes you get so mad you lose it, correct?
That's correct. I also explained the context of that fight yesterday.
Isn't that exactly what you told Ben King on your way back from Australia? That you get so mad you lose it?
Absolutely not. I know that that's what Ben King testified to, but I never had that conversation with Ben King.
If we could please
In the
play.
meantime, I'm sorry. I checked, and I have no objection to the entirety of 356 coming
So
in.
356 in its entirety will be in evidence. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please play from what's now been admitted.
Get your shit
Plaintiff's
together,
Exhibit
defense.
356 in its entirety from 705 to 743.
I'm not gonna be in a physical fucking altercation with you.
Then don't.
You fucking hit me last night. You fucking.
What about all the other times you split? Come on, you cannot act like that. It's about that. It's
Well,
not.
well, on a plane, I can't split.
No, and you hit back. So don't act like you don't fucking participate.
I pushed you.
I'm not going to get into the details of that fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical violence involved. And that you do it like at the very beginning of fights these days. And if you split and you go into a different room and you don't actually leave that house, it does nothing but perpetuate the fight. And you don't actually do it respectfully. You don't.
Ms. Hurd, is that you and Mr. Depp on this recording?
Yes, it is.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343? And I believe that one's been admitted already into evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And just for the record, we're playing from 24601 to 24720.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just
And
happened.
I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And
You figured
in
it
the
out.
face. And you said, no, fucking, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you lie. And then
I didn't punch you,
and
by
then
the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights. You've been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
You've been in a lot of fights. You've been around a long time. It's not a punch. You're
I'm sorry I
fine.
looked at you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
Because you started
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
She's such a vindictive little.
That's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right, Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
And you said you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yeah, I had to hit his body to get
Ms.
him out
Hurd,
of the door.
my question was, you said on that recording that you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, I did.
And you accused him of being a baby for not wanting to be in a physical fight with you, right?
Incorrect. I accused him of being a baby for complaining about me hitting him when he was trying to get through the door. I was trying to barricade.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 368?
He's trying to leave.
And again,
she's
Your Honor,
blocking
this
a
is
door and
recording
hitting
of
him.
just Mr.
But
Depp
he's
and
the
Ms.
one who's
Heard.
abusive.
I'm going to move for the entire exhibit to be moved into evidence.
All right, any objection to 368?
I don't think so, no, Your Honor.
All right, no objection. 368 in evidence in its entirety.
It's a shitty law. Anyway, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. After a few times I opened.
Oh, what am I doing?
And
that way.
You know, you just kept going. You just kept going, kept going. I tried to close the door 3 times. You know, please, just don't, you know, and then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. And I didn't mean to do that. And I bent down, and you either pushed or you kicked. I think you kicked the door open. I mean, the door, more open, so that it would hit me. And it hit me.
I didn't know
It
that.
hit me in the fucking head.
But I did not mean to do that. I don't know what you're
I
talking
was
about.
bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick a door or push a door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear.
fucking don't buy that.
I mean, that was not my intention. I think.
Sounds like she got pissed that he scraped her feet.
The door scraped my toes.
Which, you know, that sucked, but.
I reacted.
And she fucking just booted the door open into his head.
I remember. I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay.
I might have done it.
So let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I said, I might have said, like, what the fuck? You know, whatever. Because I'd just been hit in the head with the fucking corner of the door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you fucking clocked me.
I remember hating you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor...
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted, and I'm sorry. It's below me.
Your foot? That was why you punched me?
Yeah. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I.
Again, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp was hiding from you in the bathroom. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
Incorrect.
Well, Mr. Depp said on that recording.
I don't know who recorded
I opened the bathroom
what.
door when you were
I think
knocking
they both
on it.
recorded
Does
each
he-
other. You know, I think they were both recording each
Said
other.
that
for sure.
I didn't hear that.
And
one
Mr.
in
Depp
detail.
said, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. He says that, doesn't he?
Correct.
And then you kicked the bathroom door into his head, didn't you?
No, I didn't. And I
then you punched him in the
defended
jaw.
myself in that audio. You can hear it for yourself.
Right. And then you punched him in the jaw.
She is
I also
such
did not
a
do
fucking.
that. I tried to make that clear on the audio tape too,
So-
in futility.
So Mr. Depp said, you
I
meant
just-
to punch
you've
me in
seen
the
big
jaw,
words.
right?
It's funny.
Are you asking me what he said on the recording? Yes, he said that.
And then you respond, I meant to hit you, didn't you?
As I explained yesterday, I was trying to get him off the door,
And you said, I remember, I did mean to hit you.
meaning the door. The door was on my feet.
Wait. Did she just say she was talking to the door? She meant to hit the door? I meant to the.
I reacted instinctively to that.
Yeah, you've heard this audio before, haven't you, Miss Heard?
Yeah, we've already had this trial before.
Yeah, it was played for you when you were deposed in 2016 in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
That's one of the times I've heard it, yes.
Okay. So you've had plenty of time to think about how to respond to this recording, haven't you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, let's take a look at how you responded to it the first time. Can we please pull up what will be marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 1261?
the next thing that I'm going to play to you as cue.
All right. Oh, if you want to come?
What are they doing now? Much more of this is there.
I'm going to read it into the record and I'll hand this to you. So, I will. So, Your Honor, for reference, and I will provide a copy of the deposition, Ms. Heard's deposition in the divorce. It's page 372, lines starting at line 5 through 377, line 12.
All right, I think.
Okay.
Yes. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Your Honor, with permission, may we please play?
If we just get to that page, make sure everybody's at the. Oh, could you say the page number again,
Yes,
please?
absolutely.
Page 372, lines 5 to 377, line 1 is what.
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as cue. Would you listen to this, please? This is punching. It's one of them, right? Let's keep on.
All right, this is back in 2016.
Your Honor?
Maybe we stop that.
Dude, Heard's lawyer needs to get their shit together. Like, she's like mid explanation. She's like, now, I don't know. Doesn't have her mic turned on 90% of the time. She's trying to talk. Like, they're all over the place. They're a hot mess. Keep doing that.
Okay.
Start it over.
Would you listen to this, please? This is punching. It's one of them, right? This is punching. Let's keep on. There's the justice.
I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess stretched your toes. I didn't mean to do that. I bent down. And you kicked the door open. I mean, say, put the door, get more open. So that
No, I didn't think to. I did not mean to. But I did not mean to do that.
I was bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick at the door or push the door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear. I mean, that did not. It was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes.
Okay. So you told him in that excerpt that you hit him with the door but did not intend to hit him, correct? Did you say that?
I said whatever I said in that recording. I
Okay.
don't. When you play it for me, it's hard for me to remember every single.
And that's a recording marked as exhibit the punching.
Oh, so she was full of shit back then
Q.
too.
Q. Would you continue to listen to exhibit Q?
Are these from the same day?
I reacted, but this whole the door thing, I remember. I never did that. That was on purpose. I was on an accident.
Stop eating your fucking cookies. Maybe you can hear what she's. Oh my god.
I don't even know if I said, I might have said, like, what the fuck, you know, whatever. I just been in the head with the fucking corner of the door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you played the clock.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
That's exactly what I just told her.
And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You don't need to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
But that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no.
But punching me in the jaw.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So on the tape, you tell Johnny Depp that you did mean to hit him.
And it also misrepresents what actually happened, which is him trying to get into a room I'm trying to keep him out of. And then he runs the door over my toes, trying to get into the room. I tried to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched at all, always referred to it in these ways of punching or clocked or whatever. And whether you discussed it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what the definition of those words mean to him. I never even addressed it.
Could you imagine if a guy said that about a girl saying she was hit? Like, you know what I mean? Like, could you imagine? The double standard here is just insane.
You're smiling as that audio recording is being played in your deposition, aren't you, Ms. Heard?
Not smiling because of the audio. I'm smiling because of what's happening around me.
You even roll your eyes at one point, don't you?
I was sitting opposite a whole table full of lawyers who were snickering, laughing, and rolling their eyes at me while I was talking.
Is there something amusing about kicking a door into your husband's head?
No, I was rolling my eyes and commenting on what I was experiencing at that time in recounting the story.
Is there something amusing to you about punching your husband in the jaw?
That is not what I was smiling about, and no, I do not think it's amusing.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that all you want to do is move on. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, your exact words were, quote, "I just want him to leave me alone. I want to move on with my life, and he won't let me." Do you remember that?
Yes, that is correct.
But that's not true, is it, Ms. Heard?
It is very true.
You just haven't been able to move on with your life, have you?
Oh. Oh, shit.
I'm here, aren't I?
Yeah.
In fact, on October 11th, 2018, you actually commenced an arbitration action against Mr. Depp for defamation, didn't you?
I don't recall that, no.
Your Honor, may I approach? May we approach?
Fucking A.
And Ms. Heard, if you could please read to yourself the first page of Exhibit 219.
All right.
Bro, my cat done fucked up all my shit back here.
And if you can also read to yourself the second page of Exhibit 219.
Yeah, Bindi, she
And
climbed
if you can
behind the
scroll down,
blinds and
Tom.
knocked all my shit
Again,
over.
Ms. Heard, just to look at that page.
Getting a little rambunctious.
And then scroll down to the next page, please.
God, the amount of times. I wish, dude, somebody's got to be out there with a counter on like how many times she's looked at the jury. Like, I wonder what the count is during this trial. It's probably like in the thousands.
On the next page.
It's like, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like, what's up, jury? What's up? I think she's actually reading it. Just pretending. That's gotta be so awkward. Just like, it's one thing to get questioned in front of a room full of people. It's another thing to like have a room full of people just watch you read to yourself. You know, I don't know.
Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. Heard, that you did, in fact, in October of 2018, 2 months before you published the op-ed in this case, that's the subject of this case, you initiated an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation?
It's not my understanding I initiated an arbitration. It's my understanding that our lawyers sent a letter to his lawyers after he called me a liar again, effectively, in an interview.
And that's 2 months before your op-ed that was published in December of 2018, right?
That is correct.
Way
and that's
more than
6
the amount
months
of questions.
before Mr. Depp filed this case against you, correct?
That's correct.
So you fired the first shot, not Mr. Depp.
I disagree. We sent a letter.
Thank you. Ms. Heard, isn't it true that you once filled out a customs form falsely so that you could get...
May we approach?
Okay.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. There we go. This is where we get the Australia bit, isn't it? This is about her smuggling her dogs in? I heard customs. Bad doggy. They're laughing about something. Oh, wait, there's a better quality of this? I'm sorry, guys. Man, they're up there for a while.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that when you left the courthouse after obtaining the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, you walked out to, quote, a sea of paparazzi and cameras, right?
That's correct.
You testified that you were surprised to see the sea of cameras
That's correct.
because it was quiet when you went into the courthouse that morning.
And the divorce had remained under the radar up to that point.
You testified that no one knew about your divorce, so you thought it was going to stay that way, right?
No, I always figured it would come out. I just was trying to buy time.
You knew the media had been alerted that you were filing for divorce, right, Ms. Heard?
No, I just knew that it was impossible to do that privately, so you could just hope it was a matter of time.
You knew they were going to be there, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Your
I mean,
publicist-
I assume since it's a public building that there's that likelihood, or not likelihood, but possibility.
The triple
But
fort. 1, 2, 3.
I was, I was shocked.
Your publicist, Jody Gottlieb, was there at the courthouse with you, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
So you anticipated that you might need your publicist?
I thought the filing might make, I was told the filing was public, that it would be impossible. There's no way for you to do a private filing. And then the second that I filed for the TRO, it would be public news. I didn't expect all these photographers and cameras to show up at the courthouse in real time, but they did.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280, which is a clip from your divorce deposition, and you have at page, if I can alert you, you have the transcript there, page 74, lines 22.
You said
through
874?
74.
74.
Line 22 through 75, line 13.
I'm sorry, just 72 lines.
74,
Jesus
line
Christ.
22,
Our fucking
through
lawyer can't even
75, line
follow along.
13.
Yeah, I can opposite.
Your Honor, may we approach?
That's a trap. Man, they are just approaching every few seconds.
If we could please play and display to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280.
Is responsible.
Ms. Heard, did you send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, 2016, telling Jerry Judge, quote, "I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny. It's extremely important. Please tell him"?
I remember sending the text message that is in front of me right now to Jerry, and I remember sending this because I wanted to tell Johnny or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file, or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry from me, so that he finds out about the divorce filing or my intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
You slipped up there, didn't you, Ms. Heard? You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
I disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
TMZ is the same outlet that you
shit.
released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was taken, wasn't it?
I didn't do that. I don't
TMZ
know how
owns
to do
the
that.
copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
You fucking
I have
lie.
no
She's
idea
such a
what
liar.
TMZ
Did they pay
owns.
you for that?
I never got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
So TMZ was just lucky in getting the inside scoop to your divorce from Mr. Depp, huh?
I have no idea. It is not, that's not my area of expertise. I wouldn't even know how to do that. And also, what does that get me? If I wanted to leak things about Johnny, I could have done that in a much more successful way, in a bigger way, for years.
Not
and
when
years.
you were extorting him for $7 million.
I got a fraction of what I was entitled to in the state of California, by the way.
Right.
What extortion?
Tassa Van Ree is your ex-wife, right?
That's right. She's my ex-partner.
She's the one that you told this jury Mr. Depp was jealous of, right?
Yeah, well, that was a 2013 fight around March, yes.
You testified that he tried to burn one of her paintings, right?
That's correct.
You testified he tried to burn one of your favorite paintings that she did, right?
I don't know if it was one of my favorites.
You committed domestic violence against Miss Van Ree during your relationship, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You assaulted her at a Seattle airport in 2009, didn't you?
No, I did not.
And
Oh,
people
shit.
saw that.
Oh, shit.
That's not true.
And it was covered in the press. Isn't that true?
It was planted in the press by Johnny's team 2 days after I got the TRO. Not
Can you
coincidentally.
please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1279?
Oh, shit. It's getting serious. It's getting serious.
Your Honor, may we approach?
For what? It's every fucking time they bring something up, they want to approach. You're getting the USB card you ordered? USB card?
We could please have that article displayed for the witness. This is an article from 2 years ago, correct, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this
May
was.
of 2020.
That's not when it came out, no. This story started getting planted in after I got a TRO, after I got a restraining order against Johnny.
Oh, that it plugs into your motherboard. I got you. I get what you're saying.
The headline says, Amber Heard
Objection,
allegedly
Your Honor.
struck.
Objection, Your Honor. I think Your Honor ruled she can't say that.
If you want to approach again.
Oh, man, this judge. I feel bad for the judge, you know? Look at these lawyers staring over.
The title reads, Amber Heard allegedly grabbed, struck her ex-girlfriend at the airport. Doesn't it?
Yes, and that's not true.
May we approach?
Okay.
I wonder what they're gonna argue. They're gonna argue like, hey, she needs to stop, like, not, she needs to answer the fucking question, and that's it. Like and I've seen this in other court cases where the judge will like actually just instruct the witness on the stand, like, hey, answer the question and nothing more. I mean, that's what you're supposed to be doing on the stand. You're not if you want to tell your story, then like her lawyer can say, well, tell me about this, and then you can tell your about that. But if somebody says, is this true? Yes or no? You don't just get to say, well, no, I mean, blah, 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 and then tell a whole, 2-minute story. I mean, they shouldn't be allowing that. I don't know. Just, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. But that's how it seems. And I feel like I've seen that in other cases where they'll shut that down.
So the article, the title is Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend.
She's already
overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. If I may start over. Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend Tassa Van Ree at the airport in 2009. Did I read that right?
Yes, this is another example of the smear campaign.
So Mr. Depp is not the only domestic partner you've assaulted, is he, Ms. Heard?
I've never assaulted Mr. Depp or anyone else that I've been romantically linked to, ever.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
I'm
sorry, redirect.
Ms.
Oh,
Heard,
she's done.
did Ms. Van Rey come out after that article came in and make a public statement it was false?
Of course she did.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor, I should be at least be
overruled.
Thank you.
Of course she did.
What?
Now, Let's talk about the TMZ alerted. Explain to the jury what you meant by the TMZ was alerted.
So when you make these kind of filings, meaning divorce, marriage, things like that, they are public record. And so when we filed for divorce, when I filed for divorce, I asked my team to file in the most discreet way, literally to put it under a stack of papers and file it at the end of day, so kind of had more of a shot of being missed by the paparazzi and by TMZ and those sorts of publicity outlets. I believe that we had been remarkably lucky following the divorce, that it wasn't picked up, and that it gave me a precious few days of peace at that really fragile time. When I found out that they were going to run the story or that they had the information, I was trying to get a hold of Johnny to clarify that I did not do this in a punitive way. I didn't want him to be mad at me. I didn't want him to find out in that sort of context online.
And who had connections to TMZ?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Do you know?
I do know. Johnny and I spoke about it.
Your Honor, calls for speculation.
The objection.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about
baby.
who had connections with TMZ?
Yes, we talked about it. His lawyer, Laura Wasser.
Okay. Now, I'm going to start at the verification process in July, correct?
That was
Objection leading.
First one.
Sustained.
Okay.
Kissed me again, held me. I cried, he cried, and then we had a short exchange, and he put a note in my pocket that said, "I'll love you dead or alive."
Can Defendants Exhibit 1581L?
Wait, they just cut out there? What happened? Cut that out?
Could you tell the jury what the coaster was that he slipped into your pocket, what it said?
He said, "I love you forever, my Slim, dead or alive."
And what, if anything, did it have in addition?
His new phone number.
And to be, just so we're clear, on how many occasions in that second mediation did Mr. Depp look you in the eye?
Many.
Okay. And when Ms. Vasquez asked you if you knew why Mr. Depp couldn't or wouldn't look you in the eye here or in the UK, you said, yes, you know. Why? Please tell the jury why.
Because he's guilty. Because he knows he's lying. Otherwise, why can't he look at me? I survived. I survived that man, and I'm here, and I'm able to look at him.
Oh, she is so full of shit.
Thank you. You were asked about a bruise that was on your arm.
She is, oh my God.
From March 15, 2013. Do you recall how long before the picture you had sustained that bruise?
I do.
How long?
2 weeks.
At very worst, they survived each other. This is fucking ridiculous.
Times by Ms. Vasquez. If you took pictures from your incidents earlier in the relationship,
yes.
Why didn't you?
It was something I started doing only kind of incidentally. You know, I was commenting to my best friend. I was looking for support from my mom, things like that. There was, I'm ashamed to say, never a thought that this would happen. I mean, not until December and my best friend taking pictures of me to capture it that wasn't even a thing.
It has been suggested by Ms. Vasquez to you in your questions that you didn't tell anyone about the abuse until the TRO. Is that true?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
All right. What if any? All right. Who did you tell about the abuse during the time it was happening?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
That's not offered to,
and hearsay.
Sustained.
Objection, double objection.
It's leading, it's sustained. Next question.
Okay.
Sustained, bitch.
What, if anything, did you tell to anyone about the abuse.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Objection,
Your
bitch.
Honor, may I approach?
That's fine.
Can I approach? Because I'm getting objected up the asshole. That's all I hear right now. What did I fucking? How did I miss this? Knight E1. I was supposed to put the knight there. Eat this pawn. Eat that pawny pawn. Eat the pawn. Yeah. Block. Queen E4. Fucking E4. Block there. Bam. What did I do? Did I draw? I did. Fuck. Man, this is objection, objection, objection. Woo! Man, she better be getting paid some good fucking money back there, you know what I'm saying? I forget her name. Is it like Melinda or something?
Ms. Heard, how many people have you shared the fact of abuse prior to 2015?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading. Calls for hearsay.
How many?
Overruled.
Oh, she'll allow the number.
Roughly about 10.
Can you name them?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Objection, hearsay.
I think she can. It's not offered. It's just showed that she informed people before. They're suggesting.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach? This is, again,
Inappropriate as fuck. I actually don't really know. But I guess, you know, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to rehear the question. Fucking A, though.
Now, you were asked whether you had consulted a medical doctor about any problems with your nose, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated that you, in fact, had after the divorce,
objection,
correct?
Leading.
Did you or did you not consult
Fucking A.
an ENT after the divorce?
Objection, Leading.
Did you produce medical records to the defendants relating to this?
Objection, Leading. Calls.
Right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
Leading. Next question.
Your Honor, if we could, the witness could be instructed not to answer until I've lodged my objection.
Wait for the objection, please.
Could we bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1077?
Wow, I like it. Look at this going. Dude, they're not having it.
Do you
It is
recognize
leading.
this document?
I get, you know. You're saying you can't
My
say
screen is black.
Oh, sorry.
the specific thing you want them to say.
Yes, I do.
Say that.
And could you tell us what it is?
I
That's
said that bad.
What
Fuck,
my
don't listen to me.
ENT, the ears, nose, and throat doctor, told me was
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right, when there's objection, please stop talking. Thank you. All right, I'll sustain the objection as to here.
Okay. What, if any, you were asked if you had, it was suggested that you had not produced this in discovery. Is that true or false?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Your Honor, she absolutely did that.
It's leading. It's leading question, though. I'll sustain the objection as to leading.
Oh my God, Amber, get a new
What, if
fucking
anything,
lawyer.
did you do to produce medical records to the defendant, to the plaintiff in this case?
I turned over all of my devices, and they had Johnny's team had a third party or someone they selected as a third party go and pull all relevant documents from those devices, which I handed over.
Do you know how many were handed over?
Hundreds of thousands, I believe. Maybe.
Objection,
many
Your
more.
Honor. Lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Well, the
And
judge is
do
on
you,
the
what,
side
if
of,
anything,
of Depp
did
here.
you produce to the plaintiff in connection with your consultation with an ENT specialist relating to your nose?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What, I said,
Foundation, hearsay.
What if
All of them.
it's not
Objection.
true? It's sustained.
All of the things doesn't matter. It's just fucking object to it. Bro, this lady gonna lose her voice objecting so much. Jesus Christ.
When did you see an ENT specialist?
2017 or 2016 or 17.
And as a result of that consultation, what did you learn about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'm not asking her to tell what they said.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah, same thing. Learned. Said they're gonna say something about what you learned. Yeah, they're having a rough time with this. You might be able to say like,
What, if any, production did you make to the plaintiffs of your medical records with the ENT?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
If you want to lay a foundation.
Do you know?
could you say did you learn anything as a result of your visit to the ENT? I don't know.
Foundation calls for speculation.
I'm
I'm
asking.
overruled if she knows.
From your experience,
Yes.
there you could say maybe, I don't know.
And do you recall? I'm trying. What, if any?
She's trying. I know. Fuck, she's
Did
stuck.
the medical records reflect
Objection.
about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Yep. She can't. There's nothing. She ain't got
Do you
diddly
have
shit.
injuries to your nose?
Yes.
Please describe those to the jury.
I have
I'm going to
a bunch of
object
scar
to
tissue.
I'm going to object to the extent it calls for hearsay and lack of foundation
Overruled.
and improper expert opinion.
Well,
She can certainly testify too.
we'll see where it goes. Go ahead.
Okay.
The improper.
I have a significant amount of scar tissue in my nose.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain
you
the
go.
objection.
They can't. She doesn't know. She's not qualified
any
to talk about
difficulty
scar
do you have
tissue. That's the
breathing?
problem.
Objection, leading.
What, if anything? And that does cure on
No,
it.
it doesn't. But I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you.
It doesn't. But she's gonna give her one. She's gotta give her one.
A significant amount of trouble breathing at night, and I've been putting off having surgery for it.
She's got sleep apnea. Probably. I'm not a doctor.
Now, you were asked about December 15, 2015, and Ms. Vasquez suggested that you did not report the abuse or the injuries to Aaron Falati. Do you recall that
Objection, Your
question?
Honor. Leading.
Your Honor, I'm entitled to go into what Ms. Vasquez asked.
The objection is leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Sustained. Oh my God.
Did you report? What,
I
if
love
anything,
watching
did you
her.
report to Aaron Falati
Her face is hilarious.
about the abuse you sustained on 12/15/2015?
Objection, leading and hearsay.
Approach.
Yeah, the judge is like, I've had enough of this bullshit. You can't. When there's an objection to every single question and is always sustained, there's one overruled and the judge is just giving it to her on pity. She even said, she's like, well, it is leading, but I'll give it to you. Go ahead. I mean, this is at some point the defense or whatever has to just kind of give it a rest, move on, or get a new lawyer because apparently they don't know what leading or hearsay means. You know, apparently because it's every fucking thing's objected to. Wow, they're up there for a while.
Well, I hope they get it all figured out and there's none of this BS anymore. I mean, the objection thing is funny for a while, but it's the case nothing's happening. It's not going anywhere. All that's happening is Heard's lawyers are looking dumb. Wait, what? Why is everybody laughing? What happened? Somebody fart? See that? You guys see that? Look at this. Look at this. Lady here. She's laughing at him. They're all laughing. What happened?
Did you tell Nurse Filati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries you sustained from the 12/15/2015 attack?
I did. I believe I sent her pictures too.
Okay. And did you text with Nurse Filati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries that you had suffered as a result of Mr. Depp's attack on you on 12/15?
Yes, she guided me through a concussion check.
And did you tell Connell Cowan about the injuries you sustained?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's prior consistent statements.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. Next question.
Do you recall Dr. Laurel Anderson testifying that she saw two black eyes
Objection,
on
Your Honor.
12/17?
Leading.
Sustain as to leading.
Okay. What, if anything, do you recall from Laurel Anderson's testimony in this case about what she observed on 12/17/2015?
Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope of cross-examination.
It's prior consistent statements.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
It's observations for
I'm
the
gonna
12/17, the same day.
Sustain the objection.
Sustain.
Next question.
May I approach?
Okay.
Oh my God. They're getting a workout going up and down here. Holy shit. What's actually crazy though is they're and again, I'm not a lawyer, so I could be completely outside of my scope here, or or whatever, talking out my ass. But how are they allowed to just keep doing this? I know everything's being objected to, but the jury is still hearing it, even though they're not considering it. They're still hearing it, which has like the tiny, it has some value, I guess, right? I don't know. Like the fact that they're just able to say whatever they want, like everything's being objected to, absolutely everything. I don't think there's been one question that I can think of in the last like fucking 10 minutes that hasn't been objected to. Right? So, I don't know. Hold on, here we go.
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
Oh.
I saw it too.
All right, what's the question?
When in December did you see Dr. Laurel Anderson?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
I saw her 2 days after the attack.
So on what day did you see her then?
That would have been the 17th of December, 2016, and I told her what happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
No, sustain the objection.
And when did you see Dr. Connell Cowan?
I saw him the next day, December 16th is my best recollection.
Let's jump to East Asia for a moment. And we saw a number of pictures from the backless dress.
Okay, okay, I gotta pause. Look, she's literally got her finger up on the button for the microphone, just ready to fucking go. Like she's wasting no time here, objecting to this BS. This is funny. It is a bit of a joke.
If any motivation would you have to claim that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back, knowing you had a backless dress?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading
I think I can bring
calls for
that out.
speculation.
It's still leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Look at these ladies go. We
Why
fucking
did
love these
you
ladies.
say that
Hell
Mr.
yeah.
Depp was kneeling on your back in East Asia?
got another
In
good
the
wingman here.
closet of the hotel
Look
room
at
in
them.
Tokyo.
I love it. I love it.
I said
They're
that
awesome.
because it happened to me. And it would have been much more convenient if I was making it up to not include that detail, knowing I had a backless dress and I walked a press line and got photographed.
Now, we've heard testimony about Mr. Depp making a total of $65 million in 2015 and 2016 from his experts.
Objection, Your Honor.
Why
leading?
I haven't asked the
Hearsay. I mean,
why did you not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Your Honor, leading.
I said,
It
why
is,
did you
'cause
not
it's
ask?
specific number.
Sustain the objection. Sustain the objection to leading. Next
That is
question.
leading, yeah.
Why, can I just ask, why did you not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Because I didn't want
Asked and answered. Relevance.
Oh, overruled. Go.
Because I didn't want it. I realized that that's what I was entitled to, but I didn't want it.
I'm so much better than that.
That's simple.
I didn't want it. But I'm going to sue him for $100 million now. I'm going to give nothing to charity. Oh.
The tape recording that was played that has you laughing quite a bit. Can
Yeah, the
you
weird
tell
one?
the jury what the
shit.
context of that particular tape recording was?
I don't really recall a whole lot about what was going on. I know we had been fighting kind of ad nauseum and in this sort of loop, if you will, and I'm doing my best to not show my pain. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to be tough,
Oh, wait, that's the best.
not show what kind of pain I was in.
Now, Ms. Vasquez asked you about how you got your role in Aquaman. Could you please describe to the jury how you got your role in
Yes.
Aquaman?
Johnny got it for
I
me.
auditioned, not Johnny. I auditioned.
Oh, see,
I worked-
here's the thing. Why does she even have to bring him up? All she has to do is say, I auditioned, blah, blah, blah. She's so, like, I don't know. She's just, like,
It's
gotta
really
stick up her
hard,
ass.
and I went to where we were filming the first movie, Justice
shit.
League. I went, I think, 5.5 months early before filming commenced, when I heard that they wanted to fire me, and so I put myself in the job in the
Objection,
gym.
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustain.
Keep it away.
I worked
What-
really
what they
hard.
said.
I worked really hard on that and had to prove myself, and I did that for.
I feel bad for the jury. They don't know what's going on right now. They sustained basically because she can't say. Oh, what did she say for a second ago?
When did you, Mr. Depp, play in your getting Aquaman?
He tried to have me fired from it.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
All right. I'll sustain his speculation.
How do you know that he tried to have you fired?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation and hearsay and lack of foundation.
I'm trying to lay a foundation.
All right. If you lay a foundation.
I saw it. I saw the emails. I saw the texts.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay. Next question.
Amber,
You were
come
asked
on.
about Isaac Baruch and why he and that he saw no marks. What is your recollection of your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd?
I saw Isaac when I was coming or going, meaning I was leaving or arriving to the building. I saw him at a distance. We did not have a in-depth conversation, nor would we. And I told him, actually, right after it happened, what his friend had done.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I don't think it's offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Stay away from what was said. Can you just tell us what interaction you had with him and his opportunity to observe you with absolutely no makeup?
Objection,
That's
Your Honor.
impossible.
Leading.
I'll sustain the objection. It's leading.
Please describe for the jury your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd.
Well, not only did I have makeup on, but I did attempt to kind of let him know what happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Good Lord.
You were asked
Jesus
some questions
Christ.
about Officer Melissa Science's testimony. What,
This is a rough one.
if anything, do you recall relating to Officer Melissa Science's testimony relating to your injuries.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor said I could redirect after the cross-examination when she...
Oh, she's not happy. She get pissed. Your Honor said I could do it. Let me do it. Do it. You say. Fucking. How do I win this? How do I win this? Get over the A file. Nope. C8. How many Trey Queens? The way to go. Wait, B3? Just push. Oh, fuck it. Yeah, just push. Push it. Push it real good. Wait, B6? Down? Push. Push it, push it. Yeah. Eat it. Bam. Oh. Bomb, bomb.
I recall her saying that she didn't feel that the state I was in was enough.
Okay. And what about the property damage?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know?
Yes.
Please tell us.
As much friendship at that time as I could possibly get.
Now, the video showed him laying his head on your shoulder. Can you describe for the jury what the interaction was, without saying what was said, what the interaction was that led to that?
He, after seeing my face, put his
Objection, Your
head
Honor,
on my
calls
shoulder.
for speculation.
That doesn't call for speculation. If she sees that he sees her.
He touched the side of my
I'll
face,
sustain
too.
the objection.
And
Okay.
again, Your Honor, if we can instruct the witness
If
to...
you could wait till after the objection, please. All right.
Yeah, shut your goddamn mouth.
What did Mr. Franco do
Jesus.
On the elevator before laying his head on your shoulder?
He
Frankie boy.
touched the side of my
Touch
face,
my face, baby,
and
Frankie boy.
responded to what he saw.
What? See, wait. I fucked up. E3. Did I take that bad boy? Oh, yeah, why
We
not?
talked about
What am I doing?
you were shown a bunch of newspaper headlines, and there was one in particular referring to sexual violence. What, if anything, did Mr. Waldman do to you relating to that article?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
What did he do to her?
Unintelligible? I don't understand the question.
Overruled. We'll see where it goes.
He was carrying the paper that had that headline on it that he leaked and threw it at me at the UK trial. We were unfortunately sat kind of, actually literally next to one another with COVID spacing in between us, and he threw the paper down at me as he sat down with that on the cover.
And where was that?
In the UK, at the UK trial.
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope.
That's not beyond the
No,
scope.
overruled.
Thank you. Why did you tweet about the makeup and Mr. Waldman?
Because he was calling me a liar and a hoaxer, and that this was an elaborate hoax just to get Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the
Fucking-
objection. Next question.
Sustained. The thing is, like, all these sustains, like, the jury can't use it as, like, part of their...
Next question.
Yeah, okay.
Next question? Like, literally...
I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
All right.
We're done.
Yeah, okay, she's been up there for how long now? A long fucking time? I think she's probably got, like, four questions that can be admitted.
All right. Ma'am, you can have a seat next to your attorney, okay?
That's it, huh?
You can go ahead and have a seat next to her. That's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess then for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Who else we got coming up?
All right, thank you. You may be seated. All right, your next witness.
Our next witness is Mr. Io Tillett Wright, and it starts with counsel for Mr. Depp asking questions, and then we'll switch over to me.
All right, thank you.
Right, good morning again. Have you had any communications with Ms. Heard at all, including text or emails or otherwise, in connection with your preparation for this deposition?
No.
Have you had any? When's the last time you spoke to her?
April of last year, April or May. Almost a year ago.
Mr. Wright, when did you first meet Ms. Heard?
I met Amber in the end of 2011.
And where did you meet her?
In Los Angeles.
And what were the circumstances of the meeting?
A friend was introducing us to each other so that I could photograph her for a large portrait series that I was doing at the time.
And what was your profession in 2011?
Oh, baby.
I was a photographer and I worked for the New York Times, I think. I don't recall exactly everything, but...
In 2011, you were both a photographer
What the
and
hell is this guy?
separately
Is he fucking high?
worked for the New York Times as a freelancer.
I worked for the New York Times as a
I'll be right back,
journalist and photographer.
And what is your profession today?
I'm a writer and a producer.
And between 2011 and through the present, have you had any other professions other than photographer, writer, or producer?
Yes.
And what are those?
I've hosted a television show or two. I made some podcasts. I wrote 2 other books. 2 books. 3 books. 3 books. I've written 3 books. A number of things. I don't know. There are more things, but I've always been a multi-hyphenate person. To the best of my recollection, we initially met at a mutual friend's house, which I think I already stated. That friend is also an actor and had met Amber at the Children's Hospital while they were both volunteering, and knew that Amber had done quite a bit of LGBT activism, and mentioned my project to her, and then invited her over to the other friend invited Amber to her house so that we could all meet. And
got some cookie dough.
Amber and I discovered that we liked the same books and we liked psychology, and just, laughed and had fun that night. And then I asked her if she would participate in the photo project, I think, or somebody did, and she said yes. A couple of days later, I went to the house that she was staying at and I photographed her for the project. And then thereafter, I went back to New York where I lived. And I remember her texting me and saying that she was shooting a movie in New York and did I want to get lunch. So we got lunch and we became friends.
Okay, please walk me through that.
We met in 2011. We started becoming friends soon thereafter. Very early in 2013, I came to LA to spend a couple of months with my then, I don't know if she was my girlfriend or my fiance at that point, but the person that I was in a relationship with, in a very serious relationship with. And during the time that I was in LA, I spent more time with Amber. We both spent more time with Amber. And I was introduced to Johnny. And the summer of 2013, I ended up moving to LA, during which Amber and Johnny and I got even closer, very, very close. And then we
like
remained
threesome close?
the three of us, for 2-ish years. And then all of this happened, this nightmare, and Johnny and I stopped being friends, and Amber and I stayed friends. And then Amber and I were friends up until the date that I told you that we last spoke.
And at some point in time, did you live on the same property as Johnny Depp and Amber Heard?
Yes.
And when was that?
It was August 2013 until, I believe, June 1st of 2014. I moved into my own house, so 9 months.
And why is it that you left that property, left living there?
Because I didn't want to live for free in someone's property, and I wanted to have my own house and support myself.
And for how long after that did you stay close with both Johnny and Amber?
I stayed close with both of them. I don't remember. It was sometime in 2015, I think, late 2015 maybe. Johnny and I were no longer. I think the period when I really stopped considering Johnny a friend of mine was December of 2015.
Okay. Well, let me ask it this way. You never saw Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion, correct?
That's correct. I just would like to clarify, Mr. Preciado, that's a question you already asked me, so you're asking me the same question again about whether or not I witnessed Mr. Depp assault Ms. Heard?
That's right.
No, I have not witnessed that.
Let me ask it this way then. Have you ever personally seen Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion?
No.
Now, back to this same paragraph where it says, my experience of Johnny during the time that we were close, from 2013 through 2015, was that he could be incredibly kind, generous, and loyal. Can you give me examples of his kindness, generosity, and loyalty during that period of time?
Johnny, when sober, was lovely and magical and very funny. Johnny, when sober, was incredibly lucid and imaginative, and I felt a kindred connection with him and a shared perspective on the world that I've shared with very few people in my life. Johnny, when sober, understood how much influence he had over people, and he was very kind to them about it and generous with talking to them about whatever came up. And he was also, when sober, very he made time for people's nervousness around him, which I witnessed on a number of occasions. He also he had his number of houses on that street, and there was a constant rotation of different people coming to town who could all afford to live somewhere else or stay somewhere else, who he would let and enjoyed having in those houses, which I find to be generous.
In the next paragraph, paragraph 6, you refer to Mr. Depp's struggles with respect to OxyContin. You say that in late 2013, after dental surgery, he became hooked on OxyContin. Did you ever experience him while he was on OxyContin?
Yes.
And while he was on Oxycontin, did you ever experience him to be mean or vicious?
I can't answer that with any accuracy because I don't know whether or not the times that I did see him be mean or vicious, he was also on Oxycontin.
In paragraph 5, where you say that he could be incredibly mean and vicious, especially when he was drunk or high.
The substances that I saw him ingest with my own eyes were cocaine and any kind of alcohol would bring out a very, when he would take any kind of psychedelic like ecstasy or MDMA. Yeah, I think that I answered your question.
You mentioned that you witnessed him having had cocaine. Did you ever have cocaine with him?
No.
Were there any drugs or substances that you took with him?
I don't smoke marijuana. I don't do cocaine. For the entire period that I knew Johnny and thereafter, I did not drink alcohol. There was I think 1 week period during the peak of my breakup, during which Johnny offered me some pain pills to get through the intensity of that situation. And that was the only time that I took any substances for 3.5 years. No, that's not true. That was the only time that I took any substances with Johnny. And yeah. All the other things that I had stated previously about what I do and don't do are also accurate.
So I'm sorry, just to summarize that, is your testimony that when you witnessed Mr. Depp drunk and high, you were not also either drunk or high? Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that during the entire period that I knew Mr. Depp, I was never drunk or drinking or consuming alcohol at all. My testimony is that for a 1, maybe 2 week, possibly 2.5 week, I don't remember, period, on a sporadic occasion, I took some pain pills that Mr. Depp offered me to get through an extreme emotional pain situation.
I don't know if that's what pain pills are for.
When I witnessed Johnny doing cocaine, I was not drunk or high. Other occasions that I witnessed Johnny drinking, I was not drunk or high. There was a very narrow window during which I was taking some mind-altering pain pills for a very brief period, during which I witnessed Johnny drunk and high.
Did you ever witness Miss Amber Heard drunk or high?
Yes.
And did you ever witness her drink alcohol?
Yes.
Objection. Did you ever witness her ingesting cocaine?
Are you asking, like, ever in the history of time have I ever witnessed Amber ingest cocaine?
That's the first question, yes.
The answer is no. Amber was vehemently against cocaine.
Did you ever witness her?
Sounded like it was going to be a yes, and then it was a no.
No. Marijuana is not her drug.
What is her drug?
I haven't spoken to Amber in a year, but as far as I know and have known her for the last 11 or 12 years, Amber doesn't have a narcotic of choice.
Have you seen her ingest ecstasy?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
How many times have you seen her ingest ecstasy?
I can think of one instance in particular when she took it for her birthday, like a celebration.
Do you recall what year that was?
Common event.
Other than the narcotics and alcohol that I mentioned, did you ever witness Ms. Heard ingest any other drugs?
Are you asking me if, other than what did you ask me about? Cocaine, ecstasy, and mushrooms. I've witnessed Amber taking any other illegal narcotics? Or are you asking me about prescription medications? Can you clarify?
Narcotics other than prescription narcotics.
I don't know, but I don't actually think so, no. Okay. Amber drinks red wine when she's not training, or let me rephrase that. Amber, when I knew her, drank red wine in the evenings fairly regularly, with the exception of when she was training for an acting role.
Have you ever witnessed misheard?
This guy is boring as fuck.
Yes.
Ugh.
How often would you estimate that you witnessed misheard intoxicated?
I don't know how to quantify intoxicated. If you're asking me how often I witnessed her drunk, is that your question?
Yes.
Amber's strangely immune to getting drunk unless she's really drunk a lot. So I didn't see her drunk very often.
She's immune.
I saw her drinking often, but I didn't see her out of her faculties very often. Like, you know, I saw that a handful of times in the 11 years that I knew her.
And how would you describe how alcohol affects Miss Heard's personality based on your experience?
You know, it depends on the circumstance. If it was during a moment when she was celebrating, it would make her loose. Like if we were salsa dancing, then, you know, she would have fun and be fun and at a party and, you know, inebriated and dancing and having fun. If she was in a stressful situation, I think it would just kind of exacerbate whatever the feeling of the moment was.
I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record. Nobody has yet.
This is me. In case you haven't recognized my voice.
All right, go ahead.
My name is Io Tillett.
Let's bring up Depp exhibit number 1 again, please. Mr. Tillett, you were asked some questions by Mr. Presidio. And I'm going to take you back up to the first page where you were asked some questions. And he started out with, I'm just going to draw your attention to paragraph 4. And you indicated you met Johnny Depp through Amber. And you hit it off immediately. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then you explained to Mr. Presidio that you considered Johnny to be a close friend and you cared very much about Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
He became a close friend and I did care very much about him. I still care very much about him.
All right. Could you please describe that relationship that you had with Mr. Depp up until I think you said December of 2015?
Sure. Okay, Mr. Depp and I first met. Amber invited me over to his house with my then girlfriend. I don't know if she was my fiance yet or not. In I think February of 2013, right at the beginning of 2013. And we all hung out, the 4 of us hung out in his house, in his living room, and just kind of talked and got to know each other. And it was sweet. I was mostly hanging out with Amber and kind of meeting this person. It was a trip to meet someone like that, you know, and see his house. And he was very friendly and very welcoming and very kind. And then the next time we saw each other was at, Amber and I both like to do what we call family dinners. So we invite people over and cook for them and have a dinner party. And Amber did an elaborate family dinner at her house, and Johnny and I and my my ex and Amber, and I believe Whitney were there. I don't know if anyone else was there. I'm sure other people were there. I don't remember. And Johnny and I really connected at that dinner. We were sitting either opposite each other or just catty corner from each other, and I left feeling a very intense connection to him, and I was like, well, yeah, sure, everybody probably feels an intense connection to him because of who he is. I'll forget it. It's ridiculous. And then a couple of days later, Amber had another dinner, such a dinner at her house, and Johnny and I had another really good time and felt very connected and really laughed a lot and whatever. And at the end of the dinner, as I was standing to leave with my ex, Johnny came up to me and said, I don't really know how to say this because it doesn't happen to me very often, but I think I love you. And I felt strange because I felt
like some like
way.
weird like,
and I said that's funny because I had that same
homo
experience
thing?
after the last
Like
dinner party
bisexual
too.
thing?
And then
Or
we
is it just
joked
like a
about
friendly
how
thing?
crazy and ridiculous that felt. And we exchanged phone numbers, and then
Is that why his ex, they
he
broke up?
texted me wanting to talk
Betty
about
and Johnny?
Amber a couple of times, and I felt that it was like kind of violating her privacy. So I said that I was happy to be friendly with him and happy to, I don't remember exactly what I said, but something to the effect of like, you know, I'm happy to give advice or to help you guys stay in concert with each other, but I don't want to violate anybody's privacy with the other one. And I think he really respected that and really liked that because he also values his privacy greatly. And then, I was in LA for a couple more months, and I don't know, I think maybe we hung out more during that period, I'm not sure. I don't remember if they came to New York during the next stretch of time or what happened, but basically by the summer, I came back to LA to write, and had a very bad breakup with that fiance, and was going through some things personally that Johnny, you know, he was like, I recognize what's happening for you. It was like particularly bad anxiety related, trauma related things. And I didn't expect him to offer me any support around that stuff, but he just was like, wait, I see what you're going through. You know, this is my experience of it. I have the same thing, and let's talk about it. And like, if you need anything, I'm here. And I was like, thank you so much. You know, I didn't really expect that. And I went back to New York to be with my family for a couple days or maybe a week or something. And it was very painful to be there. And he had said, if it's painful to be there, you know, just let me know and come back and stay here. And so I did. And I came back, and I originally was going to stay at Amber's house because she kept her apartment for a number of years while they were together, even though she stayed at his house a lot, that she paid for, etc. And she was, you know, the person that I'd known longer, so I felt more comfortable being at her house. And then the consensus was that I should be closer to them. And so they said, oh, there's this house that's just sitting empty at the end of the street. Just stay there. And I was very hesitant because I didn't want to take advantage of him. And he was insistent, and he was very kind about it. And he said that he understood fully what having PTSD and anxiety could do, and that he wanted to help. So I went and I stayed there, and then
what happened with him and his ex?
I'm guessing in August of 2013, and then in September, I think, Amber went to England to shoot a movie. So I was there, and Johnny and I would hang out on our own, and Johnny doesn't have a ton of friends because he can't, and I would go up and hang out with him. You know, we really enjoyed each other. We really liked each other. And so we would just hang out, you know, on a daily basis, eat dinner or watch movies, and I'd hang out with his kids, and got, you know, very like into like a very sweet uncle niece nephew relationship with his kids, and they called me Uncle Io. And
Mr. Tiller-Wright, did you ever call Mr. Depp brother, or your brother, refer to him as your brother?
Yes, I did.
Now, I'm going to take you to paragraph 5 of Depp Exhibit number 1, and Mr. Presidio asked you about this paragraph as well. And at the end of it, you had said, and he could be incredibly mean and vicious, especially when he was drunk or high. What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that was, on a number of occasions, I saw, you know, Amber or he, I think, also would ask me to come and help. He and I had more of a like mano a mano kind of relationship, and she and I had I was kind of like the only person that would check either of them for a while, and so they would both ask me to do that with each other. So I saw him, for example, I remember there was a time when it was very late at night. I was down the hill, so I went up the hill, and he was outside by the pool with a glass of what I understood to be whiskey, and she was inside crying and very upset in the kitchen, I think. And then I went outside and talked to him for a long time. Situations like that, or and he would say things. He said something to me that night that I thought, that night by the pool, where I thought, Jesus Christ, you know, things like, she's gonna, you know, all she's got is her looks, and, you know, she has no talent, and when her tits start to sag, and her face gets wrinkly, nobody is going to be interested in her for anything, and she, you know, better like figure out another way to survive and shit like that. Sorry, pardon me, things like that. And
how long is the video?
Also witnessed him.
It's another hour and 50 minutes, but we're not gonna watch that long.
Marilyn Manson and Paul Bettany came over at one point, and there was a great deal of cocaine and alcohol involved that I witnessed them doing together. I don't specifically recall if Mr. Bettany did or didn't.
Kind of skip through this a bit.
I remember in which Amber was having affairs with every man she ever worked with. Started reaching out to me. He
ask you to play this.
I was there visiting family. I was in Greenpoint, Brooklyn. I was walking down Manhattan Avenue, and I got, I believe, a text message from Amber that said something to the effect of like, "Can you talk?" And so I called, and I was walking down the street as this happened. She put me on speakerphone, so I was talking to both of them. He just stopped by to pick up some of his stuff, and he has a theory that he either he wants to ask you about, or I said, okay, sure. And, hello, Johnny, like, you know. And he, I think it was he said or she said, Johnny thinks that you and I together defecated on his pillow. I think the words were used were
poop and pillow.
Shit on his pillow. So I started laughing, and I was laughing, she was laughing, and when I realized that he was serious, I was like, okay, look, first of all, I wasn't there that day. And so he got very agitated by the fact that she and I thought it was funny. And he started to get more and more agitated, and I could hear him walk away from the phone. He came clomping back down the stairs. I heard like a noise, and then the phone dropped. And he said to her, "Oh, you think I hit you? You think I fucking hit you? What if I peel your fucking hair back?" And then I heard the phone drop again, and then I heard her scream. I remember her screaming. And I hung up the phone, and I called Raquel immediately because I know that she lives one door away, and her and her boyfriend Josh, who's a big dude, would be able to get there the fastest. And I called her, texted her right away, and I hung up with her and immediately called 911 in New York. And then I called a friend of mine in LA who I knew had met Amber a number of times, and I think I may have placed a second call to NYPD. Now I'm all frazzled and I don't remember, but I think I called NYPD.
Mr. Waldman made some statements in April and June of 2020.
Did he actually see anything happen, though, or did he just hear her scream? And then he got all like flustered and called everybody.
Quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media
Did he actually
use
see
fake
anything
sexual
happen?
violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They've selected some for sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. That was made on April 8, 2020. What, if any, impact did that have on Amber based on your observations?
Amber retreated. Amber became isolated, embattled, extraordinarily distressed.
Or he was on the phone.
And then on June 24, 2020,
I'm sorry, I thought he was at at the house and just
accused
heard it from
Amber
the other room.
Heard of committing a quote abuse hoax against
Hard to sit here and
Depp.
watch all this. This guy's.
What were your observations of how this impacted him?
I think that my previous statement encompassed.
Got it.
During the time that you were friends with Johnny and you were speaking with him up until you testified December of 2015, what, if anything, did Johnny Depp ever tell you about Amber Heard being physically violent to him?
Nothing ever at any point.
Do you agree with me that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard had many verbal arguments?
Yes, I do.
And you were a witness to a lot of those verbal arguments, correct?
I was a witness to some verbal arguments.
Okay. And did you ever hear Ms. Heard say anything mean to Mr. Depp in those arguments?
Yes.
And did you ever hear Ms. Heard say anything vicious to Mr. Depp in those arguments?
Yes.
So would you agree with me that
they're both
when
vicious.
They argued, they were mean and vicious to one another in what they said?
I would categorize it very differently, sir.
Well, you testified that you heard Ms. Heard say mean and vicious things to Mr. Depp when they argued, and vice versa. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And although you witnessed arguments, verbal arguments between the two of them, where they exchanged mean and vicious statements, you never saw Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion, correct?
Objection.
No, I never saw either of them physically assault the other one.
Did you ever experience him become violent as a result of or because of smoking cigarettes or joints?
As I've already explained to you probably 8 times, I've never seen Mr. Depp become physically violent with Ms. Heard So if that's what you're asking me, if he smoked a cigarette and that made him violent, I think you know that that's ridiculous, and the answer is, again, no.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp become violent in any manner on account of him smoking cigarettes or joints?
If you want my honest answer is that Mr. Depp mixed substances constantly, and I keep trying to tell you that. He mixed all kinds of things together when he got crazy and violent. So, and upset and paranoid. So, and I never knew what he had taken.
When you say when he got violent, when did you see him get violent?
I saw Mr. Depp throw glasses and dishware on at least 2 occasions, which I would characterize as physically violent. And do I know if he'd smoked marijuana or cigarettes? Before that, I don't know.
When were those 2 occasions?
Sometime during the time that I was living in Sweetser. And once at the Eastern Building.
And prior to throwing those dishes, did you witness him imbibing any drugs or alcohol?
Like, he was never violent towards her. Like, there's no proof of that, but he's obviously been like
seeing as
violent
Mr. Depp
in the sense that
always was smoking
just not
cigarettes and
directed it
marijuana,
towards
my assumption
anybody.
would be yes.
Just more towards the house and the glassware.
Was born, so we were mostly speaking about her baby at that point.
Did you speak to, when was the last time you spoke to Miss Whitney Heard?
Around October, November of last year.
That's a sick view she's got, though. Look at that. She's got the baseball field right below her. It's a sick ass view.
When did you first meet Miss Amber Heard?
I believe it was 2003.
When you met Miss Heard in 2003, you developed a friendship. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you say you were best friends?
We became very close friends.
Your friendship with Miss Heard, it persisted through her relationship with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you
All
were
right.
friends with Miss Heard
You know
through
what?
her divorce from Mr. Depp as well. Is that correct?
I think we're gonna call it for today on the trial. I don't know if I'm gonna really have much time to do live shows on the YouTube this week if I'm watching the trial. We'll see how it goes if I take a day off the trial, because it's a lot of streaming. But yeah, I'm gonna be getting off. Vanessa, might be down to play in a little while. I'm gonna go take a little break from sitting here on my ass in front of the computer. So I'll be in Discord, but I hope you guys are having a good one. Thanks for watching. If you are tuning in later on, thank you for checking it out. Consider subscribing to the channel. You can check out more of my videos. Also, check out the Twitch. I do live streams on there as well for games and such. But yeah, thanks for being here, guys. Hope you're having a good one. Peace, love. We will catch you later. Cheers.